once again, and welcome to the Playground Poker Club in Montreal, hosting the final table of the PokerStars Canada Cup. Live coverage as the final 9 play down to a champion. Good afternoon, it's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Very excited to be here. In the words of Britney Spears, I love my job because I get to go overseas places like Canada.
That is the hashtag to use if you want to get in touch on Twitter, Canada Cup, and that is the trophy that the winner of this $3,000 buy-in tournament will receive. We're down to 9. Everyone's locked up, $36,660. Six-figure scores for the top 4, with the winner receiving $366,660.
Oh, hell yeah.
So yesterday evening, it was Antonio Esfandiari, the magician, who bubbled this final table, leaving these 9 players. And chip leader coming into the final table is Thiago Nishijima from Brazil. He's in the 1 seat with 2.68 million. The shortest stack is Francois Goulet, who has more than 1 million, 26 big blinds. Actually, Armstrong just behind him, pretty even, just 10K between them.
The 2 short-test stacks, I think, 10K at this point. What is that? 2 antes, so they're basically both at the bottom of the barrel.
And we're literally 1 hand into level 26. Blinds 20,000, 40,000 with a 5,000 ante. And I think it's fair to say, Joe, that Ankush Mandavia and Thiago Nishijima are probably the most accomplished players at this final table.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd say of those 2, Ankush certainly the most recognizable of those guys. Nishijima is a supernova online, big-time online player. Ankush also well accomplished online. However, we've seen a little bit more of him on the live circuit.
Robert Notkin, the online qualifier, has brought his entire family from Toronto to rail this final table here at the Playground Poker Club. There are also members of the Armstrong clan on the rail.
We got to meet the Notkin kin this morning.
A decent crowd inside this venue to watch this final table. Now remember, being a final table, we are bringing you whole cards up coverage. So the action has been folded around to Notkin. He's in the hijack and he's got 7-6 offsuit.
May take our on-screen graphics a second to catch up, but we will relay that information to you.
Miller folds.
Well, he's wasting no time, getting a little loosey-goosey, huh?
Vincent Jacques has passed. Ryan Rivers is in the small blind with 8-5 offsuit. He folds. Nishijima has ace-king in the big blind.
And by the way, that little photo there we have of Robert Notkin is probably incredibly accurate. He's maybe having more fun than anyone else out there. He is just having the time of his life. Uh-oh, big trouble. Sure, Notkin would rather not see a flop with 7-6. And he may not have to.
When you say that, I think Nishijima has decided to slow play the ace-king. No re-raise from the big blind, just a call.
I think just calling's fine, by the way.
Well, the flop is all Notkin.
Ace-king still out in front, but big draw for 7-6.
And not a good flop for ace-king, quite frankly. Notkin continuing. And I can understand Nishijima calling one street. He does still have the best hand. But Notkin still has 2 live cards, plus an up and down straight draw.
14 outs twice.
Wow, the ace gives Nishijima top pair. Not looking so good for Notkin now.
Check, check. 8 outs now.
And that is one of them.
Wow.
Notkin Rivers are straight and might be able to get some value here.
Absolutely. Top pair, top kicker looks pretty good on this board.
If he's lucky, Nishijima might lead with top pair.
With the way it's gone down, I think you do have to bet here for value most of the time. Can you really put your opponent on 6-7? I mean, what else?
I want to say a quick hello to
What are you worried about?
Quick hello to Nick DeLon, who says he's first on the stream. Michael O'Sullivan says set for the Canada Cup final table. Looks great. Cards up coverage. Should be interesting to see how these guys play. Well, Nishijima does value bet top pair.
And this is a slam dunk raise, obviously. And Notkin, I wonder if anyone has picked up on the fact that when his hand goes to his face, when he hems and haws, generally he's pretty strong.
Lucas is ready for the final table action, rooting for Nishijima to take down this title. Well, he's going to lose this hand.
He is really putting on a show here. I'm just not really sure what the sort of I mean, I know what the rationale is behind putting on this kind of show. It's, oh, I look pained. Oh, I'm not really sure where I'm at here. But when you go, oh, I don't really know I'm at, raise. The story does not check out. And you can see it's Notkin's chest right now that's telling the real story.
Well, there is the raise from Notkin. And this ain't Nishijima's first rodeo. When he sees this raise from Notkin, after that performance, in inverted commas, he's going to know he's beaten.
I mean, Nishijima does have nearly $1 million in live earnings.
I mean, it's a trivial fold for him, and sure enough, he quickly passes.
I was going to say, you know, we know he's very accomplished online. That's why I wanted to check out the live earnings, because maybe it's something an online player wouldn't pick up on. Notkin shows the 7.
I'm pretty sure Nishijima can calculate the other one as a 6.
And this has kind of been Robert Notkin's story this whole tournament. He's made a lot of hands. He's gotten there plenty of times. How many monsters have we seen him show down?
So Robert Notkin, who won his seat on PokerStars for just $30 and is having the time of his life in this tournament, is up to 2.4 million. He's the 3rd biggest stack at the final table.
Goes by the nickname Dr. No, which I realize isn't just a clever nickname. He really is a doctor.
Miller, Justin Miller, has the chip lead by virtue of Nishijima losing that pot. 2.6 million for Miller, 2.5 million for Vincent Jacques. Nishijima now down to 2.3 million behind Notkin. I mean, the stacks aren't pretty even, Joe, and there's no one who is in the immediate danger zone.
Danger zone. Getting my danger zones warmed up.
Second hand of the final table. Action folded around to Notkin. He passes. Justin Miller is going to raise from the hijack. He's got King Jack offsuit. Nishijima gives up the small blind. James Armstrong in the big blind has 8-6.
I'm always very excited on final table day to see how these players are playing. You know, now we get to see how light someone typically defends their big blind. I think some folks who played in this tournament would probably defend 6-8 there. I think a fold is just fine, especially with his stack.
Hello to Nick, who says, watching the final table of the Canada Cup, actually had to do some work earlier in the day without it. Can't they move Canada to Europe? Might take a while for the boats to tow it across the Atlantic. Carl McCarthy observes that Notkin is on a freaking heater still.
It's always kind of a rude awakening for a guy like that, though, when they stop running that way. It's not, no offense, Robert, but it's not supposed to happen like that. You're not supposed to make that many hands. I very rarely get caddy at the table, but sometimes when I'm playing against a guy like Robert Notkin, I'm just like, what's it like? What's it like to always have a draw and always hit it?
We mentioned that many members of the Notkin clan are here in Montreal. Neil Notkin, Rob's brother, can't be here. He says, Robbie, best of luck from Pittsburgh. The entire clan is watching and rooting. Jason Elrod says, your boys might as well get warmed up. I foresee a marathon. I can easily believe, Jason, that this is going to go at least 8 levels today, if not longer. Now remember, we only just started the 2040 level when Antonio Esfandiari went out in 10th place last night, which means we are going to complete this 90-minute level. Then we will revert to 60-minute levels as we saw on days 1 and 2 of the tournament.
And I wonder how these players feel about that, but I kind of feel like when you're playing one table, there's no other tables to worry about, no other table to be stalling. 60-minute levels, I think, is fine. Raise and take it there for Brian Rivers.
Samuel says, I tweeted twice to wish Shamat good luck yesterday. You read out my tweet but didn't wish my boy good luck. Well, Samuel, on your behalf, will wish Monsieur Chemin good luck. P.S. Wow, ugly glasses.
That's the thing now, isn't it, to wear ugly glasses?
You're still wishing him good luck, Samuel, even though he's chosen to wear those orange spectacles? Sam says, what's up, fellas? Looking forward to watching the final table and my long-lost Uncle Notkin.
Is there anyone named Sam? Is there anyone not named Sam that wants to tweet in?
How about Samuel Barber? What happened to Esfandiari? I take it he went out on the final table bubble. Correct. I watched till late last night and he was still in. Not late enough, clearly. Antonio was crippled in a brutal hand.
Just a race, really. It was brutal the way it went down, but you have to look at it and just that it was a flip.
The fact that his opponent hit on the river just made it worse. So Armstrong's raised the button with pocket fives. Goulet was the beneficiary of most of Esfandiari's chips, and he's got kings in the small blind.
Goulet!
Hand number 4 of the final table. And Armstrong may feel he's being pushed around here. It's that classic button small blind dynamic. When he sees this 3-bet, when he sees this re-raise to 180,000, he may just think this is Goulet not believing a raise from the button.
That's right. Armstrong is supposed to be raising pretty wide on the button when it's folded to him. A pair is, you know, ahead of his range. A pair of fives is stronger than he should be on average here. I'm fine with just a call here.
And that's what Armstrong does. He flats the 3-bet. He plays the flop in position.
And he can get a full double up if he happens to flop a set here. This is a perfect hand to do it.
Good night, Vienna. King 5-3.
See you at the river. Well,
I think we are about to say goodbye to James Armstrong. In his mind, he is hand strong. Unfortunately, Goulet is hand stronger.
Grr being the operative word.
Goulet with the pre-flop betting lead.
Little does he know this is one of those situations where he doesn't have to think too hard about this. No matter what happens, he's probably going to get all the money. You'd really have to mess this up to not win a massive pot here.
He continues for 110,000.
Now this is going to be really brutal for Armstrong when he puts on a big show here, wondering what to do. Pulling the Notkin. Trying to rope his opponent in. You're roping yourself in, brah.
Armstrong just calls.
And I do like the way he's playing it. You know, that's a pretty dry board. A raise there might chase away his opponent a lot of the time. Obviously not this time.
Worth pointing out, by the way, that Justin Miller folded Queen 5 offsuit, so there is only 1 5 left in the deck, the 5 of diamonds. Resulting in 2% equity for James Armstrong with just 1 card to come. Goulet checks.
There's not a ton to protect against here. And when my opponent checks here, I might be tempted to check behind some of the time. Armstrong not checking behind, but he's going to bet real small.
Out of a stack of 685k, he bets 125k.
And this is, unfortunately, Armstrong's made a move here that when he gets raised, he can easily convince himself that he's just getting raised because he bets so small. Like, he'll never suspect that he's up against an absolute monster. There's only 2 hands that are beating him right now, kings and tens. And I think if you bet bigger here and then you get raised, you might consider the fact that you're beat. I still don't think you can get away from it. But when you bet small and get raised, you're never getting away from it. You're never considering your beat. You just think, okay, this is exactly what I wanted to happen.
So there is the raise from Goulet. And by the way, I've just realized that our graphics aren't taking account of the fact that Miller folded the 5 of diamonds. Armstrong doesn't have an out. He is officially drawing dead.
Right. That would make 5 5s.
As Rob King points out on Twitter. I don't see any way that Armstrong gets away from this, and unfortunately I can see him heading for the rail in 9th place.
I mean, lucky for him, all this posturing is keeping him in the tournament longer.
Both the metaphorical rail and the literal rail. The rail being the name of the bar and restaurant inside the Playground Poker Club. All in and a call. And Armstrong sees the bad news.
Armstrong thinks he has one out. We know he doesn't.
5 of diamonds folded pre-flop. It's over. We lose James Armstrong in 9th place. First player eliminated from this final table. He will collect $36,660. And after 4 hands, we are down to 8 players.
Just a cooler, nothing you can do. Look at these guys. Look at the sportsmanship. These guys have really gotten to know each other over the last 4 days. I think some lifelong friendships have been born.
Zach Silverberg tweets to say, let's go Dr. No. Cheering Robert Notkin on from Toronto. Nick DeLorme says, how do the pocket cams work on this table? Is there a sensor in that box? There are indeed. Little microchips in the playing cards and sensors in those boxes you see in front of every player, and of course on the flop as well. Carl McCarthy says, farewell Armstrong. Jason says, ouch, set over set before I can even get the coffee made.
Ouch indeed. That's going to leave a mark.
Inga, one of our regular viewers, very disappointed. I just realized we lost Antonio Esfandiari before the final table. No! Who to root for now? One word, Inga, and that word is Notkin.
It's right, Notkin. Apparently, I've been drawing dead with Zuli this whole time. She says, my girlfriend said I could watch the Canada Cup final table while we're on our way to our romantic vacation. Best girlfriend ever. 2 girls I'll never have a shot with. Unbelievable.
Don't forget to tag your tweets, Canada Cup, if you want to get in touch. First hand of 8-handed play at the Canada Cup final. Folded around to Goulet on the button, who's now playing a stack of 2 million.
Michael O'Sullivan says, unlucky there. I think anyone goes broke in that situation. I agree. I just think they go broke a little faster.
Yeah, Zach kind of echoes that sentiment. Set over set is nasty. An unlucky spot for Armstrong.
Both guys started with slightly below average chips. And at that point, you're just never getting away from a set. The average stack is only 43 big blinds. That means those guys were like in the 35-ish range. Not happening. Not going to do it.
Well, they were the 2 shortest stacks of the table. Ankush Mandavia is now the low man with 1.3 million. Most players around the 2.5 million mark. It's a very even final table. Well, this hand saw a raise from Goulet on the button with 9-5 suited, flattered by Rayan Shamat in the big blind with 9-10. Jack 3 on the flop.
James, ironically enough, James Armstrong was the only player at the table I did not come up with a Canada Cup PokerStars game for.
So Goulet continues to flop for 80,000. Gets a call from Shamal with just 10 high, which is, ironically, the best hand.
So we know a double barrel is going to get it done here a lot. Can Goulet get it done?
And when you're staring at that board and realize that you don't have a ton of equity,
you have almost no equity pretty much all the time.
You're kind of hoping to at least see a diamond on the turn to give you a hope. So Goulet checks behind. And it is a 5 on the river.
Okay, well, 7% equity turns to 100% equity. Let's see if Shama tries to bluff at this. His equity, his showdown value is going to be not so hot in this situation most of the time. It looks like he knows that, so he's going to take a stab at this.
We've seen a few of these players make big hero calls. Do we see Goulet hero with just a 5?
It's maybe just enough to elicit a call.
210,000.
It's a decent sized bet, but you have to think that maybe if he had a jack or if he had hearts that he might bet a little bit more than this. I don't think this is one of those obvious small bluffs. Just enough, just that 5 was enough to get the call from Goulet.
Goulet makes a good call.
Shaman mucks.
And the dealer explaining to Francois Goulet that as his opponent mucked, he is not required to show his hand. As the last player left with cards in front of him, he automatically receives the pot and gets his stack up to nearly 2.5 million. And to think, this guy bled down to below 10 big blinds last night, got that big triple up in the hand that crippled Antonio Esfandiari, and then takes out James Armstrong, wins that hand against Shamar, and now he's a serious contender.
It's a momentum game. He's a regular here at the playground. He plays a lot of 2-5, 5-5, 5-10. I'm sure there's a lot of folks here who are rooting for this kid. He's got the nice tight 0 fade. I like that. I wish I could rock that look.
Andrew McMillan tweets, say thanks from Tucson for this awesome production. Thank you for watching, Andrew. Zach says it's a shame the Canada Cup is coming to an end. Well, hold on there, Zach. We've still got 8 players, still got a few hours to go. You've kept me entertained during working. Any idea when the next PokerStars event is? Now, Zach, are you talking about an event you can play or an event you can watch? Because I notice you're in the United Kingdom. So remember, there are always events on the UK and Ireland Poker Tour. In fact, the UK IPT is going on its summer holidays to Marbella soon, and satellites are still running for that event. But if you're looking for live coverage of poker, Joe and I will be in Barcelona in the summer, in August, for the first leg of EPT Season 11, the 100th EPT. Don't know if you saw, Joe, the schedule for that tournament, that festival rather, announced today.
It was the first thing I deleted this morning. The schedule matters not to me. It is what it is. I got to be there.
Let's pick up the action here. Rivers raising in early position with ace-5 suited, gets resistance from Ankush Mandavia on the button.
Not just any resistance, 3-bet resistance.
225,000 he makes it, 8-5 of hearts.
And this may look weird to some folks who are new to the game, but 3-betting when in position with this is considered a suited connector is not a terrible move. Because you will often get folds. Look at that, a fold from a better hand. And if you do happen to get called, you're in position with a hand that can crack a big one.
Now, Alva, who has been interrogating us with a series of direct questions over the course of the last few days, claims to be railing from the Playgrounds restaurant,
otherwise known as
the Rail. I'll come ask you 2 meaningless questions later today. For example, favorite fruits?
Anton Deck?
I don't know, for me it's a coin flip between apples and bananas.
It's got to be the banana, hands down, right? Come on. The banana's just the perfect food. It comes in a wrapper.
You know that apparently we eat bananas the wrong way round? Like if I grab one of the 200 bananas delivered to our booth today.
Oh, that banana looks good in your hands.
So most people will grip it from here and like peel it using the stalk at the top.
Yeah.
Apparently you're meant to hold it by the stalk and peel it from that end. That's what monkeys do, and apparently monkeys are more
Well,
proficient.
monkeys have gotten things figured out pretty well. So.
Well, they're more proficient at eating bananas than humans, apparently.
I'll tell you what, you never see a monkey slagging another monkey off on Twitter.
Good point, well made. Nishijima getting into the action, rating to 85,000. It's been folded around to Justin Miller in the big blind. He is the chip leader at the final table. He has King 7 of diamonds. And he defends. Queen 10-9 with 2 spades on the flop. Top pair for Nishijima.
Pretty good flop for Nishijima. Gut shot for Miller.
Trips now for Nishijima after it goes check-check on the flop.
And the gut shot for Miller no longer any good, because that would be a full boat for Nishijima. Weird not to see Nishijima continue that flop. I think that's a flop that you can both get value and protection from betting. Because I think if you're Miller and you've got a king, maybe you peel one there, try to hit that gutter ball.
So Miller folds to the delayed continuation bet. 7 hands dealt so far at this final table. 1 player eliminated. James Armstrong exiting in 9th place. Jason's view is that grapes are the best fruit because they can make booze, and that's the nuts.
I think you can make booze from anything, can't you? Anything that ferments. Maybe not bananas.
Rob King points out that you do see monkeys flinging poo at each other, which is the equivalent of abusing each other on Twitter.
It's not, though, because at least you're doing it to another monkey's face. You got to answer to that monkey in person or in monkey.
Maxime asks, are there other ways to qualify for the EPT other than on PokerStars? Well, often many of the venues that we go to on the tour, Maxime, will run live satellites, but that's obviously not convenient unless you actually live near that venue. I'd say the best route is definitely the satellites running on PokerStars. And there are satellites running for so many events right now. Of course, we've got the satellites kicking off for the Montreal Poker Festival when PokerStars returns here in the summer months.
Yep.
We've got qualifiers running soon for the Shark Cage if you want to compete in the next 4 heats that we're going to be shooting in Barcelona.
But there's satellites for, what is it, Marbella right now on PokerStars. Probably for the next UKIPT event on PokerStars right now.
All the local tours, all the regional tours.
A lot of Asia-Pacific stuff going on PokerStars. And with all the seats that you win, they all come with travel included. So it's a pretty awesome gig.
Button raised from Shamar, flattered by Notkin in on the button. Ace-10 against Queen-10. Jack-8. Just 1 diamond.
So ace-10 still ahead for right now. Queen-10's flopped the gutty draw. Backdoor diamonds.
Shamar now with top pair to go with the jacks on board.
And a double gutter now for Notkin. See if he can make another river. Not this time. He makes a pair. And a pretty good one. Shamar checks to him.
And Notkin is set to make a value bet. Quickly called by Shamar, who will table the best hand.
I mean, obviously, seeing the hands we know is well played by Shamar. He didn't want to bet top pair there, maybe get raised, wanted to just get to showdown. Called a bet from Notkin, knowing that sometimes he's not going to have the best hand there, but a lot of the time he will, and he was right. Played that pretty well. I think if I'm Notkin, I'm maybe not always going to bet the queen on the river there, because I'm not sure what worse hands can call.
Shamar now playing a stack of close to 2.1 million. Only 2 players out of the 8 remaining with fewer than 2 million chips. Those players being Ryan Rivers on 1.6 million and Ankush Mandavia on 1.5 million. We're 30 minutes into this level now. Nishijima under the gun.
The sands of Nishijima.
A reminder that blue chips are worth 5,000, red chips 25,000. So this is a raise to 85K.
Queen 8 suited under the gun.
Folded around to the button. Justin Miller. He passes. Vincent Jacques is in the small blind. Once again, he's urging the world to go commando. And we established yesterday, courtesy of our French-Canadian colleague Laurence, that he practices what he preaches. No underwear on this chap.
Does he have another shirt that says, "Don't wash your shirts"?
Yeah, you think if he doesn't have to wash pants, that's keeping the laundry down enough already.
And look at that. The under-the-gun steal from Nishijima works. Gets Vincent.
To fold King Jack suited.
Yeah. Hold a better hand. Vincent Jacques goes by the name Vluff on PokerStars. He's getting some love on the Twitter there. Now that finally makes sense why people keep writing in "Go Vluff."
Also a regular here, I believe, and knows many of the local players.
Buddies with the audio, Jonathan Duhamel. He's a runner-up in a World Series of Poker event in 2010. Pretty cool. It was a 1.5K event, I should mention, which means he beat out a massive field.
Zach gets back in touch to say, "Cheers, guys. Checked out the schedule for EPT 11. Looks like it should be a good season."
Come on down, Zach Dibben. We urge you to come on down and say hello, but we urge you to not do what Mark Champagne did and don't show up until 5 minutes before the final table day, because we're locked in here. I don't like spoilers. I don't like to go out there and see what's happening. We're an hour behind. Just to remind everyone, with Cards Up coverage, what we are commenting on right now happened an hour ago for game integrity reasons. So if you want to come on down and say hello, make sure you get us before final table days.
It's roughly a 45-minute delay we have on this. So the raise from Shamar with Queen 10 off was to 85,000. Flattered by Miller in the cutoff with 8. Action now on Nishijima in the big blind. He's got 7-5 suited.
He might decide that he just likes his odds here, and he may also decide to squeeze. Those look like squeezing chips. Looks like he's going for 2. Close to 300K.
We haven't brought out the white 100K chips yet. 290,000. Well, the original razor is folded. It's a different prospect for Miller. Deep stacked, in position, with a hand he might want to see a flop with. Especially as this raise does look kind of squeezy.
It does, because it's such a big raise. I think that if Nishijima really had a big hand here that he was, 3-betting for value, he may not 3-bet so much. It's not like there are 4 or 5 players in this pot already that, the larger 3-bet makes as much sense. It's just a scary proposition to just jam here with 2 8s.
And just for Steve Clare's benefit and anyone else who may have been a tad confused, yes, what you're watching right now, the video and the graphics, all recorded 45 minutes ago. We're then calling the action live in your time, if you like, so that we can read your tweets, answer your questions, and experience it in the same time zone.
The whole thing was conceived of and designed by a guy named Dr. Emmett Brown, poker innovator, Hill Valley, California. See, and this is the problem with calling with 8s, even in position, is that most of the time you are not going to like the flop. Nishijima going to continue here.
315,000.
And this is why aggression is just so important. And gets a fold from 2-8s with almost no equity in the hand. Well done, Nishijima. Nishijima, my boy.
John Smith says, just realized Dr. No is a psychiatrist. Hopefully he wins. Joe can get some much needed help during the exit interview.
I actually spent about an hour talking to Dr. No last night, and I feel like I really learned a few things. I called my parents. I slept without waking up in a cold sweat.
So Nishijima leads with 72 bigs. The shortest stack, Ankush Mandavia's 37 bigs, so no one at immediate risk. Evo asks, will there be any guests in the booth today? Yes, Jonathan Duhamel from Team PokerStars Pro is currently next door, commentating in French-Canadian. He'll be joining us in around 30 minutes' time. Inga says, will you guys be calling the action at any of these events? And this is the schedule on PokerStars.tv. There are live streams coming up from the LAPT and from the Eureka Poker Tour. None of that in the English language, by the way. In mid-June, there are live streams from the Estrellas/UKIPT Marbella Festival. Not sure Joe and I are going to be working on that one because we do have a lot of TV work to be doing. And a reminder that during the summer months, where there aren't so many live streams, there aren't so many live events that we'll be covering, you can always watch those TV shows. If you don't live in a country where they're shown on TV, they do get uploaded every single week to PokerStars.tv.
Now it's Nishijima with the 8s, facing a button raise from Rivers. And Nishijima's got an interesting decision here because, you know, 8s is probably going to be the best hand against a button raise, but do you necessarily want to play a huge pot with them? I think I typically opt to play a smaller pot. But Nishijima is a very experienced, accomplished player, so I assume he knows what he's doing.
Well, his re-raise is to 265,000, gets a pretty quick fold from the big blind.
I'm inclined to say that when you 3-bet 8s here, that you get hands that you're doing well against to fold most of the time. And you're getting called most of the time by hands that have pretty decent equity against you or are beating you, but maybe you just don't want to see a flop. There's plenty of money out there already, so.
Well, Rivers has passed the King-9. Nishijima moves over the 3 million mark. Chip leader at this 8-handed final table. James Cole says, talking about satellites, guys, I've won stage 1 and stage 2, so could well see you in Barcelona at this rate. Hashtag excited.
Yeah, buddy. Come on down with some paella.
Queen 9 of hearts for Dr. No. Our online qualifier, Robert Notkin. Fire.
110,000.
Raises to 110,000. This is close to a 3x raise. King Queen for Vincent Jacques.
Certainly can't fold this. I think it's a perfectly fine hand to flat with.
He does just call. Thiago Nishijima's on the button. He's got pocket 3s.
Again, I think this is a pretty decent spot just to flat call. Hope that the blinds don't try to make this pot too huge. Nishijima's been pretty aggressive pre-flop, though. There's the just call.
Francois Goulet in the small blind.
Goulet.
Also seems to have a hand.
Well, at this point, he's getting decent odds. Wow, ace-10 suited.
Ankush Mandavia does not have a hand, so we are going to go 4-way to the flop.
Goulet's got a third of the equity, 4 ways. Jacques and Notkin sharing outs. Nishijima with the best hand for now.
Ace, queen, deuce.
This could get pretty dicey.
Goulet ahead with top pair. Both Jacques and Notkin with second pair. An easy flop for Nishijima to get away from.
But he's going to get a free card.
Action's been checked to him on the button. Ian B says, just logged on. What, no magician? What? You must have logged off last night and missed the final table bubble. You must have missed Antonio Esfandiari going out in 10th place.
The magician disappeared. Interesting card on the turn, 9 of spades.
So Jacques picks up a flush draw to go with second pair. Goulet is still ahead with top pair.
He is not ahead anymore. It's
Oh,
Notkin who turns 2 pair. This is just a really sweaty card.
Missed Notkin with the queen 9. So Goulet, having moved behind, now elects to bet 225,000.
I mean, this card should generate more action than Michael Bay in a $100 million budget. Very interesting dynamic. Top pair, second nut flush draw, 2 pair. All we need is what, the 3 of spades on the river?
Something tells me Nishijima will not be going to the river. So Notkin calls the 225. It's now on Jacques.
And I'm fine with a just call from Notkin. Jacques folds.
Wow. He had decent equity, but elects to let it go.
You know, he doesn't know that. He is drawing, obviously, to a 4-card flush, which will be difficult for him to get value unless he's up against the king of spades, in which case he will get no value.
A fair point, so we're going heads up to the river. An inconsequential 8. I mean, obviously Jack 10 did just get there. Goulet checks. Notkin goes for value.
Teeny tiny value. And I wonder how much. Yep, Goulet's been paying attention. It's just when he lays you that kind of price, I just don't think there's any getting away from it.
Goulet calls, and Robert Notkin wins another one.
And I think we've seen this a few times for Notkin, where he's gone for value, but the value has been so negligible that I do think that he's kind of been missing out on some value in some spots. If someone's going to call 100,000, they'll probably call 200,000. They might call 300,000. And I know that he wants to make sure he gets called, but he also puts himself in a weird spot with a hand like Queen 9 when he bets that small. What if Goulet decides that he's just like, you know what, I'm going to raise. I'm going to raise you here. Then what do you do? Because Queen 9 is not the nuts.
Well, Notkin is now second in chips, 2.9 million. He's just behind Thiago Nishijima, who's got 2.95 million. So not much between them. Notkin under the gun here. Still stacking chips in the last hand. Still smiling from the result of that last hand.
Seriously, though, does anyone else find it ironic that the guy whose name is not Kin has the absolute most kin I've ever seen on the rail at a poker tournament?
So it's been folded around to Nishijima.
75,000.
And for the second hand in a row, Nishijima's got pocket threes.
That would be a sweet joke by Notkin, by the way, if at the end of this tournament he's like, by the way, I was kidding the whole time. I don't know those people. They're Notkin.
Shama in the big blind has ace queen. And he just calls.
Shama's flops a pretty solid draw here, not flush draw. And a gut shot. Shijima continues. Never getting a fold here, ever, 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 ever.
What about next Wednesday?
Nope.
No. November the 15th?
Nope. There's the gut shot on the turn. Shama checks again. See if Nishijima just gives it up now. This board is all over the big blind. Big blind defense range. 7 on the river.
I don't see how Shama gets any value here. I mean, of course he's going to bet it. But there's no way that Nishijima's calling. Brett asks a rather obvious question. What happened to Antonio? Had to leave at the final 10. Brett, think about it.
He quit. He just up and walked out.
He was in the final 10, but he wasn't in the final 9. So what could have happened to him?
He said, for my next trick, it went. And that was it. We had to take his chips out of play. It was weird. Never seen anything like it. Then he made the Statue of Liberty disappear.
Yeah, but he used mirrors for that, I reckon.
75,000.
So there is the expected river lead from Shama. $275,000.
I think this would be a bad time to get cute.
I mean, is Nishijima thinking, well, if he's value betting a jack, maybe I can raise and take him off it?
I mean, he may be thinking he can take him off even better if he tries to rep the flush here, but I think ultimately he's going to make the decision that there are too many strong hands out there that won't fold. A lot of 2 pairs out there.
Nishijima gives it up. And by virtue of that hand, by virtue of Shama beating Nishijima in that pot,
Shama!
Robert Notkin is now the chip leader with 2.9 million.
Notkin, yes, chip leader. He's kind of got the magic in him, James. I would not be at all surprised if he ended up taking this thing down. There's just always a guy that's got kind of a twinkle in his eye, is hitting the hands when he needs to, has the right momentum. It could very easily be Robert Notkin raising the Canada Cup.
As far as prize money is concerned, with 8 players remaining, everyone's guaranteed the better part of $50,000. With more than $366,000 for the winner. I mean, for someone like Robert Notkin, who's in for 30 bucks, that is an amazing prize.
And what I love about Robert Notkin is that he's a successful man, and he could have just bought his way into the tournament that if he wanted to, but why not? Why not satellite in for $30?
Hey, many of the pros that we see on the international circuit, many of the guys with massive bankrolls frequently satellite in. Why wouldn't you?
You're just leaving money on the table, literally.
Brett gets back in touch. Just tuned in and there's only 8 now, so Well, then Antonio went out either 10th or 9th.
Call.
But it was 10th, because I told you that. Notkin defending his big blind with 6-5.
Brett put his shirt on.
Queen 7 deuce flop with 2 clubs.
Both players miss. Jacques doesn't continue. Picks up a gut shot on the turn.
And is still ahead with ace-jack high. Nothing for Notkin to be excited about.
I think a lot of players, by the way, when that king peels off on the turn, out of position, the flop's been checked, may try to steal away the betting lead there, may take a stab at that. Notkin taking a more passive line here, one that's not going to win him a lot at showdown. As you can see, he has virtually no showdown value here ever. What's he beating, 3-4?
Well, he's just given up. He's checked.
Yeah. And it's fine to do this sometimes. It's fine to defend with 5-6 sometimes, and when you miss, just check it down the whole way and lose at showdown. But you can't do that all the time. If you're going to do that, you occasionally have to bluff at it. You occasionally have to take a line that's going to win you this pot. Jacques rages for chips. Notkin wastes no time. We appreciate that. Puts his cards into the center before the chips can even touch the felt.
So about 40 minutes left on this level. Then we'll have the first break of the day. And remember, after that, we're going to go to 60-minute levels as we play down to a champion. This tournament started with 478 runners. 578 total entries across the 3-day ones. 72 made the money. A slice of the $2 million prize pool guaranteed by PokerStars. And now the final 8 are fighting it out for that first prize and that trophy. Nick DeLon is predicting the Notkin effect, which will induce another poker boom.
Haven't seen too much from Ankush so far. Suited Broadway. Miller looking at defended Queen 9 from the big blind. I think in general, a lot of folks are going to defend this. We know he's dominated here, so it looks a little bad. I will say that because we haven't seen much from Ankush, maybe, you know, he's playing a little bit tighter, but action was folded to him in fairly late position when he made this raise, so it's pretty understandable why he'd defend Queen 9.
Ace, 5 deuce, 2 hearts. Action check to Ankush, and he continues. That's 4 red chips, 100,000. And Miller folds. So we've seen 15 hands at the final table, 1 elimination so far, and a new chip leader has emerged, that man being the online qualifier Robert Notkin. Mandavi is no longer the shortest stack at the table. He's now playing 1.5 million. Ryan Rivers is playing 1.46 million.
Ryan Rivers, my second favorite player after Johnny Flops.
Samuel Barber has decided he's joining Team Notkin. He says Notkin looks like he's really enjoying himself. And why shouldn't you? You're at a final table. You're guaranteed 50 grand.
Is that what he's guaranteed at this point?
Yeah.
It's pretty sick.
Well, I mean, if we're going to be exact, it's 48,880, but I'm not going to...
Well, since he's only in for 30 bucks, you can add in the $2,970 that he's in less than everyone else. That puts him up over 50 grand. The math's a little fuzzy there, guys. Don't quote me on the math, but you know what I'm saying.
Zach says on the topic of satellites, didn't Ola Shemian satellite into the Monaco Super High Roller?
Sure did.
Indeed he did. It was a 10,000 euro satellite for a 100,000 euro tournament, which he managed to cash in.
Look at this discipline here. Goulet raises ace-10. Ankush folds ace-7. Dominated.
Round to the blinds.
It's Miller time. He's out.
Vincent Jacques in the big blind. He's got Jack-6 of spades.
The suited is going to make a little bit of a difference to him. I think this is a little loose. He does have a lot of chips.
Starts the hand with 2.3 million.
It's not like Goulet raised late. Pretty early raise for him. Well, what do I know?
Jack 10-7, a pair for both players. Top pair for Jacques, second pair for Goulet. Actions check to him, and Goulet continues.
Well, you can't fold now, Jacques.
Four of hearts on the turn. Goulet's equity improves as he picks up the nut flush draw.
14 outs for this kid.
Jacques checks a second time. Goulet checks behind. Board bricks out for Goulet. Jacques, pair of jacks. Good.
Did you say Jacques pair of Jacques?
Yeah.
Nice.
Check, check on the river. Ship it to Jacques.
Ah, Jack-6, you fish. That's what he's thinking right now. It's hard not to think that, even though it's fairly standard. A little loose if it defend, but what can you do? They were suited. They were suited.
"30 minutes remain on the level."
Do you think 30 minutes is long enough to do a Canada Cup co-star?
Moz death.
I'll tell you what, we'll do a Canada Cup co-star for whoever wins the next pot.
85,000.
Well, it's Nishijima who raises. Under the gun, he has nines. Makes it 85,000. Miller folds the button. Jacques in the small blind. Passes. Rivers in the big blind. Defends with 6-4 off.
That is a loose defend.
Especially with that stack.
That is a loose defend. That defend is looser than the after picture, than the pants in the after picture of most weight loss ads.
Well, he clearly had a plan, and the plan was to just lead any flop. King, Queen, 3.
Why so serious? Why lead the flop? It's weird. It's a weird thing to do.
Especially when you consider this is the kind of flop that's going to connect with Nishijima's under-the-gun pre-flop raising range. But it gets a fold.
Wow. Well done.
So Ryan Rivers is the winner of that pot, Joe. So shall we play Canada Cup co-stars with Ryan Rivers?
We're going to play Canada Cup co-stars with Ryan Rivers, but I think we should do an example one first. And we'll use James Armstrong from yesterday, I think.
Yes.
That way we won't give one away. James Armstrong, our 9th place finisher today. So the way the game works is I'm going to give you a player at this featured table. Then I'm going to name a Canadian actor. And you're going to have to mash up the poker player's name with the title of a movie that the Canadian actor stars in. And the point is you're going to mash them up. Sometimes they'll overlap. Sometimes they'll go in between each other. But the key thing is that you need to keep the name of the movie intact.
And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, I don't get it. I'm going to make a mess of this. But don't worry, because 95% of the audience is with you.
That's the whole point. Now, yesterday, the clue was James Armstrong, our 9th place finisher,
Yes.
and his Canadian co-star was John Candy.
So the answer was James.
So the movie is Armed and Dangerous.
Yes. Therefore, the answer is James Armed and Dangerous Strong.
Exactly.
Because we don't separate the movie title.
Exactly. The movie title must remain intact. You just jam it into the player's name. Now, I've made these ones a little easier where a lot of them just sort of run together, where they don't go in the middle of the name, but sometimes they do. Those are the tougher ones. So here we go for Ryan Rivers. Ryan Rivers, Canadian co-star, is Barry Pepper. Barry Pepper is the Canadian co-star for Ryan Rivers.
Raise and take it for Notkin.
No prize on this bad boy, by the way. No prize. Just my undying respect. And if you guys are lucky, Will Shillabeer isn't up yet. And someone else has a shot at getting this.
So Notkin now playing a 71 big blind stack. Goulet, Rivers, Mandavia, all hovering around the 40 big blind mark. No one particularly short right now. And still, yeah, around 29 minutes left on this level.
Must admit, the Ryan Rivers, Barry Pepper, pretty easy. Glad we started off with an easy one. Ease you guys in. Come on, my babies.
Donnie, straight in. Saving Private Ryan Rivers.
Correct. You nailed it. Donnie, nice job. Kyle, in just a few seconds later, you also got it. That one's too easy. I'm glad we started with it. Chris McFadden, you got it, but since you were third in, I think your boom is a little unnecessary. Chris McFadden, you blew it.
I'm actually pretty impressed that everyone's got it so far.
Well, it was a complete joke.
And says, good evening, Dynamic Duo. I wish I even knew who the Canadian actor was. And very simple. Just go to a site like imdb.com, type in Barry Pepper, look at all the movies he's made and find one where you can work in the name Ryan Rivers.
I think Barry Pepper is the most obscure actor that I've picked today, by the way, so. And you've got a chance. I think Ann's a little a generation before us, maybe. And there's at least there's a couple of Canadian co-stars today that will be down Ann Street, I think. Let's pick up the action here.
Yeah, Notkin just limped under the gun +2 with ace-10. Nishijima decided he was going to call in the small blind, but Goulet's woken up in the big blind with a genuine hand. Ace-queen. He raises with it, makes it 125,000.
This actually worked out really well for Robert Notkin. I wouldn't recommend doing what he did with a hand like ace-10 because you kind of waste the value of it, but he happened to have a very costly second best hand, turned it into a bluff and won pre-flop, so it worked out well for him. But in general, ace-10 is a hand you kind of want some action with.
So Notkin did the old make him think you got aces trick.
Right, which
just limp and then re-raise.
Which you would typically want to do with a hand that has less value than ace-10 because you're sort of wasting the value that ace-10 already has. But if somehow you know you're dominated and you can win the pot pre-flop, good on you. So Chip Stigmy, Nick, Steve, Samuel, Peter, Ian, Brett, Jesse, Jeff, Sam, you nailed it.
Chris McFadden points out that the 4-second delay in his tweet arriving was due to him typing the word boom. So yeah, fair enough. By showing off, Chris, you lost.
Yeah, fair enough.
So let's do another one for the winner of this hand, assuming that, well, Ryan Rivers is folded, so he can't win this hand. Jacques raised from the hijack with Jack-9 of diamonds. Nishijima with threes again?
Steven Nichols says, what's with the comp? Was out picking up my kid. Sick brag that you've had sex before, Steven.
Nishijima decides to re-raise with the threes. Action back on Jacques.
This time he's like, you know what? I've lost every hand with threes. I always flop a bajillion overcards. Let's just win this pre-flop. Jacques got a hand that's like really tempting to take a flop with, but out of position, it's not always recommended. In this case, he's doing pretty well.
Well, he does call.
We know Nishijima you know, we'll follow this up with a C-bet, though. He's not an easy guy to play against. He's aggressive. He knows what he's doing out there.
Ace, king, 7.
Bad flop for both hands, but probably a better one for Nishijima because he's going to bluff at this. Jacques checks.
200,000.
There's the continuation bet. 200,000.
And that's good enough. Now, I've actually just gotten word from PokerStars. Kent says we can give away a half a dozen card protectors today.
Boom.
So I can give away 1 card protector for each of the remaining Canadian Cup co-stars that I have left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5 left. Oh, you know what? I didn't do one for Goulet either. Armstrong wasn't the only guy I missed. Tell you what, if you come up with a great one, let's do a competition right now. We'll run this for the next 23 minutes.
Make it 20 minutes so we've got 3 minutes to get a winner in.
If you come up with one that works, that I like, for Francois Goulet, I will ship you a card protector for that, because I couldn't come up with one. We can run another competition, you know, guessing at them in the meantime while people think about it.
80,000.
James, you're steering the ship. You tell me when you're ready for me to fire the guns.
Jacques raises with queen 8 of diamonds. Ankush Mandavia with jack 4 of diamonds in the small blind.
And Kush knows that he's built up a pretty tight image at this point. This 3-bet should get some respect, especially from a hand like queen 8 of diamonds. Jacques peeled a little light last time, out of position. This time he will be in position. Even though Jack 9 is a... Even though Queen High is a better hand than Jack 9, I think that Jack 9 flops a little bit better than Queen 8 does. Are you trying to tell me that before we did the broadcast today, you won't help me come up with the questions, but now I offer a card protector for coming up one for Francois Goulet, and now you're trying to do it?
Yes.
You are unbelievable, Hardigan. Give me your gun and your badge. I am pulling your card. Unreal.
My name's Kush.
Unreal.
It's not actually that easy for the simple reason that for some reason the internet's gone all weird.
What's not easy is you can find the movie, but then there's got to be someone who's Canadian in it. And you can't pick like 10th billing. You can't pick like onlooker number 4 as the Canadian. It's got to be, you know, a star. I felt like Kiefer Sutherland in A Few Good Men yesterday was even kind of a stretch because he's basically a cameo in that movie.
Yeah.
Okay, we got some answers coming in. Stephen Nichols says, die another Francois Goulet.
What did we just say about not breaking up the movie title?
The movie title must remain intact.
And who is the Canadian co-star in that movie, Stephen? You're missing essential elements.
Like pretty much all of it.
So Mandavia's button raise to 80,000. King Jack offsuit.
Chips Digme says Francois Goulet and Russell Crowe.
Oh, I think we should have a rule where people have to give us a prize.
If you miss like 2/3 of the requirements.
Yeah, absolutely.
All he did was name 2 people. He got Francois Goulet, which I gave to him, and then he named an Australian actor. Big 3-bet pot brewing here.
Yeah, Shamar 3-bets with the 8-9 suited, gets called by Mandavia in position. Shamar pairs his 9. Mandavia with a gut shot.
And 2 overs. Mandavia with pretty decent equity here. Don't think he can fold this for just 1 bet, and he's not even going to have to face a continuation bet. Shamar deciding to slow down and maybe get to showdown with his pair of 9s. Deuce on the turn.
Deuce of hearts.
So nobody picks up any additional equity with that. Mike says Violet and Francois Goulet, which I guess if there's a movie called Violet and Francois that it works, but I've never heard of it. So I'm not going to allow it. Check, check again.
Who is the co-star?
That's right. We do need the Canadian co-star as well. Jeff Jones says Goulet and Seth Rogen, Francois Goulet.
That's awful.
At least he attempted to hit all 3 pieces. Check, check on the river. 9s are going to be good. Jeff Jones at least attempted to hit all the requirements. But you can't just cram the movie title in there. It has to, I don't know, they have to align, they have to overlap. Angela says John Candy and Francois Goulet in Canadian bacon.
I'm just...
Okay, I'm gonna... Someone says Russell Crowe is a Kiwi. Is he from New Zealand or Australia?
He was born in Wellington, New Zealand.
James says as he has his IMDb bio right in front of him. You son of a... You are really getting on my last nerve today. Okay, I'm going to give everyone another example, okay? Because this one's very easy. To Angela, who said John Candy and Francois Goulet in Canadian bacon. If you were going to do... The way it works, we would do Robert Notkin and John Candy would be his Canadian co-star. And James, the answer would be... For Robert Notkin and John Candy, Robert not Canadian bacon.
Okay, that works.
They have to, the sounds, they have to overlap. You can't just name 2 people and put them in the movie together.
So Mandavia raises from the cutoff with Jack 10. Look at this. Shamar calls with Queen Jack. Notkin calls with 6-7. Miller wakes up with kings in the big blind. 3 bets of 250,000. Gets 1 fold. Now, is everyone else going to think this is a squeeze?
It's yeah, it's a more than 4x 3-bet out of the big blind. It looks squeezy. This is where it comes down to player dynamic. Do we think this player is capable of making a huge squeeze? Shamar is going to make the call on the button. I think that this is a hand that offsuit that you can fold, even in position. I think that you're going to be dominated a lot. I don't know how often Miller is going to be squeezing super light.
And Notkin obviously feels he's now getting a good price, so he calls the 3-bet as well.
And this is probably also a fold out of position.
So we have 3 players going to the flop.
Miller, the huge favorite, 2/3 of the equity, 3 ways. And everyone catches a piece of this board.
Jack 9-7. Shamar with top pair. Notkin with bottom pair. Miller still ahead with kings. Notkin checks.
And this is a slam dunk continuation bet. There's tons of hands you can get value from here, just like the 2 he's up against.
335,000.
And this is why, James, this is why that even in position, queen jack offsuit is just, it's dicey. What happens when you're up against ace jack? When you're up against, you know, king jack suited, when you're up against queens, when you're up against kings, you're just gonna throw money into the abyss.
335,000 called by Shamar. Notkin gets out of the way, heads up to the turn. There's already 1.5 million in the middle. Shamar has got Miller covered. Miller with around a pot-sized bet left behind.
Shamar, more like Sham Wow.
2-pair for Shamar.
Miller in big trouble now. He does have a lot of outs, but he's not likely to know he needs them. This is getting to be a dicey board for kings.
He slows down, he checks. Miller would need a king for a set, 7 or a 9 for a better 2-pair, or a 10 for a straight. You can see at the top of your screen, he does have 12 outs with 1 card to come. Josh Cottam says, a little late to the final table party, but better late than never. Would like Ankush Mandavia to take it down.
Miller's checked, and I think Shamar has to bet here. I don't think you can be too afraid. It's not a great board for 2-pair.
And there is one of Miller's outs.
See, and that's why I think you have to bet for value. Miller checks.
It's just so straighty, no one wants to bet it. Miller shows top set. And Shamar gets away, losing the minimum there.
The old suck, resuck. Luckily, kings hold.
And Miller takes the chip lead up to 3.1 million. Joe, I think I've spotted a couple which might work.
Is it Francois Goulet, Canadian co-star, Martin Short for Frankenweenie, Quaz Goulet?
No, that was not one of them, ironically. This one from Ricky Stone. Leslie Nielsen being the Canada Cup co-star. Francois Mr. Magoulet.
Yes, that works.
And also,
that one definitely works.
This one.
Ace Ventura, Francois Goulet.
No, this one from Vader Nader. And this is more as it's spelt rather than how it's said. The co-star is Elias Koteas, and the movie is Francois Goulet Me In.
That works. That I would award credit to that, but I think we got to give it to Ricky Stone because his was better and it was first. So Ricky Stone, we're going to ship you a card protector. That works. I got to admit, out of all the people in the audience, I was not going to put Ricky Stone on the guy to get that.
More chances to win prizes later on. Just 11 minutes left on the level. This is hand 24 of the final table.
Francois Mr. Magoulet. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, Francois Mr. Magoulet.
It works.
It works. That's well done. I'm jealous. I wish I had come up with that one.
Pocket tens for Goulet. He raises. Miller, the chip leader, calls out of the small blind with 8-5 suited. Vincent Jacques in the big blind has Jack 10, and he's calling as well. And it is a Jack high flop. Miller pairs his 5.
I see what you did there. This is annoying when you have 2 10s and you're up against, you know, a 10 and an overcard and the 1 overcard hits. Because it looks like a pretty good board for 10s.
Sure, but I kind of adhere to the Joe Stapleton school of nittiness, and I'm not sure I am c-betting this into 2 opponents. Suffice to say he gets a fold from Miller, but I don't think Jacques going anywhere fast.
Now, when Jacques calls here, you know, there's spades out there and there's some straight draws, but it's going to be a jack a lot of the time. in hands that we're calling with a pair just improved a lot on that turn. You know, any 7s and 5s that might call on that flop that might have defended just improved, or they picked up a straight draw. So I'm probably not double barreling. Yep, Goulet doesn't.
Board
So
pairs on the river.
6s and 10s, losing to jacks and 10s.
If we were awarding prizes for sheer awfulness, by the way, James Z. Stein suggestion, Eternal Francois of the Spotless Goulet, co-starring Jim Carrey, would be winning a prize.
We wouldn't have any money left for this entire company if we had to give away stuff for the worst answers.
So Jacques checks for a third time. And Goulet checks behind.
Goulet! I want to read some more of these bad answers. Hans says Nina Dobrev in Let's Be Cops. Nick Foxall says Francois Goulet the favorite with Joshua Jackson. Francois Goulet, Jay Baruchel, Francois Goulet. I think that one almost kind of works.
Emphasis on the word almost.
Francois Snakes. You did that one.
Nope.
Francois Snakes on a Plane Goulet. Canadian co-stars Rachel Blanchard.
Obscure and doesn't work.
Correct. Francois Goulet. I think Goulet does sort of work, but it's not as good as Mr. Goulet. Yes, Vader Nader, like that one. Oh, I see. Okay, so the guy that was doing Frankenweenie was the co-stars Martin Short. Frankenweenie Swa Goulet.
It's not bad, but it's not as deserving of a prize
Correct.
as the Mr. Magoo.
Yeah, this is a movie. Lay the Favorite was a movie I came up with. Francois Goulet with Paul Anka. Francois Goulet the Favorite. I just didn't think that. I thought that was too obscure. Oh, here we go. I like this one. Francois Goulet Placid, co-starring Oliver Platt. I hope he's actually Canadian. I didn't check that, but he's one of my favorite actors, by the way. He's great. He's a scene stealer.
Going to the flop here. Mandavia raising in mid-position with King 10. Gets called by Shamat with Ace Jack. Neither player hits the flop. Mandavia continues.
You guys can stop with these now, by the way. I'm only going to read probably 10 or 20 more of them. Bet fold. Francois Goulet's Go to Prison, co-starring Leslie Nielsen.
Mandavia up to around 1.5 million. Same size stack as Ryan Rivers. The low man at the table right now, Francois Goulet, with 1.3 million. And blinds going up in 5 minutes' time.
Neil Notkin, big in the cell phone world, not so big in the Canada Cup contest world. Anna was Paquin some heat because Robert was Notkin. Not sure what it has to do with anything, but thanks for playing.
Come back tomorrow.
Hans, you were first for sure. You were the first terrible answer we received. Congratulations. Samuel says, Simon says stop reading tweets. Oh, I blew it.
And 26 of the final.
80,000?
For Vincent Jacques raises the button with 10-5 off suit. Ryan Rivers folds King Jack in the small blind. Nishijima folding Queen 6. My apologies, Rivers has actually called, so we are going to see a flop. Ace 8-5. And this is going to go check bet fold a lot of the time, but Jacques elects to check behind and pairs his 10. I guess he did have marginal value with a pair of 5s.
Now he's got a lot more value. He's got value for days.
Obviously, Rivers has picked up a gut shot on the turn. And with no continuation bet from Jacques on the flop, he does not decide to lead. He checks again. Jacques now does bet. Now he's turned 2 pair.
I think this is a pretty easy fold. Yep. And if you do win a prize today, producer Ted will be in touch with you over Twitter to figure out how to get it to you. How much time left on the level?
3 minutes. I think you're going to have to wait till the other side of the break for your next competition round.
Absolutely.
Unless you're going to adhere to Stephen Nichols' advice. He says, this is the worst competition you guys have ever done. We're too dumb for this competition.
Some people got it. Some people got it hard.
Players just being reminded that after the break, which will come in around 3 minutes' time, we will revert to 60-minute levels. That was always the plan for this tournament. 60-minute levels on days 1 and 2, then going to longer levels on days 4 and 5, 90 minutes, and then back to 60-minute levels for the final table.
Looking on Kush, trying to get a little cute here towards the end of the level. Little under-the-gun steal attempt. Jack-9 suited. Notkin flats with ace-10. Ricky Stone, I can assure you that Ted Van Osh does, in fact, work for PokerStars. He does look a little weird post-op. But producer Tina now wishes to be known as producer Ted. And you can certainly follow him back to make sure he sends the card protector. Heads up to the flop. Queen, Queen, Jack. Mandavia. Flops best. Mandavia is a country, I think. Isn't that where the Mayahi guys are from? The Numa guys?
It's Moldova.
Oh.
Notkin improves on the turn.
Improves and jumps way out in front.
Still it goes check, check.
And I think Ankush is going to be pretty cautious of this board in general when he gets a call from also early position. Notkin comes out firing. I'd be pretty shocked if Ankush called here. Oh, he's reaching for chips. He does call. Notkin shows top pair. Mandavia loses a fairly significant pot for his chip stack.
Drops down to 1.25 million. Notkin now tied for the chip lead with Justin Miller. They're both playing just over 3 million.
James, what do we think of co-star Ellen Page, X-Men Ghoulets of Future Past?
No.
If the movie were actually called Ghoulets of Future Past, it would work. You can't mess up the movie title. So you would need the guy's name to be Goudet for that to work. Goudets of Future Past.
So after the break, we will be joined in the booth by Jonathan Duhamel from Team PokerStars Pro. So during the break, you can fire in some questions for Jonathan, tagging your tweets Canada Cup.
We've got a legit question from Gilad, James.
Go on.
I think you can answer it. Is it just me, or does Vincent Jacques look a lot like Ben Wilanowski in a ponytail?
A little bit. I still think the Rafa Nadal lookalike is better.
Rafa's better.
Oh, aces for Jacques. Shamar's opened under the gun with 6-7 suited. Jacques with aces in late position.
This is going to be the last hand of the level.
You can hear the tournament clock ticking down in the background.
225,000.
Rivers folds. Ujima is out. Francois Goulet in the small blind. Has a hand, ace-jack of diamonds.
Oh, boy.
He's one of the shortest stacks of the table.
I think that this is a hand that you can fold a lot. Yeah, see ya. Under the gun raise, 3-betting an under the gun raiser. You're just getting him at a weird spot there with ace-jack, out of position.
Well, Shamar is going to be out of position, but it doesn't seem to bother him.
Now, this is curious. Remember, we were noting yesterday, and any other time we had him at the feature table, he does not like to give up pre-flop.
Very true.
And 6-7 suited is one of the best hands you can have for cracking aces. And that is one of the best flops you can hit with 6-7 suited to crack aces. Jacques with no heart in his hand.
So ace is still ahead, but look at this. It's almost a coin flip. Shamar, having paired his 6, has a ton of outs, 13 of them to be precise. Plus, opportunities as neither player has a heart. Ben Yu observes that Decano is coming off a 6+ figure score in the scoop, and now final tables the Canada Cup. Nice.
Streaky game. Shamar checks to the last aggressor. And playing this in flow, I think, is the perfect way to do it. You don't hate your hand, but also you don't love it, and you want to just see a card for cheap.
Shark's continuation bet is 250,000.
Now, we took note of the fact that we know the whole cards, we know the equity, we know they're almost a coin flip, but even if Shamas hits some sort of card that improves his hand, he might not know it. He just folds here, which I don't think is the worst thing ever. I think if you're going to call a 3-bet pre-flop, I do think you have to call there, but you don't know where you're at. Like, a lot of his outs were hearts.
Which is probably why it's best not to call the 3-bet and play the flop out of position.
Agreed. I agree.
So Vincent Jacques wins the last hand of the level and becomes the chip leader with a 61 big blind stack. Remember, blinds going up to 25 and 50,000 when we come back from the break. With 8 players remaining, 2 of whom are hovering around the 25 big blind mark. More cards up action from the Canada Cup on the other side of this 10-minute break here at the Playground Poker Club in Montreal.
We deliver the richest live poker experience on the planet. Win a free seat to the PokerStars Montreal Festival with a prize pool of $1 million. Qualify now only on PokerStars.net. We are poker.
Well, Raymond, yeah, I've been with PokerStars for quite a while. As far as my role changing, I think there are times where, we've been doing some, television production, and they've asked me for my advice on some of the stuff, like the big game and things like that. So I played a role there. And they asked for my feedback in a lot of ways. I've been around long enough. I do have a good sort of ear for the player's voice and what they want. So they've definitely gone to me there. As far as like the newcomers to the team, yeah, I feel like I've really made some good friendships with guys like Jason Mercier and Eugene Kachloff and the like. They're really great players, and we travel together. We do a lot of media stuff together. We don't really talk a lot of poker, to be honest with you. Mostly just we really just kind of have fun talking about life. Well, Raymond, yeah, I did win the APAC, and I've had a decent year so far. But the year's not over. I've got Player of the Year titles that I'm looking forward to winning. So I'll be working my best at it. I'm going to be in Europe playing the EPTs and also the World Series Poker Europe. So I'm going to give it my best. Well, Raymond, one of the things that you have to be conscious of is you always want to be introspective. Check in with yourself, like every 6 months to a year, and how you're playing, and are you in line with the way that you think you should be playing? Because often when we're losing or not doing as well, we blame it on bad luck, and it's very likely true. But what bad luck can do is also make you play worse. So you need to really be honest with yourself and you know, take a look at how you're thinking about the game. Carly, yeah, I'm a vegan, which I feel just is a healthy lifestyle for me. It works for me. I'm not saying that everyone needs to be, but it's certainly what works for me. As far as energy, when I became a vegan, I felt like I had way more energy. I don't do caffeine, I don't do drugs, except for drinking sometimes. But I've just always had a lot of energy and spirit and spunk, and I think that likely my diet and the way that I live my life contributes to that, yeah. Well, Carly, if somebody put meat in my burger during the tournament, I would not be happy about it. I don't know that I would get sick. It depends how much of it I consume, but if you haven't eaten meat for as long as I have and then you just had a big old steak or something, there's a very good chance that your stomach's not going to like it. Well, to be honest, Panos, I think there's like several ways to learn how to play the game. Getting a coach is one idea, but you can also, do training sites. I have one called Poker VT. There's books. But I didn't learn that way. I did it the old-fashioned way, just kind of talking with friends and, just sort of learning through experience. Well, Alistair P., yeah, I think that what generally happens at the highest stakes is you have, a player or two that sort of make the game. And what ends up happening is there's like a network of people who help set up the game and they sort of get on the in-list. It's a little bit political, and I don't like it, especially when they do it in Las Vegas, because there's actually a rule in Las Vegas where you're not allowed to private game in a casino. What they'll often do is they'll set up the game where they have it full, and then they make the list their people, which is fine. But then if the seats open up, they don't let people play, which I'm not okay with. I've never been a schmoozer or an ass kisser, so I don't put myself in those situations. To each his own, I guess. People got to get their hustle on. It's just not for me.
Welcome to PokerStars.net NHL Alumni Charity Poker Tournament.
Right now.
Win your chance to play in the next PokerStars.net NHL Alumni Charity Tournament with hockey greats and PokerStars team pros.
I have a pair of queens. Oh!
Clean up on aisle 3.
Flight, hotel, spending money, and your share of $100,000 to your favorite charity.
If it is a 9, it would be great TV.
Oh! Qualify online now at PokerStars.net.
Vanessa shoves. Call. Troinovsky calls.
Vlad is in a great spot to double up. Vanessa does have 3 outs, though.
28% equity. A 28% chance of winning the tournament on this hand. It's an ace! That's it, it's over. Vanessa Sops has won. Wow.
Hello, my babies from Monaco. Now, Monaco is home to some of the richest people in the world, but it's also home to a real live princess. And this time for challenge tapes, you guys have voted that I need to dress up like a princess and go take photos with tourists. So I've been given 1 hour to take 30 photographs of tourists. Why that number? Because no one really thought this through. It's arbitrary. Seems like I might not be able to do it. That's why it's a challenge. Anyway, one thing you guys should know is that all princesses are born with magical powers. So right now, watch my princess magical power as I change into my costume. Here we go. Here I am, look at this. In my princess costume. They told me that I couldn't have a wand because wands were for fairies, but guess what? I'm a princess. I will have a bleeping wand if I want a bleeping wand. Got our first customers over here. So are you guys gonna buy a photo or what? Yeah, I see you have a camera. Can we do one photo? Oh, there we go. Okay.
Who's going to kiss the princess?
Who is gonna kiss the princess? That's a good question. For €1 in Monaco, this is easily the cheapest thing you will do all day. Whoop! We got another. It's all right. We'll go real quick here. Okay. If I have to. Un beso. Por favor. Oh, gracias. Uh-oh, wait, hold on. Just 10 euros. Ah, unbelievable. Stiffed. I feel like it's a lot to ask to charge someone to be forced to be seen with me right now. I might throw the whole, you know what? Does anyone have a marker? Let's just make this a little more realistic. Big photo here, big photo. Yes. What do you think? Pretty muscular for a princess, I know. Do you want to hold my wand? Hey, princess photos! Is that your husband on the line? Tell him I'm not here. Okay, here we go. You know, my dad used to call me princess all the time, and I don't think it really messed me up at all. This means kiss a princess, I pay you 10 euros. Okay, $10. No, it's totally worth it.
10 euros,
Hold on a second, hold on. Does anyone have any change for a 500? He's got one, all right, cool. Thank you very much, sir. I am very popular south of the border, apparently. I truly am princess for a day. Kiss a princess for only 10 euros.
She's my princess.
She's your princess? Okay, well, go ahead. That was the stuff right there. That was the stuff. That was the stuff from fairy tales. The reason I even do stuff like this is just because I don't really have anyone in my life, you know, and it's all for attention and let's all get to know each other. What are you guys doing later? Enjoy that ice cream. It all gets way worse after that, just so you know. Everything's happy and you're eating ice cream, and then the next day you're dressed up in a princess costume for $100. Well, my babies, I think I smashed the Stapes Challenge. So once again, y'all failed. Y'all can't embarrass me. I embarrass you. You don't embarrass me. So once again, I win the Stapes Challenge. Boop. I broke my wand. I broke my wand! Unbelievable! It's supposed to be my day, and I can't even have one thing go right. I don't even care about any of this anymore. There we go. I'm out. Peace. I'm done. This. I can't see where I'm going.
We deliver the richest live poker experience on the planet. Win a free seat to the PokerStars Montreal Festival with a prize pool of $1 million. Qualify now only on PokerStars.net. We are poker. We deliver the richest live poker experience on the planet. Win a free seat to the PokerStars Montreal Festival with a prize pool of $1 million. Qualify now only on PokerStars.net. We are poker.
Randy Nanonoko Liu is the ultimate grinder. In his lifetime, the 24 tabling online poker wizard has logged over 4 million hands and made Supernova Elite 4 times, earning him $2 million in winnings and over $500,000 in rewards from the PokerStars VIP Club. His relentless work ethic and intense dedication have produced one of the most incredible graphs in online poker history and made him a legend in the community.
My name is Randy Liu. I'm 25 years old, and I play as Nanonoko. Play on PokerStars.com. Member of Team Online for PokerStars. I first discovered poker in college. I had some friends that were just kind of playing casually. I was already aware of what poker was, but I actually played it. In the beginning, I did make a lot of deposits, but didn't work out too well. That kind of drove me to work a little bit harder. Trial and error was kind of my way of approaching things. I would try tactics, if one aspect didn't work, I'll try a different one. And when I do that, I start to understand why one way doesn't work and why the other way is correct. I would say that I'm definitely one of the hardest working players in online poker. during middle school, ever since now, I've been playing competitive video games. I would used to go on weekends just, during when I'm in middle school, high school, be like, yeah, I'm gonna be out for the weekend. I'd go travel to like LA, which is 6 hours away.
Welcome back to the final table of the PokerStars Canada Cup. We started the day with 9 players. We lost James Armstrong in 9th place, and now we are down to 8. And right now it's Vincent Jacques who leads with a stack of more than 3 million. This is what they're playing for. Everyone guaranteed the better part of $50,000 now. The winner's going to get $366,000, and of course, the trophy itself. So back to the action. Here's how they stack up right now as we start level 27. 25,000, 50,000 with a 5,000 ante. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton and Jonathan Duhamel from Team PokerStars Pro.
Hey guys.
Thank you for switching languages, Jonathan.
French, English, all the time.
Is that tough, by the way, if you've been focusing on poker in French for an hour and then you suddenly have to switch to your second language?
You know what? It's not too bad because, like sometimes, when we're in conversation talking poker with some English poker players, we're gonna be, let's say, the French Canadian with us together, and then we go from speaking both French and English even during the same sentence. So we just go back and forth all the time, maybe getting used to it.
Is that a French Canadian thing or is that a poker thing? Because I noticed that in all the other languages that we listen to Russian commentary and be like blah 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 blah, re-raise.
The thing is, I mean, it's a lot easier for people to talk in English because it's the language that everyone talks in some ways. So it just makes sense to everyone like to discuss in English. But often there's going to be a group of French Canadians, so we're going to be talking in French, and then someone joins the conversation. So to include him, we're going to like finish our sentence in English just so he understands. Then we keep on going in English for the rest.
Let's pick up the action here. Ankush Mandavia limped in the small blind. Shamar checked his option, and Ankush has bet the flop. Shamar calls.
Both players with a 6, but only one of them has 2 pair.
Well, actually, Shamar raised the flop. Ankush made it 50,000. Ryan made it 150,000. And this gets checked to showdown.
Ankush has been pretty card dead this whole tournament, at least, sorry, for this final table. And the hands he's chosen to play, he's had some costly second best ones. Don't forget, guys, get your questions in for Jonathan. Hashtag Canada Cup. Oh my gosh. Alva says, Joe looks so good in a fairy costume, but that chest hair must be a European thing. I'm not European. I'm American.
So is Vincent Jacques a player you know at all, Jonathan?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been knowing him for a couple of years already. A very strong player from Quebec City, so about 2 hours from Montreal. He's been on the scene for a couple of years now. He was in Vegas also in 2010 when I won the main event. So he's been a good friend, knowing him with poker. Been friend with him since then. He is a very good guy, very talented poker player, and very well respected of the Quebec poker community.
And in Quebec City, is that is there less English happening in Quebec City than there is here in Montreal?
There is less English. I think Montreal is definitely the place with the most Anglophones in the province of Quebec. So Quebec City would be almost exclusively French,
really?
I would think. It's a beautiful city. I feel like every time we go there for the weekend, just having fun, visiting the city. It's one of the most beautiful city in all of Canada for sure. And it's also the city that is the most European of all North America.
Yeah, I would guess so, right?
It's a very old city, but very, very pretty. A lot of things to do over there.
Kind of an action flop here. Top pair for Jacques. Flush draw for Shamar.
Yeah, Jacques' pre-flop raise was called by both Shamar and Notkin in the blinds. Notkin has folded to this lead from Shamar of 175,000. Missy says, sadly at work now, so I'm hoping this table is a repeat of the Buonanno-Salter battle, wanting to see live streaming when home. Well, you're alone in that hope.
That's not even fair.
So Jacques calls and improves to 2-pair on the turn.
2-pair, that'll be no good if a diamond hits the river. Or a Jacques.
Oh. Pretty interesting because Shama has been playing pretty tight so far from what we've seen on the final table. Hasn't made too many moves, and
except for that last hand, it was kind of weird where he called the 3-bet with 6-7, and then folded.
And then folded to almost a perfect flop for him.
Yeah.
I mean, although that was the hard draw out there, you cannot expect much better flop calling out of position with the 6-7 suited. It was very surprising to see him go away and decide to not play that.
Yeah, for sure. This is a bet of 350,000.
Really? That's a decent chunk of Shamar's stack.
Yeah, sure is. I mean, he must think that he can get a fold here a lot, and if not, he's got what he thinks is plenty of equity. Probably doesn't know he's up against 2-pair. Might think his queens and 10s are live.
It's playing, calling from the small blind and playing the hand that way is definitely out of the ordinary for sure.
We're going to have to double check these stacks maybe, I think.
I think Shamar has more chips than we think he does, and I think Mandavia has fewer chips than we think he does.
Was a crucial river.
And it is a jack.
And this is a really dirty river too, because obviously when the diamond draw gets there, it's very visible. You can see,
obvious.
Yeah, you can see 3 diamonds out there.
There's no way of knowing that Shama has a queen 10 over here.
Yeah, runner straight. Everything's funner when you go runner.
There would be a hand that Jacques would be worried about. It would be like pocket 4s or pocket 6s. That would make sense, calling from the small blind and then hitting a set, betting, trying to protect from all those draws out there. I was also very surprised to see Jacques not re-raise the turn. He has a very strong hand. There's a lot of draws out there, but probably because of the stacks, this is why he decided to play it more cautiously and wait for the river.
Yeah, I think on the turn you're going to have the best hand like almost always, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But again, it was very surprising to see Shama lead out both the flop and the turn. So, I mean,
he's a little confused, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't play like that so far as of yet from what we've seen on the final table. So Shama is mixing it up, and it seems like it's working.
Yeah, I think just in reds alone, Shama has got more than what our graphics are indicating right now. Looks like he's got at least 800 in reds.
I think 1.2 million or something. Shama is taking such a long time. He doesn't know what to do. He probably did not expect to make a runner straight. Now he has no clue how to try to win as many chips as possible.
Well, he's going for all of it.
Death Tangle Noir presented.
So Jonathan, what do you do here with King 9? What do you do with 2-pair?
That's such a tough spot because he could have pocket 4s or pocket 6s like we talked about, but also there's so many missed draws out there, so many missed flush draws, both diamonds and hearts. And when you shove all in like that on river, it looks like a missed draw. They're just trying to win the hand. So it's very, very tough call, very tough to know what's going on. It really depends on who the player is. And considering that Shama was playing pretty tight so far from what we've seen, it's going to be very tough for Jacques to call the all-in bet there.
When you call here with 2-pair and you are beat, you feel shame.
Yeah. You feel like you should have known. You can see what's going on right now.
Do you think that there are oh boy, so there's missed draws is what you're beating?
Yeah.
And then there are some 2-pairs like. Do you ever expect someone to have King Jack here?
I mean,
less, right? It's always like 4s and 6s.
Yeah, there's not that many. Yeah, I mean, the way the hand was played, also giving the fact that Shema he both led the flop and the turn. I mean, you gotta see something on the flop. Like what did he had on the flop? There's a couple of missed straight draws and stuff, but definitely because he was playing so tight. I mean, 4s and 6s are definitely in his range.
Do you think that because he led flop and turn that you can sometimes rule out missed diamonds? Like, that's not really the way most people are going to play a diamond draw.
I would imagine so, especially the fact that I think they were 3-handed going to the flop, so he can check hoping there's going to be check around.
Yeah.
But again, if he had 4 or 6s, would he waited that long on the river to make a move? You know, he waited for like 2 or 3 minutes before making a move. He should have in his head his play already, so it's very, very tough spot. You're risking so much of your stack on that decision.
And it's player dependent too, right? Like, is Shema the kind of guy that's going to make a move like this with an air ball, with a missed draw? I don't think a lot of players will. I think especially, no discredit to these guys, but especially, you know, maybe if it's a super high roller or if it's some kind of, you know, a table full of really experienced, accomplished players, they're more likely to do this.
Absolutely, and there's no reason to believe that Shema would do that. You know, the way he played, he was playing very patient, very solid. So now Jacques is wondering what hands does he beat besides the bluff, and are there really any bluffs in there? Like, what would have happened if the river was a blank, complete blank? Would Shema go all in with his queen eye, but busted flush draw? That's a real question.
Yeah.
Actually, no one knows the answer to that question.
It's a really good question.
Would he bet $500,000? Would he check and give up? Would he go all in, risk his tournament on that bluff?
I just think that in general, at this stage, for this amount of chips and this much money on the line, there aren't many people who are doing this with air, and you're not beating any other value hands. So it's easy for me to say because I can see the whole cards, but I think even in person, I'm leaning toward a fold here.
And I got to agree with you because it's such a big final table, you know, for those guys, and you know it's a final table also. You don't want to risk your tournament like that when you could just like go up the ladders and make a couple more money by moving up the spots.
Yeah.
But again, Shama was betting with Queen Eye there before hitting the river. So
it's just such a disguised hand.
It is. He was bluffing up to this point, but would he bluff his whole tournament with it? That's another question. You know, considering that he folded the 6-7 suited. But Jacques doesn't know that.
Doesn't know that.
So we haven't got it verified, but I'm pretty sure that Shama's shove is for more than 690,000. I think it's closer to $1 million.
It looks like 1.2 million, I think.
Yeah.
That's a call.
Huge pot for Shama as he tables Queen 10 for the straight.
And Queen 10's the hand when he turns it over at first, you don't even know you're beat. You're like, what is his queen? Oh, no, it's a straight.
Yeah. The diamonds out there made sense, but not the Queen 10 of it.
Right, you see 2 diamonds, you think you're good.
Yeah.
And this is a huge loss for Vincent Jacques. Remember, these graphics slightly out at the moment.
Gave him the old shamalama ding dong.
The all-in was for roughly 1.1, 1.2 million. That's what Vincent Jacques has just lost on the river there.
So because we do have the stack slightly off, we think it may take a while for that to get corrected because this did happen 45 minutes ago.
And we can be pretty confident that Rayon Chamat is now the chip leader. He'll have more than 3 million in front of him.
That's tough for Vincent Jacques. It's a big one that he lost.
We do have some questions that have come in for Jonathan during that hand. Stan wants to know, Jonathan, have you ever been to Buffalo for a hockey game?
I have never been to Buffalo for a hockey game. I would love to, though.
No offense to Buffalo, I'm from New York, but we're talking about really amazing, beautiful cities like Montreal, Toronto, Quebec. Buffalo, sorry guys, not one of them.
And they, not to be harsh, they don't have the greatest team as of right now. They're rebuilding.
Now Jonathan Colm is getting anxious. He says, when is the champ going to the series? He's on my 8-man team versus my friend.
Tomorrow morning I got my flight, don't worry. I'll be there. I'm going to be playing somewhere around 30 to 35 events. So I'll be playing a lot.
Wow, that's a big number.
Yeah, I played I think 32 last year, so it should be pretty similar. So tomorrow morning, leaving for Vegas, trying to win a bracelet.
On a scale of 1 to 10, obviously we would have heard if it was a 10, but what would you rate your series last year?
Not a 10 for sure because I didn't win a bracelet.
Yeah.
But considering I had 5 cashes.
5 cashes in 30 events, is that a C plus? Is that a 5 or a 6 for you?
It's there was no big wins, so it would be rather not that good. But considering that I final tabled the 50K Players Championship, that's a mixed game event.
One. Yeah.
That changes it, and I was very happy about that one because I don't feel like I'm a mixed game specialist of some kind, but I'm trying to get better and stuff. So it was a lot of fun making that run. And I'm really looking forward to be playing more mixed game events this year.
And how do you take, like, I assume that, so making the 50K final table was probably like a big saver for you, but if you're just having like a brick out World Series, like, how do you handle that? How do you come out? Do you ever just feel like you're going to lose your mind? Like it's just day after day of
Yeah, I mean, there's not
go broke 1 hour into a tournament, play the 5 PM tournament, go broke 2 hours into the tournament.
Yeah, there's not much to do. Just relax, take a day off, and do something else.
Now, bear in mind, a lot of the graphical information you're going to see over the course of this level will unfortunately be off. We think that Shammai is the chip leader at the moment. We think he's got more than 3 million. It's obviously very difficult when we spot something 45 minutes after it's happened. No change can be implemented until 45 minutes' time. There's a question from Alex, Jonathan, and this is an interesting one because there's a key element in this question which I want to address. Jonathan, how do you deal when getting slimed online, losing with aces to Trey Deuce all in pre-flop? I just can't deal with it. I find it interesting that Alex's perception is this only happens online.
It does not only happen online. It happens everywhere, all the time. Poker sometimes is a tough game. There is some luck involved, so sometimes you're going to lose with the best hand. You just gotta have to deal with it. It happens to everyone. It's not fun, but it's part of the game. Sometimes you're gonna win with the worst hand. You're gonna lose with the best hand. It's the way the game is. It does not happen more often online than live. It's the same everywhere. I don't know. Go take a walk and start another tournament. There's not much to do.
You gotta have a good attitude like Jonathan over here. Mandavia flops an up and down draw.
Yeah,
started dominated.
He was the pre-flop raiser, and I think it's crucial to point out that we think Ankush is the shortest stack at the table with around $1 million at the start of this hand. His continuation bet of 80,000 is called by Robert Notkin.
I'm surprised about Notkin. For the last 3 days, he's played nuts. He's not scared at all.
Like, no, he sure isn't.
He's here to play. He doesn't mind putting chips in the middle, even though he doesn't have, the best hand possible or something. He knows that,
He in fact puts less chips in when he's got the best hand. He bets really small when he's got monsters.
He knows that guys like Mandavia is going to be playing a lot of hands, so he doesn't mind playing back at them. He's here to play, so that's fun to watch.
Well, this gets checked down, and I think Mandavia is going to drop well below the $1 million mark now after that hand.
Jonathan, Maxime wants to know, hey, did you make crazy fun stuff since you became a millionaire, like driving a McLaren?
Not that crazy, to be honest. I didn't do that much. Gave a bunch to charity. Travel a lot. I mean, that's a big thing. Having the chance to go to Australia, to go to China, to play some poker tournaments, going to the Bahamas and stuff like that. I think that's a big thing. Just to have the chance to do that is pretty huge. And then just some experiences here and there, going to all the hockey games I won, going to some soccer games in Europe, or stuff like that. So that's just a big thing. Just having fun,
Now, while you're here, Jonathan, we want to play a competition. And, Joe, we've got a car protector to give away. We've still got a few
Sure do.
Canada Cup car protectors. I believe, Joe, you've got a round of Cool Story Bro lined up for us.
That's right. The name of the game is Cool Story Bro. I'm going to read 4 anecdotes aloud. And it's up to you to decide which anecdote belongs to which of the 3 men in the booth. And there's 1 made-up anecdote. So what you want to do is listen to the 4 stories, pair the story with the commentator, and then determine which story is fake send us a tweet, hashtag it Canada Cup, and each of the stories involves a professional poker player. So what you want to do is, let's say one of the stories involves Daniel. If you think that's my story, you'll say Daniel Stapes.
Again, you're doing the Daniel thing. Daniel Negreanu. The man has 2 names.
Dude, who else would I be talking about?
Daniel Coleman.
No, I wouldn't be.
You do have previous with Daniel Coleman.
I do, but I wouldn't be. I would say Daniel Coleman. Or Daniel Cates, or Jungle Man, but whatever, whatever person in the story, like if the story involves, who's not involved today, so Greg Raymer, you would say Raymer, Hardigan, Moneymaker, Duhamel. You have to pair the story with the commentator, identify the fake one, hashtag it Canada Cup. First person to get all 4 stories correctly identified will win a Canada Cup card protector. We'll get through this hand first, then I will read the 4 anecdotes. Goulet opened this pot, ace-9 of hearts. Shammah 3-bet from the hijack, 7-10 of diamonds. Action back on Goulet, who does have the best hand, but he's out of position.
Shammah does have some chips now, so he's ready to play. 3-betting with a hands like 10-7 suited. He's trying to use those chips to his advantage to win some more. It's a tough spot for Goulet with ace-9 of hearts. He raised from early position and got 3 bets, so it's a tough spot for him.
You expect to be behind here a lot, and if you're not a huge favorite.
Yep. So I just wanted to say very quickly, we think that the differential is 400,000 between Mandavia and Shammah because there was an error when that hand took place just off the back of the break.
So Shammah's got 3 million. Mandavia has 400K less than what we've got him on, which is
800,000.
800 total after we subtract the 400.
Yes.
Got it.
Probably just over 800,000 and around 3 million for Shammah. We definitely think he's the chip leader right now.
I also don't want to lose these questions for Jonathan in the timeline, so maybe we can handle them while we wait for Goulet to make his decision. Like Michael Boyle, who says, what's the over-under for number of Quebec bracelets this year, and who's next? Gaudio, G-River, Laurence?
Oh, that's a good question. There was 2 last year in Quebec. Hopefully there's going to be at least 1, but I'm going to say 2 again this year. You said G-River, that's a good one. He's a good mixed game player. Yadio, yeah, why not Yadio? Yann Dion from Quebec City is going to win one also.
Celine Dion's nephew.
Here we go.
Jonathan, I met one of your friends in Vienna, and I feel so bad I don't remember his name. I think it might have been Vincent, but he's a blonde-haired guy, laughs all the time. Just
his nickname is Peck, which is a very good friend of Vincent. He's from Quebec City as well. So
what's his real name?
Peck.
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 He wears like a backwards cap most of the time.
He remembers you.
Great kid. Love that guy.
Yeah, he is a nice kid. A lot of fun.
I feel terrible that I don't remember his name. Peck.
He won't be offended. He didn't remember anyone's name.
I have to meet someone like 4 or 5 times is the unfortunate thing. You know why, Jonathan? Because we drink.
Yeah, we do. Goulet's taking a long time with his decision now.
Yeah, he sure is. I mean, he may be sort of keen to the fact that Shammah is a little wild. He's a little loosey-goosey.
Especially with chips now. Do you want to risk it with the ace-9 of hearts, though?
Possibly, probably not.
Yeah.
Is there an argument for just folding ace-9 of hearts to begin with under the gun +1, or do you have to raise your suited aces?
I mean, you know, me myself, I would almost always raise. You might get 3-bet behind, but then you have to, adjust.
Reevaluate after that.
Reevaluate who's the guy who 3-bets you. If you start folding all those hands, you're going to be folding way too much. But it might even be worse, though, to raise fold them, because you're just going to lose even more money. So when you do raise them, and most of the time, not always, but most of the time, it's got to be with the intention of going all in after that. Goulet doesn't have that big of a stack. He started the hand with like 1.2 million or something, which is 22 big blinds. Decides to fold.
Goulet does let it go. Sounds like Dominic maybe had a problem with it. I came shouting in the booth next door. What's happening over there?
He's a passionate fella. Okay, Joe, let's kick off this contest.
All right, here we go. Here are the 4 anecdotes. You have to correctly pair it with the commentator in the booth, myself, Jonathan, and James, and identify the fake one. Here we go. Once got a tray full of drinks spilled on him by Jason Duval. Once ended up eating McDonald's in a London gutter with Liv Boeree and Vanessa Selbst. Once set up on a date with Vanessa Russo's assistant. Once stole a bag of Oreo cookies from Phil Hellmuth Jr.
So one of those stories belongs to me, James, one to Jonathan, and one to Joe. And one of them is fake. Match the pro, match the player or players in one of those stories with the commentator.
Correct, and I don't want any of this nonsense. No, 1 Stapes, 2 Jonathan, 3. Don't list them 1, 2, 3, 4, or A, B, C, D. It gets too confusing that way. Give me some detail from the story. If you don't want to say Liv Boeree and Vanessa Selbst, just call it the McDonald's story.
Other fast food restaurants are available. Joe, read the anecdotes one more time.
One more time. Once got a tray full of drinks spilled on him by Jason Duval. Once ended up eating McDonald's in a London gutter with Liv Boeree and Vanessa Selbst. Once set up on a date with Vanessa Russo's assistant. Once stole a bag of Oreo cookies from Phil Hellmuth Jr.
Tag your tweets, Canada Cup. Interesting raise from Ankush Mandavia. We know he's playing around 800,000, Jonathan, so we know he's got a sub-20 big blind stack. And he's raising in relatively early position with King 10 offsuit.
Yeah, well, Ankush is a very aggressive player. It is a risk, obviously, raising for that early of a position with that weak of a hand. But he is someone that's pretty aggressive. And you know what? The table has been playing pretty passive so far. There hasn't been that many crazy hands going on. So he feels like his raise is going to take it down most of the time. And it's just worth it to raise 100,000 to win a little more than that. He still can fall afterwards if he gets re-raised, like we're seeing right now. So he just felt like it was the right moment to raise the hand. It's not always that people's going to wake up with 2 queens after that. So very often everyone's going to fall. You win the blinds and ante, and it's pretty good.
Suffice to say, the 3-bet from Rivers with queens gets through. Mandavia will be left with around 700,000 now.
Jonathan Calm just wants you to know he thinks that you're going to win the 10K mixed game bracelet.
Thank you.
Will Shillabeer says, hip hip Goulet.
Okay, some answers are coming through, Joe. Are you working your way through them?
I am catching up on the timeline. My tweets always come in after yours. Here we go. Eric, incorrect. Will, incorrect. Donnie, incorrect. No fracture, incorrect. Jason, incorrect. Jessica, incorrect. Steven, incorrect. It's always messed up when they get it right away. I'm glad some people missed it already. Mike, incorrect. Chris, a.k.a. Skippy, incorrect. Lilas, incorrect. Ilias maybe is the name. Lawrence, incorrect. Stefan, incorrect.
We got action here. Miller raises it with 9s from the hijack. Goulet with jacks in the big blind. So he starts the hand with around 1.1 million. So around 22 big blinds. And he announces all in. Best way to play jacks with that stack size, Jonathan?
Got to decide what's the best way to maximize, your value, but it's definitely a good hand to play it. I don't know if it's the best. It depends on your opponent. But, with 2 jacks, you don't want to raise small, and then Miller is going to call, and then you see some queen, king, or aces out there on the flop. So it's definitely not bad to win the hand right there. You might be called, with a hands like pocket 9s. And you're always happy to, just win the blinds and antes and the raise. Considering the ICM on the final table, it's never bad to win a hand, even though it's a small hand.
And a tough decision for Justin Miller. Because so much of the time, this is going to be ace, queen, ace, king, and you're flipping.
He's got to think, would Goulet do this with 8s or 7s?
Goulet!
Or let's say 6s?
And let's talk about the money jumps, because we haven't actually mentioned those in a while. 8th place will pay just under $50,000. 7th place, $61,300. And that's a jump of pretty much 12 grand.
It is a big jump.
And Miller thinks about it for a while and then folds. Goulet shove gets through.
It's pretty tight fold with 2 9s. Pretty surprised that he did it so easily, but it was the best decision.
Yeah, buddy. Nice fold there.
Yep.
More competition answers, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm just... Jonathan wrong, Martin wrong, Nathan wrong, Vader Nader wrong, Bubonic Craig wrong, and if they just leave out the fake story, are we going to allow that?
No.
Have to list the fake story, guys. No process. Don't be lazy. You have Jonathan freaking Duhamel in the booth here.
Come on, guys.
Do not get lazy on me. Mark, wrong. L, wrong. Ben, wrong. Price Jack, unintelligible. Jeff, wrong. Jason Duval can't participate because I guess he's listening to the French stream.
He's also one of the subject of one of the anecdotes.
Yeah. John, wrong. Pocket Threesome, that's a funny name. Wrong. Daz, wrong. Peter, wrong. Seb, in French. Lars, wrong. Azzy, wrong. Johnny, wrong.
Notkins raised under the gun +1. Everyone else folds. Notkin up to 3.3 million.
Not kidding around, this guy. Mark, wrong. Michael O'Sullivan wants to know what the remaining payouts are, James.
Okay, we just mentioned what 8th and 7th place pay. Around 50,000, just over 60,000. If we go up the ladder, first of all, let's just check the chip stacks of all the players remaining. And remember, these are slightly out. Mandavia shorter than 20 big blinds. Shamat probably chip leader with an extra 400,000 on top of what we have him at. Yeah, 6th place will pay 73,500. 5th, 91,500. Then we start talking about 6-figure scores. 122 grand for 4th, 165,000 for 3rd, 257k for the runner-up, 366,000 for the winner.
Booyah. Jonathan, how do you say wrong in French?
C'est pas bon.
C'est pas bon?
Erreur. Mauvais.
Error. James, wrong. Michelle, my bell, wrong. Stan, error. Ben, say, what does it say, pas?
C'est pas bon.
C'est pas bon. Uh-oh, 10 more just came in. Philippe, c'est pas bon.
We got an all in here. Mandavia shoves over the top of Goulet's open. Gets a fold.
That's a big one for him.
Ben, I did not miss a Goulet to die hard. It's wrong. You're dumb. Sorry, that was a little harsh, but I don't like people when people repeat wrong answers to me.
We've got a question for Jonathan. It's a question from Alva, so it might be quite a direct question. She doesn't hold back, this girl. Jonathan, what are your stronger games after No Limit Hold'em? It's actually quite a fair question.
It is a pretty fair question. You know, considering the 8 game, which is the game that they play at the Players' Championship, it's 8 game in rotation. I would think my number 2 is Parliament Homa, because I've played that game for a little while. If you go into the other 6 game, which are limit games, probably my favorite one, but one that is probably one of the easiest one to learn is Raz, which is stud game, but gotta have the lowest hand possible to win. After that, I think I'm pretty good at stud high-low as well. Pretty bad at stud high. And average on the other one.
I love it. I'm pretty bad at stud high. Ilias, your second answer wrong, and that's it. You're banned from the rest of the competitions.
I think you should have set out that important rule at the start of the competition. 1 entry per viewer, please.
It's not a re-entry event.
Darren, c'est pas bon.
Nishijima's raise with King 10, called by Notkin in the big blind with deuces. Deuces are still ahead.
Brian, Fabio.
I love the fact this guy is just smiling throughout this final table.
He is having fun. All his family is here, too.
That photo right there of him grinning is in real time. That's just what he always looks like.
Have you met the Notkins?
I played with him on I haven't met his family, but I've played with him 2 days ago. But all his family drove from Toronto this morning, which is pretty amazing.
They're all at the rail having breakfast this morning.
It's so nice.
Well, Notkin called the c-bet of 125,000. It goes check, check on the turn.
Notkin not winning anymore. Oh, he is.
Deuces.
He is winning. Deuces
Hold.
never loses. What am I talking about?
A 4-card straight not beaten.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yep.
Beating a pair. It's not Canadian stud.
Oh, Paul tweets in to say, sorry guys, only just joining the stream. What happened to Esfandiari? Paul, get with the program. It's the 90s. That happened ages ago. Barry? C'est pas bon.
Wow, this one's really going the distance.
Yeah, it is. I thought this one might be easy, but... L? Wrong. Daniel, wrong. Nick, wrong. Other Nick, wrong. Cool, guys. Y'all are blowing it. Jason. C'est pas bon.
Also, that's his second entry.
Ah.
He does plead in his tweet, don't ban me. So he actually knew that he was doing something wrong when he tweeted
And
it.
he did it anyway, huh?
Unbelievable.
Ben, you are incorrect. Ben, you are incorrect. Boy, guys, nobody wants this card protector, huh? Ben, you, both your answers are incorrect. And now you're banned. You are disrespecting Jonathan, the bracelet.
Come on, man. Don't do this.
PokerStars, unbelievable with these double answers.
Serious business over here.
And on his own, in his home country. It is in Quebec. Not in Quebec.
Thanks, Joe.
Nishijima raises to 115,000 with Queen 10, gets 3-bet by Rayan Shamat with Jack 10.
Two big stacks going at it.
Nishijima, hard to know you're ahead here, and obviously out of position, folds. And Shamat continues to apply the pressure. Now he's got that big stack. Now he's got the chip lead.
He's playing well.
He is aggressive.
Craig Malone asks, how come you're showing the whole cards today? Craig, because it's a final table, because it's a level playing field. So if we show the whole cards, everyone's in the same position. Plus, we are on a delay. Everything you're watching right now happened 45 minutes ago. We're calling the action in real time. There are, of course, some downsides to that, like when a mistake happens, it takes 45 minutes sometimes to get it rectified. But apart from that, hopefully you're enjoying the action with whole cards up.
Guys, Bernie. C'est pas bon. Gilad? Wrong. No fracture for your second answer? Also wrong.
Some people have just joined us, Joe, including Kyle McCarthy. Says, can you repeat the question,
Okay,
please?
here we go. The question is, you have to pair the story with the commentator and correctly identify the fake story. One of us once got a tray full of drinks spilled on him by Jason Duvall. One of us once ended up eating McDonald's in a London gutter with Liv Bourret and Vanessa Selbst. One of us once was set up on a date with Vanessa Russo's assistant. One of us once stole a bag of Oreo cookies from Phil Hellmuth Jr. One of those stories is fake, but one of the three happened to each of the rest of us.
Thank you, tweets. Canada Cup.
Jonathan Pocket Threesome wants to know if you watch any of the high roller or super high roller coverage, and if you do, is it for entertainment or for info?
I do watch it for both reasons, to be honest. It is good information. It's out there, and most of the players are watching it, so you would be kind of dumb to not watch it. And also, it's always a lot of fun to watch both Joe and James on air, because those two are doing an amazing job.
This guy over here.
It's always very entertaining to watch that, so I think it's just a win-win situation for me to be watching this show whenever I can.
We'll pay you your money later, Jonathan.
Interesting turn card here. Jacques turns a straight. Miller picks up a flush draw.
Yeah, this was unraised pre-flop, blind on blind.
Yeah, Miller decided to just call with the queen 10 suited. He could have easily raised a small blind there.
You know how when you first start playing cards, you get all these pearls of wisdom from the old guys, the old grinders of the table who are just never going to make money at poker. One of my favorite was always see a flop. That was my favorite, my first piece of advice. But another guy told me once, don't go broke in a limp pot. So Jacques bet into Miller here, who's obviously not folding. With a fairly good flush draw here. Is that a black card?
It's a spade.
Not the right black. So pretty boring finish here.
Yeah, would be interesting with a club to see if Miller would bet right away or try to go with the check raise on the river.
Go back to the competition. Jimmy, c'est pas bon. Ray, wrong. Should have a bunch of new answers come in, I guess, after that.
160.
Kyle,
160.
wrong. Alex, wrong. Graham, who I think already submitted but maybe didn't, wrong.
So Jacques bets 160,000 on the river, gets a fold from Miller. And again, should point out that Jacques' stack will be shorter than we think it was because, of course, he lost that big all-in hand against Shamar. It's getting very confusing, kind of trying to keep track of who's got what.
All right, we got a correct answer here.
Oh, finally.
Congratulations to Brett, who figured out.
Check out the big brains on Brett.
That Jason Duvall spilled a tray of drinks on James Hardigan.
I doubt he remembers. He was not sober.
Really?
Shocking, I know.
Jonathan Duhamel ended up eating McDonald's in the gutter of London with Vanessa Selps, Liv Baree, and Jason Mercier.
True story.
I once stole a bag of Oreos from Phil Hellmuth Jr.
Well, you talked about your criminal tendencies earlier in the week.
And the Vanessa Russo's assistant story was the fake story. I was an intern for Card Player in 2005, and I was hungry. Like, figuratively, but also literally, like starving. And Phil went bust from a tournament and had like a freak out and threw a chair and like stormed out, and he left behind his cookies. So I took him, and then like a half hour later, he came back looking for him.
Oh, wow. That's even better.
Now, Mandavia is raised here with kings. Notkin just calls in the cutoff with ace-6. Miller with sevens on the button calls as well. Should alarm bells be going off, Jonathan, when someone with a smallish stack, and remember, Mandavia is playing a lot less than 1.1 million, just min raises.
Oh, absolutely. But you got to wonder exactly how much he had. Oh, wow.
Mandavia flops top set. Miller flops a set of sevens. We saw this before at the final table. This is exactly what happened to James Armstrong.
It was fives and kings, though, right?
It was. But set over set. Great spot for Mandavia to get a double up.
And Notkin is getting fancy.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
400,000. All in.
Miller just jams.
Curious why Notkin chose to call the 80,000 with just ace high, but it's academic because Miller gets it in against Mandavia. Mandavia, the player at risk, but suffice to say, a massive favorite. In fact, Shamar folded ace-7 pre-flop.
So again, drawing dead.
7 of diamonds not in play.
Club's not a factor. So double up, double up for Mandavia.
But remember, he is still shorter than the graphics tell you he is.
But because he doubled up, he wouldn't be 400K shorter anymore, would he?
It's going to get fixed by my estimations in around 25 minutes time.
Okay. We'll just have to stick it out.
Just be nebulous until then.
Well, congrats once again to Brett Oli 003, who correctly identified all of those stories. There's a great photo out there, by the way, of Jonathan from that night.
That's why I'm surprised that everyone didn't get that one. I thought that story had kind of done the rounds.
Well, that's why I left out Jason Mercier from the story, so it wasn't quite as obvious.
Yeah, it was quite a while ago. I think it was at least 2 years ago.
In that photo, when you're sitting on the curb in London eating McDonald's, it was $100 worth of McDonald's too, right?
Yeah,
or 100 pounds.
That was a lot of McDonald's. I don't know exactly, but it was way too much money for one order of McDonald's.
In the photo, you guys all look so sad. Were you trying to look sad on purpose?
No, actually, we didn't even know that it was a picture being taken at the time.
It looked like you were posing, and someone's like, "Let's all just pretend to look real sad."
It was just zombies eating McDonald's way too late at night.
We've all been there.
Yeah, exactly.
Was it the Leicester Square McDonald's?
I have no idea.
Okay.
It was in London.
Because James and I had a pretty rough time though one night there too. Everyone just assumes I'm the one in the gutter and dating Vanessa Russo's assistant. Well, you're wrong.
That'd be amazing. That's a dream catcher.
Buffy, I'm a fan of yours. Jonathan answered this question yesterday. He won't be playing the big one this year at WSOP, at least probably not.
Probably not, but almost certain not. Very saddened by it. Such a great event, but I'll be playing the little one for one rub, which is a very smaller buy-in, but still a lot of money going to charity with that event. So all of us are welcome to join, all of you guys, if you want to. It's only $1,000 buy-in for charity.
Brett's calling his answer a total bluff with 7 deuce off and then flopping 7-7 deuce.
It does happen sometimes.
Well played, Brett.
So Notkin outflops Nishijima. Notkin the pre-flop aggressor. Nishijima defending his big blind. Goes check, check. 4 doesn't change anything. Surprised Notkin chose not to continue. Delayed c-bet now, 175,000.
You know, it's pretty tough playing against someone like Notkin because you would expect him to play, you know, pretty much standard. So when he does not bet, when he gets top pair there, it's confusing. You don't expect, you know, a guy who doesn't have that much experience to be able to pull off those kind of moves. So I think it's one of the reasons why he's still in the tournament and has that many chips right now. He is able to mix it up, and it is confusing all the other players on the table right now.
Notkin, more like not continuing, am I right?
Nishijima folds. Notkin very kindly shows him the jack. And of course, and we talk about this a lot when we do the delayed streams on the European Poker Tour, all this information will be available to the players in 45 minutes time anyway. I'm sure that with 28 members of the Notkin family in attendance, one of them is probably watching the live stream in delay.
I hope so.
And during the breaks, everyone is welcome to the same information. It's not that anyone is at a particular advantage or a disadvantage.
Especially here where there's wireless everywhere, so.
Can you remember the first time you played at this venue, Jonathan?
Oh boy, that's a tough question. Somewhere like 2 or 3 years ago. It didn't open, I think it opened like 3 or 4 years ago or something. So somewhere when it opened, I played here. And such a nice place. When you look at this, it's such a big place. Good food, lot of tables going on, and they know what's going on. It's like poker players who made it happen. So they know what players want, and they give it to them. So it's definitely the biggest place to play. You know, in Montreal, in Quebec, and even I think in all of Canada. It's getting more and more popular. Everyone talks about this place, and they're all going here. So it's fun that we're lucky to have that in Montreal right now.
There's so many big events being held here, including the Canada Cup and including the PokerStars Montreal Festival. You may have seen at the bottom of your screen a moment ago information about the satellites that are about to start running on PokerStars for that festival. It starts on the 22nd of August, runs until early September. The main event is going to be a $1,000 buy-in with a $1 million guaranteed prize pool, but that will be satellites. There'll be free rolls for Canadian players and then seats available to players around the world. So check out those satellites. You'll find them in the regional section of the PokerStars tournament lobby.
So Shama, excuse me, ace-5 suited, 3-bet by Jacques, who we know at least has the queen of diamonds.
Yeah, we've only caught one of his cards. The other one's missed the scanner.
Roland is contending the gutter of London was an overly subjective location. No, it was a gutter. It was objectively, they were sitting in a gutter.
It was a small street.
We're not dismissing the entire city of London as a gutter, Roland. So Queens. And something we've observed about Ryan Shama is he does not like to fold pre-flop.
Yeah, he sure doesn't.
Now, is he prepared to call a 3-bet here with ace-5 suited? And of course, the last time we saw him call a 3-bet out of position, it was with 6-7 of clubs.
And he folded a great flop.
Very surprising fold.
Shama!
You know, I would rather see him 4-bet a hand rather than 3-bet, call the 3-bet and then fold to some kind of good flops. At least by 4-betting, he's putting a lot of pressure on the other guy.
We actually forgot about that as an option. I mean, I'm okay with just folding it too.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Especially right now, he opened from early position, and Jacques still 3-bet him. So, also Jacques doesn't have that big of a stack right now, but after the big loss.
Spare a thought for Scott Adamson, stuck in the office. Stupid work. Going to get in the way of watching the final table.
Isn't ace-5 suited to a hand that doesn't have great implied odds either? Like, you can make a flush, but when you do, it's obvious. You know, a flush is very easily seen. And then, like, when an ace hits, sometimes you're dominated. And then if you're up against a hand like queens or kings...
Wow. So Shamar decides to shove with the ace-5.
Well, I thought that was a fold. I'm sorry.
Gets snap called. Gets snap called by Jacques.
I thought he folded face up. That's why I just kept on talking.
Nope. He said the words all in, and as you can imagine, the word call came very quickly.
Well, that's going to be tough to come back from.
A big mistake by Shamar.
So Jacques, the player at risk, but obviously, well,
Deed
will now get the double up.
Given the history of the two players, is probably why he thought that Jacques was doing a move out there. But remember, Jacques did not have a lot of chips, so you kind of have to have a hand there. Shamar got frisky with all those chips. It's going to cost him a lot.
Told you he doesn't like to fold. Well, he listened to you, Jonathan. He 4-bet.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's rather a large 4-bet. Well, by virtue of that, we think that Vincent Jacques is the new chip leader, but we're not 100% sure. Again, the standard caveat about some stacks being off, and we need to catch up on the graphics and all that jazz.
Vincent Jacques, also known as Fluff here in Quebec.
Does Fluff actually mean anything, or?
Not really, just his nickname.
Okay.
Now, are you aware of this man's mantra in life, which is go commando? He wears a t-shirt encouraging people not to wear any underwear, and yesterday, Laurence decided to check if he talks the talk or walks the walk as well. She can confirm, no underwear.
He walks the walk with all 3 of his legs.
So those are approximate chip counts for the final 8 players.
James Leonard wants to know what's happened with Antonio. He was there when I tuned off yesterday.
Well,
Leonard?
Here's the answer to Leonard. Don't tune off when there's still action going on.
How about this? He's out. Pretty simple answer.
If you're interested in the outcome, stay until the end. So yeah, kind of like I decided to leave after 2.5 hours of Titanic. So what happened with Kate Winslet and Leonardo floating on the door?
Did you tweet that at James Cameron? Hey, what happened at the end of Titanic? I had to go to work.
Yeah.
That would be really funny to do, actually. He's like, the boat sank.
110 sons this.
Nick? Incorrect.
I thought we'd finished the competition. I thought we already had a winner.
No, it's Nick's a little slow.
Well, the man next to us, Joe, has a long trip to pack for, a long trip to prepare for. He's got to get to Vegas, so we thank Jonathan Duhamel for his time. And Jonathan, it's been great to be in your playground, to be in your hometown.
You know what? Thank you guys a lot. Thanks for making the trip and coming down to Montreal. We're very happy and very lucky to have you over here.
Oh, man.
And you're welcome
This
back
guy.
any single time. It was a lot of fun. It was a great tournament. Again, good job, PokerStars. Good job, Playground. Good job, you guys at the description. And yeah, let's go a bracelet now.
Thanks, Jonathan. And we're going to go out tonight. I know you live kind of far away. I'm going to text you with where we're at. If you can make it, fantastic. If not, I understand. You got a big trip. You got a long drive.
Sounds
no
good.
worries.
I'll do my best.
All right, buddy.
All right, take care, guys.
Thanks to Jonathan Duhamel from Team PokerStars Pro, who we should not forget made it to the penultimate day of this tournament.
Yeah, he
Plus,
did. Went
final
deep.
tabled the high roller here at the Canada Cup. So this is hand 45 of the final table. Still 8-handed. We had that early elimination of James Armstrong. Since then, a few all-ins, but they've been double-ups, not eliminations.
I guess it's worth figuring out what the average stack's going to be when we get back. Oh, no. We still got an hour left on this level, huh?
Yeah.
Let's see what it is right now.
At the moment, we are still at 25,000, 50,000. For the 5,000 ante. And here is the difference in the stacks from the start of the level. All kinds of movement, but again, bear in mind there might be a little bit of disparity here.
44 big blind average right now. So things are getting kind of shallow. If we do not lose a player in the next hour, things will be very shallow. Ben Yu says, nice blow up with ace-5 suited, easy 4-bet fold. Spewy McSpew start at its finest. Why is it a 4-bet fold? Why isn't it just a fold? Christopher Mayer says, grinding sit and goes, listening to Joey Stapes and James Hardigan, watching Ann Cushman, Davia crush on the stream, D-Gen heaven. If only I could get a beer in here, Christopher, then it would really be D-Gen heaven. Jock raising under the gun, ace-5 suited. It's been a bit of a tricky hand today, ace-5 suited. Mandavia folds, queen-9 on the button. Shema folds a small blind. Notkin not folding. And he is dominated. Domination Nation. 42% chance of a chop, though, if we get to a showdown. And even bigger chance of a chop now, should we get to showdown. 70%. 6 on the turn, 86% chance of chop now. No betting action since before the flop. It looks like Jacques is checking again. Notkin checking behind, and this is a chop pot. As long as someone doesn't fold. Jacques. Jacques trying to decide if he wants to bluff at this or take his showdown value. Trying to figure out how often ace high is going to be good here. He thinks not often enough. Going to take a stab. Interesting to see if Notkin cannot fold and call with ace high. Notkin's not even beating very many aces. He's chopping most of them. Shows the ace, folds it. No singing, James. Can you believe that?
I know, Joe. It's weird. I was really looking forward to singing the Chop Pot song.
James, I'm going to read a tweet from Daz. What do you think?
Yeah, Daz is one of my favorites.
Daz says, wow, how nice a guy is Duhamel. Hope he wins all the bracelets.
Yeah, Daz is one of my favorite tweeters. Thanks, Joe. Thanks for reading that.
No problem, James. Leonard says that he has an excuse for tuning out, James, because it was 12:30 at night and he had exams today.
Should have been revising instead of watching, in my opinion.
Oh, you should have seen none of it. None. Griffin Bender says 6 of the 8 remaining players in the Canada Cup are Canadian, and all I want is the American to win. Go, 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 Ankush Mandavia. We had a second to chat with Ankush last night. Stellar kid, very nice guy.
Yeah, his hope was he could just get some chips, and he finally got them. After bleeding down, got that big double up.
I hope he doesn't take offense to this, but Ankush is a guy who's like always around on the scene, but he's kind of on the sidelines. Not to say he's not playing, but he's always like sort of in the shadows of some of the more prolific guys he hangs out with. And so I'm sure that he would love to raise that cup.
Jack 10 against Jack 3. Blind on blind. Notkin limped with the Jack 10. Miller raised with the Jack 3. Notkin called. Now Notkin's still ahead, but no way to know it.
Notkin, of course, James, you were here to witness him fold a chop. Last hand we almost got to sing. Wasn't that disappointing?
I wasn't here, Joe.
What are you talking about? You're talking about how much you love the Chop Pot song, and...
My understanding is that you've decided to develop a bit where you make me sound, in Nathan Robage's words, like live with a cold.
What? No, that was...
He's basically saying your impersonation of me is as bad as your impersonation of Liv Boeree. All of our regular viewers know that I have to make regular bathroom breaks during poker tournaments because of the quantity of water I consume. You were left on your own, and you decided to impersonate me.
And now, everyone, James comes back from the bathroom. James, welcome back to the booth.
Hi, Joe. Just come back from the bathroom.
Now, what do you guys think of my impression, huh? Pretty good.
What happened?
Nothing. Nothing happened. But I'll say this. I love Canada, and I love PokerStars, and I love Kent and Jeff.
Will you believe it?
I wasn't sure if I was allowed to say that this was happening. Kent and Jeff, you're my boys.
Now, Notkin always had the best hand with Jack-10 high, but he's backed his way into a straight. And Miller has bluffed. Flop and turn. Notkin gets there on the river in his mind. Shoves, gets a fold. And chips up to over 4 million.
I said it yesterday. I'm going to say it again today. Change this guy's name from Notkin to Napkin because he is cleaning up.
And as you said at the start of the final table, Joe, just continues to make hands.
I just want him to know it's not always going to be like this. James, did I tell you Canada was awesome or what?
Canada is indeed awesome. Unlike your impersonation of me.
Well, I've never done it in front of you, so you wouldn't know, and I never will.
As I came back into the room, I heard it.
You caught a piece of it?
I actually thought, oh no, he's doing the Liv Boeree thing. But wait, there's a twist.
The twist is that it sounded just like you.
Are the blinds up yet?
Nah, buddy.
Still 25.50?
50,000.
Ace King for Thiago Nishijima. He raises to 135,000. Goulet moves all in with Ace Queen.
Goulet!
Mandavia gets away from King Queen.
Nishijima can't fold. We're going to have a domination nation situation.
With one of Goulet's outs folded by Mandavia.
Oh, that's brutal.
So Nishijima calls. Tables Ace King. Goulet way behind.
No way he could Goulet that down.
So with Mandavia folding a queen, he's got two immediate outs.
Club's not helping him either. Oh, chopportunities.
Everyone loves chopportunities.
A tray ball or an 8, right?
Ah, it's a 10. So Ace King holds, and we lose our 8th place finisher, Francois Goulet, out in 8th, collecting just shy of $50,000, $48,880.
Goulet, it was a pleasure. Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who? Goulet!
Great news for Justin Miller, who is the short stack with around 10 big blinds. Miller ladders up and has guaranteed himself at least 61 grand. As 7-handed action gets underway on hand 49 of this final table.
Griffin Benjer is really giving it to Ben Yu on Twitter.
So confirmation that the blinds are indeed 30,000 and 60,000 with a 5,000 ante.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, it's good times.
The theme of the day, Joe, is don't necessarily read the numbers that are on your screen.
They're really putting the fix in graphics. Just kidding, guys. Everyone's doing a great job. A lot of personalities out there. Aiden says he's hoping for a 20-hour final table and a heads-up with Notkin versus anyone.
Now, I made a rather foolish prediction in Monaco. I said that this final table cannot go the distance because there aren't enough chips in play. I pointed out that with around 600 runners, there were half the number of chips in play that we had in Barcelona, for example.
Yeah.
Therefore, there's no way this final table could go on for the same length of time as the PCA.
Wrong.
It broke the record. So I'm not going to say that there aren't enough chips in play for this to go on for 20 hours.
Say nothing. That's what I've learned. Or just hedge. That's what I do. Now, on the one hand, this final table shouldn't go the distance. But on the other hand, it's poker, and anything can happen. So that changes things with the average stack. But then again, we also just lost a player, so that's going to change things too. And 30, 60,000, it is possible to calculate the average stack. But, I mean, you need, like, calculus.
Well, 2.5 million is the current average stack.
I mean, average big blinds. Do you have a graphing calculator or?
I've got an abacus.
Do you? All right. Oh, it's an abacus.
Oh, my abacus is broken. Hang on, let me just break out my spare abacus as Jacques raises the button with kings.
Hello. Man queens. That's what I like to call kings. Donnie says, does that mean the goulet is gone late? Yes, Donnie, you nailed it.
Joseph, we are playing a 42 big blind average.
So it evened out. Because it was 42 big blinds. We had the blinds wrong and one more player.
Unbelievable. Huge draw for Nishijima.
Big time. Jacques has blockers, though.
There's no way he's going to fold to this one bet.
How about the 8 of spades?
Well, Rob King says, however long it takes, I have the coffee on to do my best to stay to the bitter end because he's with the hardcore. Shark gets check raised. Nishijima makes it 200,000. Hang on a second, that can't be right. If Shark's continuation bet is 125,000, the minimum Nishijima can raise to is 250,000.
Nah, let's just let it fly this one time. I'd say go out there and let him know, but you know, left my flying DeLorean in my other pants. Four on the turn.
Well, having taken the betting lead.
And this isn't a stellar board for kings, but you can't hate it too much. What are you losing to? 8-10? Some weird two pairs? Seems like a pretty easy spot for a call. Jacques just taking his time. Maybe doesn't want to give away his hand strength.
Jacques calls the 500,000.
Big river coming. Or, you know, a brick. Could also be it.
A brick.
That's just the way you did it in San Remo.
Just thought I'd call back to that epic performance. So Nishijima has semi-bluffed the flop and the turn. Is he going to bluff the river?
Tough to bluff this river because, like, nothing really got there. And I think that there were plenty of hands that could have been semi-bluffing, so I feel like he's not going to get kings to fold very often, obviously. I'm just trying to figure out how often he even gets a jack to fold here.
Thanks to Ellie, who was clearly paying more attention than we were. 300,000 was the raise on the flop. So a continuation bet of 125,000 from Vincent Jacques, raised to 300,000 by Nishijima, followed up by a bet of 500,000 on the turn. Now, with the board bricking out for him, looks like he does want to try and take another stab at this, Joe.
I mean, what's he repping if he bets here? He just called in the big blind, so what's he repping? Probably not just calling with jacks in the big blind, so he's repping 7s or 9s, or jack 7, jack 9, 7, 9. If he's going to try to rep something here, he better make this bet real big. I don't think that's big enough.
It's the same size as his turn bet.
Now, Jacques might be a little snake bit. He called with 2 pair before against a rivered straight. He's just uncapped his cards. I mean, I think that this is a bet that could easily be made by ace jack. Like, I think that you're beating some value bets even. You don't love it, but what are you really worried about? 8-10? Oh, I guess 8-10's another hand he could have in the big blind. And he did bet.
Think he plays a set this way if he called in the big blind with 7s or 9s?
He could, but this river bet is like not that big. He's getting better than 4-1. Bill McMillan says, James, it's Canada, not Canada. It does sound like you're saying Canada sometimes. English people. Look at this. This is snake bet guy right here. This is when, you know, when he made that big call on the river with king 9 and was wrong. And it was some weird straight that got there. Plenty of weird straights got here. It's a grandma's teeth type of board.
Gilad says Jacques is definitely thinking about that king 9 hand now. He doesn't want to make 2 bad calls at this final table.
Well, we know it wouldn't be a bad call. Just trying to think about. Let's cover up the queen 10. Let's cover up the queen 10. We have kings here. I still think if this was a sweat with hand, I still think we just have to. We just station here. Station, station, station. Griffin Bender says, him calling a big blind is all over that texture. I forgot to mention 10-8. I did remember 10-8 eventually, but he says he would never check raise ace-jack.
Jacques makes the call, shows the winning hand.
Actually, I was forgetting about the check raise. I thought it was just bet, bet, bet. But it was a check raise on the flop. Good call. Good call.
And that'll take Jacques up above 5 million, we believe.
Appreciate when you heroes weigh in, help me out with the analysis. Still learning the game myself. It's way easier when you can see the whole cards, let me tell you. Whew. I knew that was a call.
So we think we've got the stack sizes sorted now. I think the graphics have caught up. Jacques is out in front right now with a stack of 5.3 million. The second biggest stack is online qualifier Robert Notkin with 4 million. The low man at the table, still Justin Miller, playing fewer than 10 big blinds right now.
And he's got ace-7.
And yet he's just min-raised.
Looks strong. A min-raise from that stack. Looks strong. Looks like kings. See? Raise and take it. Didn't have to risk any chips.
Yeah, I'm not convinced of Miller's stack size.
Will Shillabeer says, finish my exam state, which means following the Canada Cup to its conclusion and actually playing the free roll instead of blinding out. Will, I did the same thing yesterday. I had about 24,000 chips when we went off the air yesterday. Went to the bar to go play. Got wrapped up in a Tinder conversation. Started Tindering. Forgot I was in the free roll. Got back in. I had a half a big blind left. Finished in 311th place. Cash for 34 cents. Damn it. Could have gone deep. Could have won over 100.
Yes.
Or I could have been out sooner.
Severin says you're not caught up. He has more than 10 big blinds. Yeah, appreciate that now. Miller playing more than 600,000 at the moment.
Explains the raise there instead of the shove.
Nishijima raises the button with 10s. Gets flattered by Shaman with ace-jack and gets out-flopped. Top pair for Shaman. And Nishijima continues for 100,000.
Oh, look at this. Check raise with top pair with ace-jack, huh? So it does happen. Was a small continuation bet. And look, he found out where he was at. Found out right where he was at. Folds, makes the right fold. Daz says, competition time?
How about another round of Canadian Cup Co-Stars?
Canadian Cup Co-Stars? All right, kids, here we go. You can have your pick. Who have we lost? We could do him.
Goulet.
Goulet? I didn't have one for him. That was the guy we did. Okay, fine. We got Thiago Nishijima, Ankush Mandavia, Robert Notkin, Justin Miller, or Vincent Jacques.
Well, let's see who wins the next hand. And there's a good way of deciding which final tableist we go with.
All right, very good.
Now, is this worthy of a Canada Cup card protector?
It depends who. Depends who gets picked. Aces for Nishijima. 8 for Mandavia. Rut-row. Dead man's hand. Aces and 8s.
Mandavia just calling the 125,000 on the button.
And Notkin in there as well. Outflops the 8s. Does not outflop aces, though. This could be trouble for him.
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor.
Nishijima firing.
That's 200,000. And this doesn't look like a terrible flop for 8s.
No, but wow, nice laydown.
While Mandavia's getting away from it, I don't think Notkin is. He announces call.
There it is. There's the call. So does he hit the jack or the 9 on the turn? Oh, just a deuce.
Well, the 9 wouldn't help him. Got to be a jack.
That's right. Got to be a jack. There's 5s out there. Those 5s make it tricky. 9 on the turn, jack on the river.
Here comes the second barrel from Nishijima.
And a quick call.
Wow, snap calls the 500K. Nishijima setting things up perfectly for a river shove. 1.3 million in the middle. He's got 955,000 behind. And it's a jack!
Unbelievable!
It's a jack!
How good does this guy run? No, I don't think Nishijima... Oh, and he just shoves. He just open shoves. Puts
Wow.
Nishijima in a weird spot.
Now he should have checked it.
I don't even know if Nishijima can really... I mean, what else is Notkin calling twice with there? It's not. There's not like any draws on that board. Nishijima folds the aces. Good fold. Annoying fold. Easy fold in the sense that you're probably always beat there, but difficult to just ditch aces on the river. This guy runs like Usain Bolt.
But what a missed opportunity. Checked your opponent, give him the opportunity. He set things up perfectly. He's obviously got a big hand. Well, Nishijima now drops below the 1 million mark. Notkin closing in on the 5 million mark. I mean, Notkin just said it felt like you were very strong. So if you felt that, let him bet the river.
That's a very, but that's a very common way of thinking before you're experienced.
Regarding Mandavia's fold on the flop, Griffin Benja tweets, God, Ankush Mandavia is such a wizard. 8-8 in the muck. Hashtag, he knows. Well, Mandavia's got jacks here. Action's been folded to him in the cutoff. Raises to 120,000.
Daniel says just call it the Notkin Cup. It's written in the stars. Well, that's annoying.
Raise and take here from Mandavia.
Less annoying than going broke, but still a little annoying.
Pascal tweets using the hashtag Canada Cup. Go, Dr. Notkin, go.
I think, is he saying go as in like go broke, or he wants him to win?
No, go for the win, I think.
I agree with Griffin Benja that I think Nishijima checks back. I think that when that jack peels off on the river, there's just what in the world, what in the heck could not have been calling with that whole time? A 5 or a jack?
8s, 9s, 10s, easily, 100%.
But okay, but then when
I'm not disputing Griffin's point. I think there's a very strong chance he checks behind. I'm just saying that we're talking specifically about Robert Notkin here, okay? We're not talking about Ankush Mandavia.
Sure.
Robert Notkin could easily have been stationing in there with a hand worse than a jack or a 5.
But it's a hand that also either can't pay a bet or is got aces crushed. I don't like the shove, especially the insta shove.
975,000. And 75,000. 955,000.
Let's put that hand behind us because we got more action here.
Miller is all in for about $1 million. Notkin raised the button. Made it 150,000. Miller's shove is for just less than $1 million.
What's Notkin got? Oh, he's got ace-10, excuse me. It's right there. So it's the second half of the street. Notkin calls.
Wow, great spot for Miller.
Domination Nation. Miller can hear him knocking.
Well, let's see if his amazing run continues. Is the 10 going to hit the flop, the turn, or the river?
The flop. It's going to hit the flop. Even he's starting to not believe it. Miller's got outs.
Jacks, queens, and kings to be specific.
Can anyone stop Robert Notkin?
Yes. Miller hits a jack on the river. Miller a bit confused. You're playing aces and jacks with a king kicker.
It can be confusing. It can be a little confusing.
He actually gets the double up. The best hand holds, albeit in a rather dramatic fashion.
As funny as it is to see Robert Notkin suck out on everyone left and right, make hands left and right, I do like to see the best hand win there. You don't want to see somebody... I think that losing a flip, it sucks, whatever, but losing it when you're dominating is horrible.
And let's look at where everyone is right now, Joe. Now we have reasonable confidence in the stack sizes on our graphics screen. Miller's just doubled up to over 2 million. Notkin, therefore, down to just below 4 million. Vincent Jacques still leads with 5 million. And let's going around the table. The shortest stack right now is Thiago Nishijima, who is actually one of the favorites coming into today. A, because he was the big stack, and B, he's a very accomplished player. But right now he's down to 925K. He's folded under the gun. Mondavia's passed as well.
Look at that Robert Notkin, so happy. So happy for the Killer Miller.
And Griffin Benja makes a great point, by the way, about how Notkin should have got maximum value from hitting that jack on the river, which is to lead for a goofy amount like 200,000 like he did yesterday.
Yeah. You just make it an amount that he can't fold for. And he'd been doing that a lot. So chances of the chop in this hand going up and up. That looks pretty choppable to me.
So they both table their hands. They are going to chop this one. This is a chop pot, and you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
That might have been the best we've ever done. That might have been the most harmony, perfectly in sync. That was like a 99 out of 100.
He's smiling, everyone. You've no idea how happy that made Joe.
I'm not a good singer.
So Nishijima playing 15 big blinds. Our chip leader with 86 big blinds.
That's what happens when you get aces cracked.
I think we've got roughly 20-25 minutes left on this level. Davia folds under the gun. Ryan Shama starts the hand with around 3 million. He was the chip leader until he got a little bit carried away with ace-5 of clubs. Here he's got 2 5s. And he raises to 125,000. Ryan Rivers in the small blind. Is calling with 8-7 of spades, or even hearts.
If 3 spades flop, this is all your fault. 2 hearts, though, not bad.
Hardly a flop that Shama's going to love, though.
Shama! Rivers had picked up even more outs on the Rivers. Didn't hit any of them. 5s are good. What was going on there, by the way? That was weird, huh?
Just move on.
Okay.
Now, an article went up on the PokerStars blog earlier on today, reminding everyone that there are heats coming up. In fact, they start tomorrow for the next batch of heats for the Shark Cage. The final 4 heats for season 1 of the show, which will debut on TV networks around the world towards the end of the year. If you want to qualify and come to EPT Barcelona and play in the PokerStars Shark Cage, you want to give those qualifiers a go. They start tomorrow. You want to read the article on the PokerStars blog, which will tell you what you need to do. Oh, Will makes a valid point. What happened to the Thiago Nishijima competition for a card protector?
All right, here we go.
Here it comes, Will. Sorry we got distracted. There was a big hand.
This one is questionable. I'm just going to go ahead and...
Oh, great.
Just going to go ahead. That's why I'm saying this one's not worth...
Joe.
This one's... Yeah.
Joe.
Yeah.
even when they work,
Yeah.
even when they're decent,
Yeah.
people struggle. So what chance do people have got when the opening line is, this one is questionable?
'Cause it's fun! See if anyone gets that reference. Yeah, this one is. What would you say? What would James say?
This one is tenuous. This one's tenuous at best.
You make me sound like a slightly demented Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, that's what you sound like to me. Okay, Thiago Nishijima and his Canada Cup co-star, Michael J. Fox. Michael J. Fox. What do you think? I just showed James the answer. He rubbed his face. He's shaking his head. He's unbuttoning his pants. Why are you doing that? He's taking off his belt. No, Daddy, no!
It's not worthy of physical violence, but it is worthy of just contempt.
Yeah, wow, that was contempt. You nailed it. James, Dominic wants us to run next door and sing the Chop Pot song on the French broadcast next time it happens. I'm in. I'll do it.
Okay, we need to do it in English.
Right.
Run next door.
Yeah.
There'll
be some dead air here for a second.
Yeah, and then we'll come back.
All right.
That's assuming there is another chop pot.
That pot goes to Shama. Now, Will and Vader Nader have both come up with answers that are probably better than my answer, but not the answer I came up with. They both said Thiago Nishijima's attacks.
Now that's good.
Bradley says Spinajiyama City. See, this is why I like doing it. Joe John Dunn is very close, but doesn't quite.
Can I interject here? Can we hold a Stewart's inquiry? Do we not think that the answer that both Will and Vader Nader came up with, whilst not being the one that you initially suggested, is more worthy of a prize than...
We're not giving away a prize for this one anyway. I already
aren't we?
said that this one isn't good enough to give away a prize.
Fair enough.
Yeah. No, I was upfront about that.
Nishijima moved all in there, didn't get any action.
Yes, Thiago Nishijima's attacks is much better than the one I came up with. I'm going to give everyone a reprieve on this one and just take Joe John Dunn's. What I was thinking of was Teen Wolf Thiago Nishijima. Teen Wolf Thiago Nishijima.
As I said, the one that was suggested by Will and Vader Nader, better.
Thank you. Well, thanks for helping. Thanks for helping with the games, James. Appreciate
better.
it. Yeah. I know you had really important things to do today.
Well,
like,
this is an important question, which I'm going to address to you now. Is if, and obviously it's an if, because I don't know if there are going to be more Chop Pot songs today, but if we do go next door, do we sing in English or French?
Well, we got to sing in English. We don't know how to sing it in French.
Well, Jeffrey's just provided us with the lyrics.
Oh. Tout le monde.
Tout le monde.
That's all the world.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's not going to be a literal translation.
Why not? Griffin Benger sent us that picture. Benger, excuse me.
A 3-bet for Shimar wins him that.
How about Bright Lights Big Sit Thiago Nishijima?
That's terrible. Although it's
It's still better than mine.
It's still better than yours.
Still better than mine. Tout le monde.
Tout le monde. It's a soft T, the second one. Tout le monde.
How do you say I may?
M.
M un partage?
Partager.
Partager.
You're meant to be the one with French heritage here.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry we didn't sing the Chop Pot song when I was growing up. We stuck to Frere Jacques.
150,000.
I think we should do a compromise.
Teen Wolf, Thiago, Nishijima, Jeremy Thury got it.
I think we should do a compromise and stick with Jeffrey's original suggestion and keep the chop pot, because you know how when they're talking about poker in French, they will throw in a lot of English words like le chop pot. So I think tout le monde aime un chop pot is where we go.
Oh, like je t'aime. M. Got it. We got a hand development here. Rivers raised under the gun. Jack 10 suited. Jacques waking up in the big blind. 2 aces. Alva wants to know what the card protector looks like. Now, I know someone tweeted it this week. I think it was Ted Van Osh, right?
Teddy.
If you guys want to check out Post-Op Ted's Twitter page.
She even changed her Twitter handle.
I mean, that's the easy part. Just changing the rest, that was the problem.
20,000.
Well, Dominic is very insistent that it should be Cagnon Partager.
Partager, that's what I said. Thank you. Thank you. Merci. Merci beaucoup, Partager.
Why couldn't you get it right the first time?
That's what I said, Partager.
You didn't, you said partage.
I'm pretty sure I said Partager. Luckily, it's not on tape anywhere.
Luckily, there aren't tens of thousands of people watching. Well, all spades. With Rivers calling, Sharks 3-bet to 320,000 pre-flop. Now Rivers does have a gut shot, but Shark is way ahead with aces and the nut flush draw.
Yeah. Well, you sure don't mind this board at all, do you, with 2 aces? 2 black aces, at least. Red aces, ugh. Black aces, yay! Can you write down the correct lyrics for the Chop Pot song in case we have to run in there? Because I won't remember them.
Well, this is a dramatic card. It gives Rivers a straight. It gives Jacques the nut flush.
Check, check.
So Rivers with a Broadway straight. Jacques still with a nut flush. And a lock on the hand.
Betty says, I like how Jacques is playing. Very solid, only premium hands.
Well, 575,000 represents more than half of Rivers' stack.
Andrew McMillan says, if you think making bad calls and not folding when you are beat is good poker, it can't last. That's multiple bracelet winning, Andrew McMillan. Just kidding, Andrew. I agree. It can't last. That's why they call it short-term variance, and it is king in tournament poker.
This is a tough spot for Rivers. any spade is beating him.
Should have bet the turn, find out where he was at. I think personally I'm folding this most of the time, but I'm going to be blown off a winning hand a lot, I think. I don't think that's right necessarily. It's a lot easier to make this fold when there's more than one thing that can beat you. Yes, Rivers makes the right fold. Well done.
Good lay down. And Jacques boosts his chip lead up to 5.5 million. And the easiest solution, by the way, to the chop pot dilemma is to talk to the French-Canadian commentators during the break and actually get coaching on how to sing it in French.
Well, you know, maybe you need coaching, but, you know, those of us with a French passport probably are fine.
Trust me, you're not. So 2 players with sub-20 big blind stacks right now, Ryan Rivers and Thiago Nishijima. There's a few more minutes left at this level. A few more minutes before the next tournament break. And that was a misdeal, that hand.
Yes, James.
Just thinking, if we do get to the break with 7 players, we come into the next level, which is 40-80 with a 10K ante. I think something's got to give, and I think during the next level we are going to see a mini bust-out bonanza. Maybe 2 or 3 players over the course of a level. Because the tournament average is going down. When the tournament average goes down, that means less post-flop poker.
Buffy says that. What is he thinking? That was an auto fold. And Severin says easy fold. Jacques is not turning ace-jack or 2-pair or so into a bluff. And what is he 3-betting against this stack that has no big pair now? I don't know.
125,000.
King Jack of Hearts around Shema. He's raised from the hijack. Vincent Jacques has ace-9 of diamonds.
Those are 3-betting chips.
So the chip leader re-raises. Makes it 290,000 total. Rivers has folded the big blind. It's back on Shema. Going back to that last hand, Jacques versus Rivers. Nathan says, I think the trickiness of how Jacques played his hand makes it a tougher fold. So Nathan actually credits Rivers for thinking there. Well, Shema has called 6-6-8 on the flop.
Ace high still out in front.
Once again, Shaman in a situation where he doesn't want to fold pre. Does have the advantage of position here. Shark first to speak. Shark does not continue. Shamar checks behind. 5 of spades on the turn.
So Jacques picks up a gut shot to go with his best hand. Delayed continuation bet. And Shema can't think that he has the best hand here very often. Let's it go.
More chips for the chip leader. Jacques closing in on the 6 million mark.
Kyle's back from Kuwait. Vadernator says it's an easy fold when you see the cards, but Jacques could bluff without the ace of spades, knowing Rivers will fold without a spade. That's more what I was thinking. That's why it's not such an easy fold.
Just a few more hands at this level, just a few more hands before the next tournament break.
Jeremy wants to know, who is the winner of the Tiago comp? You, Jeremy. You were the winner.
Because there was no prize. So we're all winners.
You won what my old man liked to call the special no prize. You know how many times he got me with that when I was a kid? Literally hundreds. You win the special no prize. Aww.
Jacques in a great position here. He is the big stack, and he's got the 2 short stacks in the blind, so he just open shoves the button, putting both Rivers and Nishijima to the test. And both players fold.
Nishijima likely dominated there.
And now Jacques has moved over the 6 million mark, 6.1 million. You've then got Shima and Notkin on around 3.5 million. Miller on 1.8 million, Mondavia on 1.4 million, and then Nishijima and Rivers with around 800,000. 7-handed action at the final table of the PokerStars Canada Cup.
Well, we predicted it would go kind of slow. But this is slower than we predicted.
Well, as I said, if we get into the next level, still 7-handed, something's got to give. They can't be playing with a 35 big blind average 7-handed forever. We're going to see 2 or 3 eliminations in the next level.
The speed of this final table, co-starring Jack Nicholson.
125,000.
Something's got to give.
Ah. I'm still trying to work someone's name into it somewhere. Shimon raises under the gun with 7s. Notkin has ace-jack.
Early re-raise with ace-jack.
And it's not even suited.
I think some folks are just going to fold ace-jack. Maybe not 7-handed. Uncush with 4s. Probably wouldn't mind seeing a flop 3 ways, but no guarantee that Shama doesn't put in another bet. Heads up to the flop in this 3-bet pot. Top pair for Notkin. Not only does he outflop his opponents a lot of the time, but outflops them in ways that don't look terrible for their hands. Another overcard for sevens.
Yeah, check on the flop. Shaman checks a second time. Notkin is not checking behind again. And he suddenly bets big. About 500K?
500K into 700, and he gets a call. Hi-ya! Hi-ya! Maybe it just looks like a big semi-bluff. You know, there's a bunch of hands that picked up equity on the turn, bunch of draws on the turn. One more 5 on the riv. Now it goes check, check. Seven's no good.
Ace-Jack wins it.
The goofy bet, in the words of Griffin Benger, gets him again.
Shamar down to 2.8 million. Notkin on 4.5 million.
Christian says, can't believe my EPT 10 card protector will be out of date by EPT Barcelona, but I still love it. I mean, how long did you think it was going to be good for?
It's commemorative. It's commemorative of our historic 10th season. It's not a generic EPT card protector. It's better than that.
And I would not eat that thing even one day past season 10 because it will make you sick.
Shamar first to act here. Oh, my mistake, he's in the big blind. It's Notkin who's under the gun.
Tawny brings up a great point about Notkin. Not only does he run well, but he doesn't make like crazy cooler hands either. There's no set under sets, no straights versus flushes. He's got easy decisions. His only decision is whether he gets there on the turn of the river.
Well, action has been folded to Ryan Rivers in the cutoff. Raises with King Jack suited. Ishijima on the button. Has Ace-7.
Folds.
And Ankush Mandavia folds the small blind. And Ray Shamar folds 7 deuce in the big blind.
That's like the cutoff, right? Anything higher. You guys are too nice to me.
Buffy tweets, I think I heard James likes cats. James, meet Mindy. Hope it's there. Never tried before.
It's not.
Buffy, I'm so sorry, but your attempts to send a picture in your tweet have failed.
Probably the cat's fault. Agree, Matt Plumley. I wonder if Ankush is on tilt from folding those for us. Probably not. He's a pro. Whoa, here's some outside poker world news that's pretty exciting. Queen to release new album.
The Queen is releasing an album?
With unreleased Freddie Mercury songs.
Oh, that Queen. Oh, we got an all-in. Nishijima shoves the cutoff with King 10 suited.
Last hand before the break, too.
Did I hear call?
I did hear a call.
Notkin calls with Ace-Jack. So Nishijima at risk with King 10.
Not a terrible spot to be in.
Notkin's got the best hand, but he's only a 60% favorite. 9 trade deuce on the flop, ace high holding.
Black, but the wrong suit.
There's a gut shot for Nishijima now. He needs a king 10 jack on the river. It's a queen, ace jack holds, and we lose another player.
And one of the best players at the table.
Tiago Nishijima eliminated in 7th place. He'll collect $61,300, and we are down to 6.
Adios to Kano.
2 players with more than 5 million right now. Robert Notkin with 5.3 million. And Vincent Jacques still the chip leader with more than 6 million. Rivers the low man at the table. And when we come back from the break, the blinds will be up to 40,000 and 80,000 with a 10K ante. 2 players with sub 20 big blind stacks. 2 players with more than 50 big blinds each. We'll continue to play down to the Canada Cup champion after this 10-minute break here at the Playground Poker Club in Montreal.
We deliver the richest live poker experience on the planet. Win a free seat to the PokerStars Montreal Festival with a prize pool of $1 million. Qualify now only on PokerStars.net. We are poker.
In just over a year, Tyler Frosty012 Frost has amassed the poker resume of a seasoned online professional. In his first year as a full-time pro, he earned Supernova Elite status and, thanks in part to his ever-popular poker blog, was named to PokerStars' exclusive Team Online. This hard-working, fun-loving Canuck can usually be found 24 tabling mid-stakes, full-ring no-limit hold'em, or celebrating an epic day with friends at a bar.
My name's Tyler Frost. I play online as Frosty012. I'm a Supernova Elite VIP on PokerStars, and I'm a member of Team Online. I first discovered poker just by playing with my friends at home games around the same time that it got popular everywhere. Me and my friends would just get together after watching a hockey game or something. I think it was my idea to begin with to start playing poker for like $5 home games.
How did it actually start? I'm pretty sure I suggested it.
Everyone has different stories. My story is right. I don't care what anyone says. I know it. After skimboarding one day at the beach, we got together in my backyard. Tyler suggested we play it. We busted out the old school, like really thin the red, white, and blues, and we just played the most horribly wrong game of poker that has ever existed.
After playing home games for a while, I just decided to take my profit from those home games, or at least some of it, and I deposited $100 on PokerStars.com. And I was very cautious with my deposit. I kind of told myself that if I lost this money, I wasn't going to redeposit just because it was a lot of money to me at the time. I usually just stuck to a pretty tight strategy and tried to take advantage of people just playing crazy. My confidence started to grow after I was winning at a pretty consistent rate. After I built up my bankroll to like $1,000, I could always play within 100 buy-ins of whatever game I wanted to, and I never really had the fear of going broke after that.
When you first became an online professional, you said you were going to treat us.
Yeah, he did it one time.
And it's never happened. This is
I've
the
been
night.
waiting for like 2 years
I know you have.
for you to take me out for beers, and it still hasn't happened.
All right, guys. Well, tonight is not the night.
The summer of 2009 was the first time that I decided to kind of take a leap of faith in myself and play poker full time. My primary motivation was just to make enough money to pay for school in the fall. Because I worked at a landscaping job the previous summer, and I didn't really make enough money to fund my classes and my housing.
Tyler finished his third year at UBC, and like most art students, they're unable to find a work during the summer. So he went right into playing poker, and everybody doubted him.
Everybody laughed at me. They thought I was crazy. Even their parents were in on it.
All of our friends were like, "You're not going to make anything. Why even bother? Don't do it."
Everybody was just thinking this was a big joke and that I didn't really have a shot at doing it.
His goal was to make $10,000 over the whole summer, so he had May, June, July, and August.
I set the goal of making $10,000 for the summer, which would cover all my school costs in the fall, and then some.
And he ended up making 30 grand by the end of July and just took August off and just basically spent all of it.
That was the first time where I kind of saw poker as a valid career opportunity even. So I've only been playing poker full time for about a year and a half now, but I feel like I accomplished quite a bit in 2010 alone. This is my first year as a Supernova Elite. Every month I have to at least earn 50,000 points or I lose my status. Sometimes this has been very easy, other times it's been very difficult because I've been away on vacation and missed a few weeks out of the month, and this is what happened in May. Things got complicated in May because I took a vacation over to Spain and London, which occupied the first 2 weeks of the month, and it turned out that I had to earn about 28,000 VPPs in 3 days, which is a lot of hands at mid-state cash games. So on May 31st, I woke up at 8 in the morning, and I realized that I had to make about 8,000 VPPs that day. I had until midnight Eastern time, which is of course 9 o'clock Pacific. Obviously, if I thought it would take me 12 hours, it would mean that I would finish at 8 o'clock p.m., which would be an hour to spare, which is obviously cutting it very close. I had to start grinding right away, otherwise I just wasn't going to make it. So I started playing right away at 8 o'clock, fired up 24 tables. There were actually quite a few games running at the time, so it was pretty nice start. And so things were going just almost exactly as expected. Unfortunately, around 4 p.m., the games started to slow down quite a bit, to the point where I couldn't even play 24 tables if I wanted to. So at this point, I was feeling very stressed out. I was under a ton of pressure. I was just racking my brain with other ways to earn VPPs. I was throwing in more higher stake tables that I normally play. I was also playing some 6 max tables, tables I never normally play. You know, just doing anything I could to earn the VPPs and just get it done. It was definitely a race against time. Felt like there was a big timer above my head just constantly ticking. I could always just hear it in the back of my mind. I still didn't know if I was going to make it at that point. Finally, around 8:45, I checked my VPP count for that month, and I crossed the 50,000 mark. I ended up making it with like 15 minutes to spare. I go out quite a bit. I wouldn't call myself a party animal. I'm young. That's what me and my friends like to do in our free time on the weekends, is go out to a bar or a club and have some drinks and just have a good time. For me, time away from the tables is ultimately more important than time spent at the tables. I see poker as kind of a means to an end. It gives you financial freedom to do what you love, to have more free time, to travel, to do those kind of things. I think a lot of people kind of, for them, poker is the end. There's more to life than just sitting behind your computer, grinding it out every day. You don't have to sacrifice other things in your life that you love to do to play poker professionally.
If you enjoy watching poker on the move, the PokerStars.tv app is for you. Take advantage of watching PokerStars live streams. Just select PSTV Live. Or watch content offline by going to My Queue and then Downloads. If you want to browse videos, you have 17 channels to select from. Choose between EPT, PCA, The Big Game, and much more. Just go to Channels and make your selection. The app's completely free and is available for both Android and iOS devices.
That's correct.
You could be the raspberry Danish. We have that cage. We should have like a dominatrix with a whip come out. Like all the in there. Remember, you're out of position against a superior player.
Theo's gonna take the walk down to the short cage.
The walk of shame. Do we have like some shameful music? You look good in the cage. I'll tell you that. Call me if you dare. You really want to go into the cage again? Because you're a bad, 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 bad boy.
Welcome to PokerStars.net NHL Alumni Charity Poker Tournament.
Right now.
Win your chance to play in the next PokerStars.net NHL Alumni Charity Tournament with hockey greats and PokerStars Team Pros.
I have a pair of queens.
Clean up on aisle 3.
Flight, hotel, spending money, and your share of $100,000 to your favorite charity.
If it is a 9, it would be great TV.
Qualify online now at PokerStars.net.
We deliver the richest live poker experience on the planet. Win a free seat to the PokerStars Montreal Festival with a prize pool of $1 million. Qualify now only on PokerStars.net. We are poker.
Hello once again, it's James Hartigan here at the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour in Barcelona. Now, all this week in Spain, we've been catching up with various members of Team PokerStars Pro. We've been asking them questions that you've submitted on the emails and on Twitter, and we've been discussing a wide variety of topics. Well, Joe Stapleton recently sat down with Daniel Negreanu and Theo Jorgensen to talk about amusing stories and embarrassing incidents at the poker table. Here is part 1 of their chat.
Hey everybody, Joe Stapleton here, and I'm with two Team PokerStars Pro, plural. Daniel Negreanu here, Theo Jorgensen over here, two of the more well-known guys on the tour. Yeah, you know who they are already. I'm not going to introduce them anymore. And we are here today to talk about stories, embarrassing stories at the poker table, storytelling in general. And since we're supposed to kick things off with embarrassing stories, I don't think I've ever seen you embarrassed, ever, in life. So I'm going to throw the first question over to Theo.
Good call.
Theo, anything that ever embarrassed you at the poker table, any time where you didn't feel exactly comfortable, anything really dumb that you've ever done?
I think the worst part for me is when you're sitting in these really big tournaments and there's an all-in, and now we're waiting for the cameras, which I really hate. First of all, I want to see the last two cards really, really fast.
There's anxiety, right?
Second of all, I don't want people to see me cry. It just goes bad. But there's been moments where I think I've controlled myself, but I really just want to lay down and cry. And when you can feel the heat coming up, that's kind of embarrassing.
Do you feel like there have been times that you would have reacted differently had there not been cameras around?
Oh yeah. That was an $18 million pot in the World Series where I would have laid down and cried if I could have.
Oh man, we could have seen Theo cry. Actually, I wouldn't like that at all. I'm really glad you kept it together. Yeah, that would have really bothered me. He's such a nice guy. Daniel, like I said, it takes a lot to embarrass you. Maybe in your early days, anything where you...
I don't really get embarrassed by anything I do, but recently when I won the APAC tournament, there was a hand where, I had it won. I was like 11-1 chip leader, and I had ace-8 against 8-4, and it was like, okay, cool. Flop is an ace. I see the ace, and then it comes with a 7 and a 6, and I'm like, okay, no, please don't. And then the turn is a 5, and as soon as the turn hit, I just banged the table really, really hard, and it hurt my knee pretty bad. And then on the river, I didn't even look at the river, and I started counting the chips to pay him, and then realized that I sucked out on the river. We split it. So I broke my knee for nothing because I split the pot anyways.
And that's not like you in general. I mean, that was more of like a knee-jerk, literally a knee-jerk reaction.
Literally a knee-jerk reaction. No, I was emotionally attached to it. There's so many times I've been in the TV spot where I'm heads up, and then weird things happen. So I just wanted it to be over, and I was just emotionally connected to it.
How about a time when either one of you have been embarrassed for someone else at the poker table? I mean, we've seen Mike Matusow cry before. I've seen lots of poker players cry. Actually, I'm not going to call them all out.
I'm not really getting embarrassed about that. I'm close to getting really, really amused by that. I think it's extremely funny watching these guys. There was this young English guy that was crying on a
Welcome back to the Playground Poker Club in Montreal, hosting the final table of the PokerStars Canada Cup, which is now six-handed. 6 players left in contention for the trophy, and the first prize of more than $366,000. So we're now playing 40,000, 80,000 blinds with an ante of 10,000. First hand back from the break sees the action folded to Rayan Shamat on the button.
Shamat!
He raises with ace-6. Pocket threes for Robert Notkin.
So do we think this will just be an aceless, sixless board, or will it be a multiple 3 board?
He might not get to a board. Notkin has 3-bet his threes from the small.
This man is a wild card.
And it's a big 3-bet. Makes it $500,000 total.
Dr. No, more like Dr. Wiley, who he does kind of somewhat resemble. Just never know what this guy's gonna do. He's the unknown quantity.
He won his seat in this tournament online on PokerStars for $30. The other online qualifier, by the way, at this final table was Thiago Nishijima, who just exited in 7th place.
I screwed that up, by the way. He looks like Dr. Light, not Dr. Wiley. Got my Mega Man characters reversed. Check it out. Dr. Light. Huh?
Kind of has a kind of Santa Claus vibe, certainly. And Shamat, who we know does not like to fold pre-flop, lays it down.
Folds pre-flop.
And Notkin takes the chip lead. $5.5 million. Everyone now guaranteed $73,500. Make it into the top 4. That's a 6-figure score with more than 366K up top. And as you can see, 2 players at the final table are relatively short.
Yeah.
Ankush Mandavia with 17 big blinds. Ryan Rivers, I think we can say, is officially in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
With just 11 bigs. And we are playing relatively shallow. Even though we lost a player, Joe, in 7th place, even though we're 6-handed now, we're playing a 36 big blind average.
Oof. Saw Jason Duval out there. He's sweating here sweating Jacques Vluff.
Vincent Jacques currently 2nd on the leaderboard with a stack of 5.2 million at the start of this hand. Action to fold around to the small blind. Justin Miller. So Miller has just called with Queen 7 of clubs. Jacques checks his option. He's got 10-4 offsuit in the big blind.
Pretty good flop for Queen 7.
A bet and a fold. Now Walter gets back in touch. Remember, everyone's welcome to get in touch. Tag your tweets, Canada Cup. Interested to hear who you want to win this and who you think will win this, because sometimes the heart and head say different things. But Walter has said it's a contest, Joe. Remember Walter's challenge?
Yes.
Now he's officially described this as round 3, but remember, round 2 never existed. Round 2 was considered null and void. So to me, this is round 2.1.
Okay.
1 guess each. 4 minutes maximum, no help from the rest of the audience on Twitter. Which of the following was not invented by a Canadian?
Okay.
Valentine's Day card, insulin, the walkie-talkie, or the basketball?
Wow. I know that the sport of basketball was invented by Dr. James Naismith in Springfield, Massachusetts. But I don't know if that means that the basketball itself. But since I know that it's only one of those things, right, was not invented by a Canadian.
I remember yesterday was a trick question.
Yeah, well, hopefully he doesn't do that again, because if so, we'll never read another one of these again. Walter, Nicaragua. Nicaragua, please. I'm gonna go with the basketball.
Run it. Run it.
I think the basketball's too obvious. I'm going to go with insulin. I'm completely guessing, by the way.
Look on your guy's face. I'm gonna just take the
Aiden believes things are still going to go slowly. He says only 14 hours left to go now. Good luck, Notkin. Well, something's got to give, and I still predict a mini bust-out bonanza. I'm still going to call 2 eliminations this level.
Dogs. My dogs are barking.
Poor Walter. Luckily, we got in with our answers, Walter, before people broke your golden rule of not providing help on Twitter.
Several of those things seemed American to me. Price Jack thinks it's the Valentine's card.
Dan says, great job calling the table. Killer Miller is going to win. He's my buddy. I busted in 120th place.
160.
Miller currently playing about 2/3 of the tournament average, 1.9 million. Well, I heard the words all in. Jacques raises the button. Rivers shoves with ace-10 from the small blind. Can't see Jacques calling this.
Maybe he has to think just for a second or two to make it look like he's not opening the button too light all the time. Also, he's getting almost 2-1. Well, apparently James Naismith was a Canadian. He just invented it in America. Okay, Brad.
While Walter gets in touch, says, James, you blew it. Insulin clearly created by a Canadian. And Walter says, clarification for Joe, basketball, the sport. But the problem now, Walter, is that too many people have broken your rule. We've had too many people tweeting walkie-talkie, which I'm assuming is the answer. So you tried, but alas.
No, we had a chance to answer it before people got in there. We got it wrong.
That's true. You still don't win anything, Walter.
No, it's good. I appreciate it, though. It's nice, Walter, to have a little brain buster. Got any more brain busters?
Not so much a brain buster as just pick an item at random.
Walkie-talkie would have been my second choice. I was thrown off by the fact that it was invented in America by a Canadian.
Yeah, who let him across the border, eh? Huh? So Notkin opens under the gun with ace-10. Rivers on the button with ace-queen. Seems fairly obvious to me with this stack size. Yep, he requests Death Tangle Noir. And Notkin called an all-in with ace-10 before and found himself in a dominated situation against Miller's ace-king. Notkin not going to make the same mistake twice. Folds, showing an ace. Good lay down as Rivers continues to chip up. Rivers no longer the low man at the table. He's got 1.5 million. Ankush Mandavia is the short stack with 1.2 million. Walter says the correct answer was not walkie-talkie. The correct answer was Valentine's Day card, created by an Englishman.
Well, there you go. That would have been my second guess. Valentine's Day card.
Now registration is open for today's Canada Cup free roll. And the password is on your screen now. Ladouceur, as in Marc-Andre Ladouceur, capital L required. And you'll find it in the private section of the PokerStars tournament lobby. $1,000 in the prize pool.
Too bad there's no Canadians in an officer and a gentleman, because that's where I would go with that one. Marc-Andre La Du Officer and a Gentleman. So good.
And those are the white chips are in play, by the way. Those are the 100K chips. Reds are 25,000, blues are 5,000. That free roll, by the way, starts at 8 o'clock this evening Eastern time, so 3 hours and 45 minutes from now.
I'm pretty sure we'll still be here. I'm going to go ahead and reg for that. That's what they say. They say reg. I don't say register, reg.
Oh, I wish I could play.
Do you want us to do swapsies on computers? I'll let you...
No, it's okay.
Use mine. Are you
It's
sure?
okay. I don't want to deprive you of the pleasure.
Some of the keys stick. But you can use it.
It's a very kind offer, Joseph.
Anyone, by the way, who has been asking online where you can qualify for Shark Cage, I suggest logging into the client because it is blam right there. Play Poker's biggest names for $1 million on TV.
And as I said, there's an article just gone up on the PokerStars blog written by Brad Willis, which will give you all the details you need as well, and give you all the background info on the actual TV show itself.
Ladu, sir, that's a real tongue twister. L-A-D-O. I'm out. C-E-U-R. Nope. Let's try again. L-A.
I'm not going to help because I'm enjoying this too much.
Ladu.
By the way, Ankush Mandavia shoved there with A7 of spades. Did not get any action.
Got it on the second try.
Well done, Joey.
I'm just kidding. What is it? How do you spell it? Nah, I was just kidding. Or was I? Walter, thanks again for the little brain buster. I enjoyed it. I liked it. I used to be real good at trivia, and then I got dumb.
Ace-4 suited for Ankush Mandavia. So he's willing to open shove Ace-7 suited. How does he feel about Ace-4 suited?
He feels correctly about it.
Folded around to Notkin on the button.
Vadernator wants to know, how come I haven't heard at least a humble brag from Stapes about winning 43 cents yesterday in the free roll? Because you haven't been paying attention, because I did it. I mentioned it. I gave it, I thought it was 34 cents. I gave it 43 cents worth of mention.
170.
Guess what, James? I don't have to give 1 red cent to that to charity.
Well, you enjoy spending that money.
Oh, I will. I'm going to spend it at your mom's house. That's how much I'm going to enjoy it.
My mum costs more than 43 cents.
Yeah,
I'll
but
have you know.
That's what I'm going to put it toward.
Isn't it interesting that you won the exact same amount of money as your age?
Daz wants to know if we're going to wait till the last minute to get rid of those 6 card protectors. I think we've given away 2 already, and this final table could go at least another 9 hours.
So, shot called, the pre-flop raise. It's gone check, check on the flop, check, check on the turn, gets check to showdown. And Notkin with a pair of 9s. Take this one down.
Was there ever any doubt? Now, James, I mentioned Mega Man a second ago, and this guy sent multiple tweets to me, Joey, challenging me to Mega Man knowledge, which I don't find that entertaining. But Matt has replied to both of us saying, what a coincidence. I just wrote a blog on how employers view Mega Man 3 knowledge on resumes. Just a hint, it's high. Nice one, Matt.
Table service.
That looks incredible.
What, pocket kings?
No, the food looks good too, though.
Ah, yeah. No shove from Mandavia, just a raise to 200,000. Trying to induce action from someone else.
Big blind's usually a good place to find it. And that's where it's going to have to come.
Rivers looking down at Queen, 3 of hearts. Ugh.
So no action on jacks from Mandavia. No action on kings. Frustrating.
Buffy, second time lucky. She says, okay, let's see if this PC dummy can get it right. This is Mindy. James, it's treat time. Now, Mindy may be a little bit out of focus.
I think Mindy is just out of focus in life.
But that is a fantastically plump cat. I love a fat cat.
That cat is a fatty. That cat is a big fat pig. That's what I like to say.
Notkin, King, Queen. Folded around to Rivers in the small blind. Notkin's made it 170k, by the way. Ace-Jack suited for Rivers. Starts the hand with 1.3 million. Fewer than 20 bigs. It's a short stack at the table.
What are we, 6-handed?
Yeah.
I think you're supposed to 3-bet this 6-handed.
It's a shove, obviously.
3-bet shove, yeah. Depending on your stack size, I mean.
Yeah, but I mean, he just said the guy's got fewer than 20 bigs.
Yeah.
It was the obvious thing to do. Mandavia folds King, Queen suited in the big blind. Notkin asks for a count.
He's been knocking people out left and right. I don't know how often Rivers is going to be shoving worse than King Queen here. He may shove some smaller pairs that Notkin would be racing against. But obviously he's going to be shoving lots of aces that you're behind to. He's going to be shoving, in addition to that, hands that you are dominated by. I think for like 10 or 12 big blinds you can make this call, but 20 I think is a little too much. Tempting though when you hit every board.
Oh, well, now Buffy knows how to upload photos. There's no stopping her. An 18-pound cat.
Notkin makes the right fold, especially. Didn't Ankush have Queen Jack, King Queen there also?
He did. King
Yeah.
Queen of clubs. Notkin shows that he's folding King Queen. That is one huge tabby cat. Hand says, how much are the chips worth, please? The denominations. As I just said, whites are 100k. Those are the highest chips, and they've just been brought out after the last tournament break. The reds are 25,000, the blues are 5,000. And for those of you requesting a reminder of the free roll password, it's on your screen right now. Ladouceur with a capital L will get you into the free roll, which starts at 8 o'clock this evening Eastern in the private section of the PokerStars tournament lobby.
Of course, that name being French for the douceur.
$1,000 in the prize pool.
Come back. One of those waitresses from out there just wandered into the booth, and it was as exciting as you would expect it to be.
Mark says, how do we feel about Notkin showing so many hands?
I think that, hey, look, white chips. We think that Notkin is maybe, I don't think it matters that much. I think that he's so erratic Anyway, I mean, in general, it's not good. But it's a friendly game, and I like it for the social aspect. I like it for the fun of it. I like it as a viewer. I like it as a player at the table. And yeah, he's giving away information. So if you want to play strictly like plus EV poker and, you know, serious knuckle down, whatever, fine, buckle down. But that's not why he's here. He's not here for that. He's having a blast. He's having the time of his life.
And he's never felt this way before.
Do you want to do Stan's Brain Buster?
Hit me.
It says a Brain Buster for James and Joe. Name the 9 pro sports teams in the U.S., NFL, NBA, NHL, MLB, whose name does not end in S.
Like, so like their nicknames, for example.
Yeah. So the White Sox, the Red Sox.
Okay, let's write these down. So White Sox, Red Sox.
There's 2. I know there's like a weird hockey name that ends in like a K or something. We're gonna have to do this fast, or people on Twitter will ruin it for us. And the booth has gone silent.
I'm trying to work it out. Hold on.
The Colorado, the Denver Avalanche in hockey.
Yeah.
I got a third of them. That's not bad for a guy who doesn't like sports.
There are no NFL teams that don't end in an S. I've just been through all 32 of them.
Ace-9 for Mandavia. Raises. Aces for Shama. 3-bets him. We know Shama's super aggro.
And so far, Ankush has had really good instincts at this final table and has made some really strong laydowns. Mandavia continues to make good decisions, lays down the ace-9.
Yeah, it might be tough, too, against a guy like Shama, who's super, super aggro.
So back to this trivia question.
Yep.
No NFL teams.
Okay.
So it's got to be, what were the other sports? Was it NHL and MLB were the other sports?
And basketball also,
NBA.
NBA.
Miami Heat? Is that a basketball
yeah,
team?
Absolutely. Miami Heat, that's one. Got 4. Good one, James.
Oh, no, now people are starting to spoil it. I just
know,
did a
that's what I'm saying.
refresh.
You can't look at Twitter. You can't do it. I don't want it to be spoiled, but I don't mind as much if people aren't spoiling it by looking it up. If you're just, you know, if you know one, I don't mind that as much. But if you're looking it up, take a hike. Oh, the Minnesota hike. Just kidding. Trying to think baseball. A lot of S's in baseball, too. Well, this completely silenced the broadcast. I don't know if that's really the best idea.
You can keep thinking. I'm going to focus on what's going on here. Well, there is an all-in. Mandavia not going to be blown off ace-9 this time. Decides to shove with it from under the gun. Miller with 9s on the button. So Miller calls, putting Ankush Mandavia at risk. Jacques folds 6s in the small blind. Rivers gives up the big blind.
Really brutal spot for Ankush. He got no action on jacks, no action on kings. Now that he's got ace-9, he's dominated.
Ace. What is it? Ace from space.
Well, we can see no aces folded, so he does have the full 3 outs available. Nothing on the flop.
Not even any real backdoors, I don't think.
And now he loses an out. The ace of diamonds no good. A black ace needed for Ankush Mandavia to survive. It's the 5 of diamonds. Miller improves to a flush, and Mandavia is eliminated in 6th place. $73,520. Everyone else now guaranteed the better part of 92 grand. We're down to 5 in the 2014 PokerStars Canada Cup.
73K, still a very good score for a 3K buy-in. We don't know how many of the day ones Ankush played, but you know, even if he's in for 9K, still a pretty decent score for him. All that big money still up for grabs up top.
And Rivers has laddered. He's the low man at the table with 19 big blinds. But he's moved up a spot. Notkin still leads with 5.4 million. And we have an all-Canadian final 5.
Make a break on the snuggle?
All right, maybe I should start going through the Twitter and see what we're missing here. Can't set it out this long. Orlando Magic. No fracture was the first with that one. Jesse guesses the Thunder and adds Thunder and Jazz.
Oh yeah, there's a Jazz in
Utah Jazz.
Right?
That was the one I was trying to think of.
Where's the Thunder?
I don't know where Thunder's from.
Well, assuming Thunder is a correct answer, we've got 7.
Angelo in with Jazz. Jason, thanks for tweeting me the screenshot of the 2 jacks in the hole app saying our next show is on May 19th. That was May 19th, probably 2010. I missed that show more than I've ever missed anything in my entire life. I wish we could keep doing it, my friend. I wish we could get it back. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Samuel says, Shama looking like a true baller with that straw in his mouth. The ugly glass is matching his yellowy-looking dish. Go on, lad. LA Galaxy's a soccer team. I don't think that was included in the sports listed. Ant, sorry.
Well,
yeah, Thunder's Oklahoma, OKC.
So this was raised pre-flop by Jacques, rather, called by Shema in the big blind. Check on the flop. Shema leads the turn with his 2 pair.
My Twitter's frozen, as usual.
Well, I've got a couple of other answers. Jesse says Minnesota Wild, NHL team.
I guess. Look at that. Jacks on jacks.
Uh-oh.
Full boat for Shama.
And trips.
Guess it's jacks on jacks on jacks on jacks. On Jacques. On guard.
Shama having bet turn, also bets river. Value bets his full house, 375,000. I think the final answer, by the way, may be Tampa Bay Lightning.
Yeah, I like that one. Shama shows the jack 7.
Well, Jacques obviously calls with trips. Shama gets shipped the pot. Adds 865,000 to his stack. So, Joe, we got White Sox, Red Sox, Avalanche, Heat, Magic, Jazz, Thunder, Wild, and Lightning. That's 9. And we did it all by ourselves.
I really like Jacques not showing there. It's really tempting, I think, when you catch like sort of a bad beat or get pipped to show the table, looking for their sympathies. But I like it. I like that he didn't. Fun game, thank you. Thanks for the brain buster.
Now, are we going to have another round of Canada Cup co-stars?
Yeah, why don't we get the guy who just went broke? Ankush Mandavia.
Yes.
Canada Cup co-star. I think this one's too easy too, so no card protector for this one. Because I did the same co-star as yesterday. Ankush Mandavia, Kiefer Sutherland.
But not the same answer.
Not the same answer. Shouldn't take you guys too long to get this one. So it's a mashup of Ankush Mandavia's name and a Kiefer Sutherland movie. Keep the movie name intact.
Action folded to the small blind. Shama limps with ace-8. Notkin throws out some white chips worth 100,000 each. He is raising from the big blind with ace-9 of clubs. He has got Shama dominated. Notkin, the current chip leader, starts the hand with 5.3 million.
He's got Shama dominated.
Shama calls the raise.
Was that really a limp to 40,000 and then a raise from 80,000 to 380,000?
Yeah, he threw out 3 white chips.
Well, Shama now has him reverse dominated. Pair of 8s. That's a big raise, right? 8, 9, 10, jack. Nope. Ace-8 still winning. And we get to cheap showdown after the massive raise pre-flop. Check, 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 ship. You want to hear this soccer joke? This is from Ant. How can a sport that's pro not even spell it correctly? It should be Football. If you're talking about soccer, this is how you spell soccer. Ready? It's just one letter. As many as you want. You can just lean on the keyboard. I would even compromise in saying it's a bunch of Zs.
I had almost forgotten, by the way, that we'd thrown out there a Canada Cup co-star.
We did, Canada Cup co-star.
Gilad thinks he has it.
Okay.
Ankush Mandavi Young Guns.
It is not Ankush Mandavi Young Guns, but that's pretty good. I like Gilad. Really good, Gilad. You know what? I'm going to give Gilad a card protector for that. Even though we weren't doing prizes on this one.
Stan and Luis come up with the same answer. Ankush Melanchol... No, that doesn't work, Luis. Ankush Mandav Melancholia.
It's cute, but not right. By the way, this one is not for a card protector. Galad's was so good. We're giving him one anyway.
Jacques raised it, Brie. Notkin defended his big blind. Check on the flop.
James, I've been doing a lot of shows and webcasts. Do we normally put up outs unless it's all in? That's what's different about this. Well, someone got the right answer, but I want to make sure it's the first one. Philippe guessed yesterday's answer, and he guessed it wrong. And Kush Afu Mendavia.
Let's get checked to showdown.
Yep, it's Nick. Nick who got it first. Nick Topfer. And Kush Mandavia, time to kill.
Boom. Have you got any that you think are worthy of prizes?
Yes, I do, but we just happen to be going through the bad ones first. I have one for Shama that I think is great and difficult. That one's worth a card protector. Knockin' we did already. Justin Miller's I like. Well, I have one more very, very tenuous one. Maybe we want to get that out of the way.
Yeah, let's do the tenuous one, not for a prize.
Yeah, not for a prize. Okay, not for a prize. Vincent Jack, his Canadian Cup co-star, Ryan Reynolds.
I've got it.
You got it.
Yeah.
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 Okay. Well, it's not that tenuous, I guess, if you got it quickly. Shama raising Queen 9 from the cutoff.
Some predictions starting to come through, by the way. Nicola predicts that it'll be Notkin versus Jacques heads up, and Notkin will win.
He's been knocking on the door of a win all week.
And he still has the chip lead. With 5 players remaining now.
Neil Notkin wants to know if Dr. No wins, can I get a card protector? Neil, your bro has been hitting up PokerStars for swag all week. He's probably got 6 of them. Every day he comes in like the guy. Well, if I could just get a patch or a T-shirt, and they're like, bro, you sang the same song and dance yesterday.
He's got an entire family to kit out today.
You got Buffy started on the cats.
Well, Mindy is not actually her cat. It's her friend's cat, and Buffy babysits. This is Buffy's cat, Sam, who died in 2003. They were together for 19 years. She says, the last one, I promise. Sam looked like a very sweet cat.
So a couple of you on Twitter have asked when there are fewer players at the table, why are they all crammed on one side? And that's because of the RFID readers. We can't move people around or their cards will show up in the wrong place. Thank you, Post-Op Ted. And I think we may shuffle things around during the break so that we can space them out. Vadernator says, Vincent Jacques smoking aces. Okay, Jacques ends with an S and the next one starts with an S, but usually it's a vowel sound included. I think we might have to give it to Zach here, right, James?
Yeah, I think Chris McFadden got it as well, but once again, it's a few seconds too late.
Does he have a brag in there that slowed him down?
No.
Yeah, he said there's been worse.
Exactly. By typing those 3 extra words, Chris,
you blew it. Zach Diven guesses National Lampoon's Von Wilder Saint-Jacques. I would have accepted without the National Lampoons, but I like he went the distance there with the full title. It was called something different in Europe, wasn't it?
Van Wilder Party Liaison.
Von Saint-Jacques Wilder Party Liaison would have also counted. You know, I absolutely love that movie, except for the dog stuff.
I did not realize that there were 2 sequels.
Yeah, the one is with the guy from Harold and Kumar.
Van Wilder 2, The Rise of Taj.
Yeah.
And then the third movie was Van Wilder Freshman Year.
I think that's a prequel.
Oh, wow.
So anyway, congratulations, Zach. Not for a prize, though. Not for a prize. Thought that one was maybe a little too easy, too.
Notkin races under the gun with Jack Queen. Miller and Jacques both fold. Rivers is in the small blind. Starts the hand with 1.3 million.
James, I know that the comedy isn't exactly your bit, although you're not an unfunny person. How have you allowed Von Saint-Jacques to wear a shirt with the word commando on it for 2 days and not make a single commando reference? Are you just waiting till he's heads up? I don't understand.
You want commando references, you can have them.
Okay, very good.
He has to be in a hand, though. Oh, there he is. Jenny!
He's not in the hand. Save it.
Well, 2 pocket pairs here. 5s for Rivers, 7s for Shamar.
Can this board possibly run out Queen, Queen, 5, 7, Jack? That is possible, right?
That would be ridiculous. Well, we're not going to get to a flop cheaply. Shamar decides to re-raise. He squeezes from the big blind. So 3-bet to 705,000. That's pricey. It's a lot of chips. Notkin's out. Rivers was just calling with 5s, by the way.
With his stack?
Yeah. I think it was an all-in or fold situation from the original raise, and it's certainly an all-in or fold situation now.
With these weapons? I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I like what's in it. I don't mind. I gotta flip the lens here.
He's 5th place.
You tell them, Buffy. Why do people keep asking for you know what when they know you can't ask for the you know what? People start listening. Yeah, Buffy. Get her, Ray.
I can beat you, John. I don't need the knife. I don't need the girl.
You could probably just start with the first line of the movie and work your way through, couldn't you? Pretty close to it. Raise and take it for Commando.
We'll take Cook's car. He won't be needing it.
All right, you want to actually give away a card protector?
Yes.
All right.
He should never be raising there.
Let's start with, we only have 2 left for the whole day. Not card protectors, but 2 Canada Cup co-stars. I'm going to start with my least favorite one. I'm really proud of my last one that I did, so I'm going to start with this one. Justin Miller. Justin Miller. Right there, on the right-hand side of your screen. Quiet, unassuming Justin Miller. His his Canada Cup co-star, Jim Carrey. We want to mash up a Jim Carrey movie with Justin Miller. Have at it. This one's for a card protector. This one's for reals. Chris McFadden says for the prize ones, he will be sure not to include superfluous, exorbitant, or pleonastic text in his tweets. I would avoid the word pleonastic specifically.
Looks like Shamar's raised the button with Queen 10. And guess who's got Ace King in the small blind?
Dr. No. What's he going to do here? He's going to 3-bet. He's going to 3-bet huge, it looks like. He's got like 6 whites. Nope. Really, he's going to go for 7. Nope, 6. He trades 1 white for 4 reds. 1 white for 6 reds. Here we go. This is what, wow, that's going to be a 3-bet to what? Like 800,000? What is that? Love this guy.
665,000.
Can you hear me knocking?
2 biggest stacks of the table here.
Shama, don't like folding. Why so serious? Why would you raise that much with a good hand? Well, guess what? Because he is Dr. Light. He is Dr. No. He is, you know what? As the kids say, he is everything.
So Shamar calls. Notkin announces he's checking in the dark.
Love it. I told you can't predict this guy. Top pair for Notkin. Up and down for Shamar.
Frisky. Well, Jason's nailed the competition in 1. Justin Ace Miller, Pet Detective.
Incorrect.
How could that not be right?
That wasn't the first one that came in, though. The first one that came in was Justin Miller Liar.
I think that deserves a round of applause for effort.
Also, the effort in reading it, right? I mean, that actually hurt. It gave me a nosebleed. So Shama's gonna now bet this after Notkin didn't continue.
Oh, look at this.
Here we go. Here come the stacks.
You load those barrels.
Can you hear me, Notkin?
Well, that's a meaty check raise. Shamar bets 475,000. And it's been raised to just over $1 million. $1,150,000.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why you don't take the free card here.
And Shamar calls.
Yeah, you're just paying so much money to draw right now. You could have had a card for free.
So now we have a bloated pot, a huge pot of nearly 4 million. These guys are around 2.5 million behind each.
Brick.
A blank on the turn.
And Shama has so much money invested in this hand now. And Notkin checks again.
I kind of expect him just to shove turn, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't... Very fortunate that he did not give a free card. And now he's going to bet super small, cray-cray small.
He does one of his little funky ticklers on the river.
And I don't think this time it can get called, even though... What's Shama getting, like 20 to 1?
He's got queen high.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Even at 20 to 1, I don't think he can call. It's not right anyway, 20 to 1. What is that really? 10?
What's he bet?
It's a little under 10 to 1. It's like 8 to 1.
What a bizarre hand.
I mean, the only thing Shama can be thinking about right now is shoving.
We did see him make a spewy shove earlier on with ace-5 pre-flop.
Except he will not survive this one if Notkin calls.
He folds. Notkin increases his chip lead He has a command over this table now with 6.5 million. And Shamar down to 2.6 million. They were almost dead even before that hand started.
And the knock-in goofiness gets another one. Not exactly thrilled with the way Shamar played that. He's waving to his family.
Gave him a little virtual rainbow.
He had to stand up over that big pile of chips so they'd see him.
Boom.
So we do have a winner here in the contest, and I'm happy to say Jason Pogolatos, Super Huff and Stapes fan, number 99, was the first to get in with Justin Miller, Girls Are Easy.
Nice. That was a good one.
Yeah, that was a good one.
That was probably the best you've ever done.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I saved it to the end.
Well, let's check out the stacks there. 14 big blinds for our short stack. A huge number of chips for Notkin right now.
Happy to ship this to a 2-Jacks fan.
Oh, some of the incorrect answers are awesome.
Just in Living Color Miller. That's pretty funny. I like it.
Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Jim Miller Mind. Justin Man on the Moon Illa. Free roll password on your screen now. Get registered for the game that starts in 3 hours' time. Check out the private section of the PokerStars tournament lobby. $1,000 Canada Cup live free roll kicking off at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Well, you know what? Jeff's actually works, but it wasn't right. Just Incredible Burt Wonderstone Miller. That works. That movie was an absolute turd, though. Oh, my God. For the purpose of this game, James, would it be all right to leave the off the beginning of a movie? Because I guess that movie was The Incredible Burt Wonderstone.
It would not be okay.
Wouldn't be okay. Sorry, buddy. Got to quote the rule book on you. Yestin Miller Man. Justin Yes Man Van Miller. Just all in Miller good taste. When nature calls Justin Miller.
Please stop.
The majestic Justin Miller.
I'm serious, please.
Justin Mill, Dumb and Dumber.
Please.
Me, myself, Justin Miller, and Irene.
Shamar has raised. Notkin has called. Ace-9 for Shamar. Ace-6 for Notkin.
Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Jim Miller Mind.
What's Commando going to do?
Oh. Get down.
I'll be back, Bennett. You're a funny guy, Sully. I like you. That's why I'm going to kill you last.
I know it's not Commando, but remember when he goes, remember when I said I would kill you last?
That is Commando.
Oh, is it?
That's the follow-up to that gag.
I thought that was in True Lies.
No. That's when he's holding Sully over the cliff.
Oh, in True Lies he goes, first I'm going to kill you and use you as a human shield.
Remember when I promised to kill you last? I lied.
That's the line you have to use if he bluffs. Remember when I repped the straight? I lied. Aiden's pretty good at regurgitating my jokes. Says Shama was almost knocking on heaven's door. Yes, Steve Cohen. Justin, Mill, Earth Girls Are Easy is correct, but you're about 10 minutes too late. Jason says, boom, Stock and Stapes finally won me something. Thanks, buddy. You got it, dude.
I love the fact that Mehdi is stating the complete obvious. There is no doubt that momentum is currently with Notkin. It's been with Notkin since day 3.
Opportunity has been Notkin.
Blinds going up in 4 minutes, by the way, to Joe's favorite blind level of the tournament.
50,000, 100,000?
You gotcha.
Yes.
I don't even need a poker face. It doesn't matter. It's all in it. I had to crash.
No, Nick DeLune. You unfortunately left the word "the" off the title of the movie. I liked it at first, but Hardigan's right.
Ryan's always right.
Well, Ryan Rivers is definitely in the danger zone, but he should be pretty happy because he's been in the danger zone yesterday, today, all the live long day. He's laddered up to at least 5th place. He's done a great job of holding on. If I were him, I'd just hold on for dear life right now and hope somebody else gets coolered.
Jason Elrod says we need to reserve Let Off Some Steam Bennett for when he's on a heater. Action folded to the small blind. Shamar raises with ace-10, gets called by Notkin with 6-5 suited. And guess who flops best?
Not Notkin?
Yes, Notkin. Check, check on the flop.
Well, Notkin turns a draw as well.
Now he bets. I don't know why Shamar is attempting fancy play syndrome against this guy. He calls the 300,000. Doesn't get there on the river. It goes check, check. And ace high, no good.
Face.
And Shamar is just donating chips to Robert Notkin at the moment. Notkin moves up to nearly 7 million. Shamar is down to 2 million.
The napkin cleans up a few more chips.
Just 1.5 minutes left on this level, and you may have heard the tournament director speaking to the players. We are meant to play 2 full 60-minute levels and then take a break. So we're meant to roll straight in to level 30, but the players have requested a break. We're going to give them a break. It will give us the opportunity to maybe move them out across the table a little bit, give them a bit more wiggle room.
Martin writes in saying, Stapes, 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 Stapes! Danger zone!
So that looks like it was the last hand of the level. And the final 5 players are taking an impromptu break. Here's how they stack up with the blinds about to go to 51. 67 big blinds for our chip leader, Robert Notkin. 10 big blinds for the short stack, Ryan Rivers. We're going to move them around the table a little bit, and then the action will continue here in Montreal at the PokerStars Canada Cup. Who's going to win that trophy?
We deliver the richest live poker experience on the planet. Win a free seat to the PokerStars Montreal Festival with a prize pool of $1 million. Qualify now only on PokerStars.net. We are poker.
I guess it's a fairly little known fact that I grew up in this beautiful place with these wonderful animals. People always think, oh, she's from London, she's obviously a town girl, grew up all glammed up and so on, but it couldn't be further from the truth. I was such a disgusting child. I used to try and make pizzas by just gathering detritus from the floor of the woods. And then I'd bring it and be like, look, there's a pizza. And my mum was like, that's lovely, dear. I think you can catch diseases from this. My mum was a huge influence on me growing up in terms of, you know, riding.
As a very little girl, I think I was told before I could even walk, I had this passion for horses.
She used to ride a lot. She used to compete, and you know, my mum sat me on her horse when I was about 6 months old, apparently. He was a big old gentle giant, and it was mostly my mum that was my influence, my inspiration.
Obviously, when I had Olivia, she followed the same sort of passion, and so we got her a little pony.
He was just a pony on loan. And then I had another one when I was 8 called CJ, and he was this little grey devil.
She and I were able to ride together, which was really nice, especially in lovely countryside that we've got round here.
Sadly, my little pony wasn't big enough to keep up with her big horse, but we tried anyway. He was fantastic, so talented, and we won a lot of competitions together.
She actually was quite competitive. She competed locally quite successfully, and because she was quite brave, she did very well.
All the rosettes, you know, meant the world to me, and when I was about 12 or 13, sadly I grew too big for CJ, and so we got Bella.
When Liv went off to university, we reluctantly sold her because we decided it wasn't really going to be worth keeping her.
After I won San Remo, my mum called me and she was like, Bella's back up for sale. Do you want to buy her? And I was like, yes, I do. I can afford this. I guess it was nice for everything to kind of come full circle. You know, I was lucky enough to have a daddy that would buy me a pony when I was a little girl, and now, you know, I made my own way and was able to buy my own. So Bella, she's a woman. You know, she has mood swings. Some days she's an absolute angel, and other days she's an absolute cow.
Hey.
Bella. But she's a very good horse. I trust her hugely. She's got an incredibly gentle nature. She's very patient, and the other animals love her. Oh, it's so nice when I can get on my horse and go galloping across the fields. Definitely blows away the cobwebs, and poker is the last thing on my mind. It's gone. I'm just me and my horse trying to stop. You know, if you're in fear for your life, then it's hard to think about anything else. No, Bella's not that bad. She can just, she gets a little excited sometimes.
Her love of animals has definitely come from me. If I have an animal, I commit to it and look after it well, and I've tried to teach her to do the same thing.
There we go. Oh, God. He's a good boy.
I just love all creatures. I don't really care what they are. I used to have pet snails.
No, not my hat.
Stick insects for a while.
He's got his legs stuck in it.
I don't really care what they are. I'm not scared of any creature.
Ow. Come here.
One thing that's mildly frustrating about living here surrounded by animals is that when I was about 14 or 15, I started developing really bad allergies to animals and animal hair and just anything to do with them, basically.
So it does limit the amount of time she can spend with them.
Now, whenever I ride my horse, either my mum helps me tack her up or I just have to kind of do it from a distance.
I wish I could give her a kiss.
And then try not to cuddle her too much until I come back, because otherwise I just can't breathe, I can't see, I won't stop sneezing, it's awful. The thing with horses is that you have to work really hard to get them to a level that they're going to win when you enter competitions. My mum in particular was quite a driver, shall we say, when it came to getting me to practice, and it really paid off because, you know, I would be bringing home armfuls of rosettes and trophies. Having that drive and having someone sort of supporting and pushing you really instilled this work ethic and taught me that diligence and hard graft will pay off in whatever field you enter into.
Whatever she put her mind to, she really succeeded. She always put 100% into it. She was successful riding. She was realistic enough to know that she wasn't going to earn money from working with horses, but she always showed a great determination and committed to it.
I was probably one of those annoying kids at school that had to be the best in every subject and then the best at sports. I'm not saying I always was, but I wanted to be. My competitive nature, I guess, drives success in some extent.
I'm obviously very proud of her, and also her degree at Manchester University. I don't know where she gets her brains from.
After returning from university, I was living in London, didn't want to get a normal job, so I started applying for game shows randomly. And one of the first shows I got on, they took 5 complete beginners and taught us how to play poker. I was taught by Annie Duke and Phil Helmuth and the Devilfish.
First of all, we thought, oh my goodness, you know, 21 years old, weren't really that keen on the idea.
I fell in love with the game of poker instantly. And one of the things that I learned, particularly from Annie, she was like, well, if you want to be good at this game, you just have to study it and study and study and study.
She very quickly reassured us that the sort of poker world that she was involved in is not the image that a lot of us had. And she clearly was going to make a success of it.
I just bought all the books I could and read as much information as I could. I had some pretty early on success in small tournaments in London, and then, yeah, it just sort of blossomed from there. My mum was obviously supportive of me growing up in all of my sporting and competitive endeavours, particularly with the horses, and nothing's changed.
I've been on a few tours with her, not as many as I'd like to. I really enjoy it. I would rail her for as long as I can. It's great to watch her.
So in 2010, I was down in the south of France playing a €500 event, and then the volcano went off and I couldn't get home. I was with Liz Liu and she said, well, I'm going to San Remo. There's an EPT there, you should come. And I'm like, well, that's outside my bankroll. And she's like, well, there's satellites and some side events, come along anyway. So we got on a train and a bus and a train and a bus, and we eventually got there. And there was a satellite that night, so I'm like, all right, I entered it and I won my seat. I'm like, oh, cool, I'm going to play this main event. It was an absolutely enormous tournament, 1,240 runners. It was extremely exciting, obviously, throughout the whole thing because I didn't get to play many main events. I was quite nervous because I'm like, oh, this is big.
It was the most frustrating time for me because it was when there was the volcanic ash cloud. I knew she was going to be doing the final table. I was all set to jump on a plane and come down there. I'd been following it on the live streaming, and of course I couldn't get a flight out.
I played the best that I could, and obviously the cards were on my side. And then I go and bink the whole tournament.
Please.
I was obviously having some crazy emotions and extremely happy.
I think one of the first things she said was, I must ring my mum.
I speak to her on the phone and she's just crying her eyes out.
Yeah, it was just floods of tears, very emotional. It was a shame I couldn't have been there to fling my arms around her, but I know she had lots of support out there.
Let's give it up for the winner from UK, Liv Boris.
The thing that I'm so happy about is just how proud she is of me.
It was probably my proudest moment because she worked hard at it, so to do that was brilliant.
I guess it has changed my life in some way. It's made me much more known on the poker circuit, and it led to me being invited to join Team Pro, which was a huge personal goal. I'm so lucky having an incredibly supportive family, and especially my mum. I definitely wouldn't be here without that. My family kind of described me as a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde in terms of what they see of me on the cameras, out on the poker circuit. to what they know of the Liv, or Olivia as I'm known back here. Coming back here definitely gives me a chance to decompress and really feel refreshed and invigorated. It's nice to be able to get away from all of it. I don't want to say I escape to here, because I love my time when I'm on tour, but I also love the polarity of being back here with its calm and its peace. So the two just complement each other so, so well. It definitely gives me a real boost and, you know, a new lease of life, ready for my next poker trip.
Welcome to Heads Up with Stapes, the show where I chase down Team PokerStars pros to find out more about their lives away from the table. Then we play a little heads up of our own. Hey guys, welcome to Heads Up with Stapes, and today we are at the penthouse apartment of PokerStars team pro Olivia Barry. Now, this might be my last chance to sort of get into it with Liv, and I know that she loves rock music, so that's what today's show is all about.
Hello.
Hello, Olivia.
Hi, Joe. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
Good. What the hell?
You like that?
Is it dead?
I mean, I'm very much alive.
Welcome back to Montreal and the final table of the 2014 PokerStars Canada Cup. As you can see, we've opened up some space between the final 5 players. That's right, 4 eliminations so far at the final. We're down to 5. These are the 5. Robert Notkin, the current chip leader. Ryan Rivers, the current short stack. An all-Canadian final 5. It's James Hartigan and Joe Stapleton calling the action here at the Playground Poker Club.
Hello, my babies. Have you noticed that Robert Notkin has not moved from his seat? And do you think that all maybe has to do with someone being a little superstitious? Someone who's like, oh, you know what, I think I kind of want to stay here. I kind of want to keep hitting every single hand imaginable.
So we are now playing level 30 of the main event. Blinds 50,000, 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. And we encourage you to tweet using the hashtag Canada Cup. Laurence Grandin from the booth next door says, Joe Stapleton, if I'm you in French, you're me in English. So why don't you get some tattoos?
I actually just complimented Laurence on her tattoos on the last break, and I think she thought I was making fun of her, but I actually genuinely think tattoos are rad on women, especially. I don't want any tattoos, but I like looking at them. The only tattoo I was thinking of maybe getting, and I've thought about this for years. You know Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom?
Yes.
I want to get Fortune and Glory tattooed on my left and right biceps. Fortune and Glory, kid. Fortune and Glory. I mean, come on, why don't you say hello to my friends, Fortune and Glory. Ace-Jack suited.
Vincent Jacques starts this hand with 4.7 million. He is second in chips at the final table.
See, I think Vincent, although we like the Go Commando shirt, is missing a huge opportunity here. He should wear like a 3-piece suit, and that way he can say, I'm Vincent Jack suited.
Love the way that Rivers looked at his hand there. Jacques chose to shove on him small to big.
Ah, Buffy's got a good one. Good name for Notkin should be Butter, because he's on such a roll.
sick heater for Robert Notkin, which has seen him make this final table, take the chip lead amongst the final 5. Let's talk prize money very quickly. Obviously, we're now divvying up the lion's share of the $2 million prize pool guaranteed by PokerStars. Next player out, $91,760. Then a jump up to over 122 grand, 165K for third, $257,000 for second, 366,000 for the winner.
It's weird because this tournament has been so fun, I almost forget about the fact that there's still huge money left up for grabs. Nearly 350K for first place. That's real money. That's bracelet money. Everyone's talking about the World Series right now. There will be bracelet events of the series that don't pay that much for first.
And even though this event is being run by the Playground Poker Club, it's not a PokerStars event per se, the players are allowed to talk about any potential deals, any potential chops in the prize money. There is not a no deals allowed rule here.
Nick, I love you, but you're a great guy, Nick from New Orleans. I remember you. I love you, but you can't break up the name of the movie. So just The Incredible Burt Wonderstone in Miller doesn't work. The Just Incredible Burt Wonderstone also doesn't work because it breaks up the name of the movie. It doesn't work. Please, let it go. I love you, kid, but let it go.
Hello to Wayne Hadfield. On my way home to watch the Canada Cup final table. Enjoy the action, 5-handed action, as we go 3-way to this flop. Notkin Gibbons. He limped under the gun. Jacques called on the button. Shamar checked his option in the big blind. Check, check, check on the flop. A bet from Shamar on the turn of 225,000. And Shamar may think he's got the best hand with aces and sixes, but Jacques has got trip sixes.
Hello.
And Jacques elects to raise. Notkin, by the way, called the 225,000. I'm not sure why. Oh, he's paid his jack. I'm sorry. He does have something.
He's got a pair. And when the jack hits the river, he will have the winner.
He may not get the opportunity. If Shamar decides to take a stand, no, he folds. Notkin does indeed call and checks in the dark.
Because he knows if he doesn't hit a jack, he's not putting any more chips in here.
It's a deuce on the river.
I wonder if Robert Notkin is shocked right now that he didn't improve. I would be.
Notkin checks. Junk bets 525,000. Notkin heroes.
He did hero, wow.
And he is wrong.
So now he's just a massive chip leader instead of the overwhelming chip leader?
He's no longer chip leader.
Oh.
Jacques takes the chip lead with 6.5 million. Notkin down to 5.6 million. A little bit of positive tilt maybe. I mean, when you're running so golden, you just think, well, I can't miss. I'll play every hand. I'm going to win every hand.
I can't let this go with Nick. Nick, the name of the movie is The Incredible Burt Wonderstone. So in order to not break up the name of the movie, which needs to remain intact, you would need to put Justin at the beginning of it. So it would have to be just the, which is not his name. His name is Justin.
Are we done now? Can we draw a line under this?
I'm not wrong, am I?
No, you're not wrong. I'm just fed up with you saying the same thing again and again and again. Well, obviously, Rivers is in the immediate danger zone, but Shamat is also short. He folded to Shamat in the small blind. He gives it up. He gives Notkin a walk. We got a Canada Cup Co-Stars challenge from Walter. What he calls round 3.1 of his commentator's challenge. So the star is Lois Maxwell, and the name you have to shoehorn into the movie is James Hartigan. Now, Lois Maxwell was Miss Moneypenny.
Right.
In the 1960s and 70s James Bond movies. So I'm figuring it's probably a James Bond movie, because the only other movie I can remember her in is Dr. Strangelove, and I can't fit my name into Dr. Strangelove.
I mean, Never Say Never Again seems like it would go in your name, but she's not in that one, is
She's not. Not officially part of the Bond canon, therefore
Right.
not featuring any of the supporting cast. Do you want to go through them in order?
Dr. No.
Yes.
From Russia with Love.
Yep.
Goldfinger.
Yep.
You Only Live Twice.
Thunderball.
Thunderball.
Then You Only Live Twice.
You Only Live Twice.
On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Diamonds Are Forever.
Diamonds Are Forever.
Live and Let Die.
The Spy Who...
No. Oh, I think I've got it. The Man with the Golden James Hartigan.
No, but that breaks up the movie.
Oh. James Harty, the Man with the Golden Gun.
I mean, that's a lot to cram in between.
Walter, did we get it? It's definitely not Octopussy.
Tim Allen, shut up. We don't care. I loved you in Home Improvement, though. Oh, 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 oh.
Rivers moves all in from under the gun. Shamat folds pocket fours. Round to Jacques in the big blind. The shove gets through. Rivers still a short stack at the table. Now, we've talked a lot today about satellites and opportunities to play in live events. How about this one? If you live in Canada, a chance to play against some NHL legends in the NHL Alumni Charity Poker Tournament. Satellites running now on PokerStars.
And even though that is a charity poker tournament, I do believe that for the winner, in addition to your charity getting a nice chunk of change, courtesy of a PokerStars team here in Canada, I think you get a trip to the PCA out of it too. So there's even a little something in it for you, and you get to be on TV. I think it's on Sportsnet here in Canada. Yeah, Walter bent the rules. I bent the rules slightly to include you in the festivities. The man with the golden James Hartigan. It's very difficult to get the right answers to things, though, guys, if you don't stick to the rules.
Tim Allen is very disappointed that you didn't compliment him on his work in the Toy Story movies. Sorry, Tim, I'm a Woody fan. Raise and take it for Miller.
I get accused of making the dirty jokes. Unbelievable. Now I have the theme from Home Improvement stuck in my head. I bet that one didn't catch on in the UK, did it?
Nope.
Yeah.
I mean, it was broadcast in the UK. That's not to say it was a big show.
More power! Man, I used to watch that every week with my mom and dad. Loved that show. Wilson, remember they couldn't show Wilson's face? It was always hiding behind something? Classic.
I don't think there was any... I'm thinking like 80s, early 90s. I'm trying to think of a traditional American sitcom that really caught off in the UK.
Cheers?
Would you say that's a traditional sitcom?
Oh, for sure.
Okay. Cheers was big. I mean, Frasier as well. That's
yeah.
That one was raise and take it for Notkin.
Did you guys have Perfect Strangers here?
800.
What one was that?
With Cousin Balky, where he was from a made-up country called Meepos?
We may have done, and I just didn't see
Yeah.
it.
Oh, and that's the other. Did you guys have Urkel here? Not here, but in Europe. Did you guys ever get Steve Urkel? Did I do that? Got any cheese,
Again,
Laura?
if we did, I'm afraid it didn't come to my attention.
Dominic wants to know, how come none of the players are wearing any PokerStars patches? Dominic, how come you aren't using your eyes?
PokerStars.com, where Robert Notkin plays.
It's okay. It's hard. You know, it's hard to spot. It's funny when someone's trying to be eagle-eyed, yet fails miserably. More like mole-eyed, or bat-eyed. Tim Allen wants to know, was Roseanne on in the UK? I would have guessed that one too, maybe.
Yeah, no,
maybe.
Roseanne was pretty popular. I think actually the home of US sitcoms was Channel 4, but they cherry-picked. So they got Golden Girls, Cheers, Frasier, Friends.
Golden Girls, man, that's one of the best of all time.
Yeah. A lot of the, I'm sorry, Joe, what I thought were some of the really kind of naff ones made it onto like Sky One in the early 90s.
What do you consider naff?
What's that? I can marry with children.
You know, I absolutely hated that. Whoa, here we go.
With good reason, it's awful.
I hated it when I was a kid, and then when I was a grown-up, I loved it. Like, once it was off the air already and reruns, I just totally, I got it. It's just chewing up the scenery. It's great.
Thank you for being a friend.
Yeah, Friends probably, I assume, was big, too.
Free roll password, Ladouceur. By the way, Marc-Andre's just tweeted that he's joining Dominic and Laurence next door. So he's going to do an hour of commentary in French, then he's going to join Joe and myself as we play down to a winner from the final 5. Rivers looks happy with himself. Oh, that'll be why. Pocket jacks. He shoves.
Yeah.
8 big blinds. And we're going to hand and take him on with...
Nice hand, sir.
Nope.
It'll look stronger, main range. If I'm main range, it'll look stronger.
Okay, we're done with the sitcom conversation, I think. Mehdi wants to know, you didn't answer, why can't we hear the players? No mics. Mehdi, you didn't ask a question. All you did was say what sucked about the broadcast. Why would we answer that? When you mic the players, it adds about a dozen people to the production crew. You have to mic every player individually, which is not a cheap thing to do. Then you need someone to sit on a mixing board, ride the levels, mix it into the stream. It's actually not nearly as easy as it sounds. Thank you, Jeffrey, who has felt the need to tweet the entire Perfect Strangers theme song to me. And by thank you, I mean please stop.
A shove from Shema under the gun. The 14 big blinds. Ooh. Now this is going to cost Rivers everything he's got to call. He's dominated, though he's not to know it.
Now, Shema did shove under the gun.
I'm not sure I wanted to call it off. I mean, it's an obvious shoving hand, but I'm not sure you can call it off with a 7.
It's tough because all you'd have to do is think about this. Is how often is he shoving under the gun with a hand that's worse than A7 versus how often is it going to be better than A7? Probably a little more often better. No problem, Dominic. No problem.
Rivers still a shorty with 9 big blinds. Shama playing 15 bigs. Justin Miller in funky stack land with 27 big blinds, and then you got the big boys. 60 big blinds apiece for Robert Notkin and Vincent Jacques.
Tony says, I love you, Monkey and Scarecrow. Are you okay with being Scarecrow? James is fine with it, I think, but he wants top billing. He wants I love you, Scarecrow and Monkey.
Exactly.
It's going to be a raise and take it for Notkin.
I think you should stick with the animal analogy, actually. If you're going to have a monkey, it should be monkey and giraffe or something that's equally gangly and awkward.
Ostrich. Pretty gangly and awkward.
I think ostriches are scary. I'm quite benign. And giraffes.
You are absolutely terrifying. What is wrong with you?
I think I'm
Everyone lives in fear of you.
Who's everyone?
Literally everyone. Somebody out there, shout right now if you're not afraid of James Hardigan.
You're talking to people who'll hear that. No, they're in the future.
No,
so
they're
they
hearing it right now.
Oh.
In real life. And they're terrified of you. You should have seen the guy that runs the PokerStars office here in Canada, Jeff, when he couldn't get his hands on Evian. He was sweating when he told you.
I guess
Mr. Hardigan.
I guess I've just had my head in the sand all this time.
Ah, there you go. Is that an ostrich thing or a flamingo thing? Oh, you could be a flamingo.
Now, do you know why flamingos are pink?
I knew this. I knew this. Hold on. I forgot.
It's the coloring from all the shrimp they eat.
Mmm, shrimp. Love me some shrimp. Luis Noguera, keep it up. You might eventually tweet something I find funny. Dominic says he's afraid of my chest hair. It's not to be feared.
I do worry about getting lost in there. Rivers shoving from the cutoff with ace-9. Shamar asks how much. He's got ace-8 suited. That's a fold. Notkin with ace-deuce gives it up. Miller with 7-4 folds the big blind.
Tony gets back in touch. I love you, Scarecrow and Monkey. I am not afraid, but I notice he said he's not afraid, but he did switch the billing around.
Out of respect, not fear.
It's a thin line. It is a thin line with you. Ant says giraffe and baboon, which I don't know why this tickles me so much. I had a girlfriend who is incapable of saying the word baboon. She could only say bamboon. Isn't that funny? And I go, it's baboon, and she would go bamboon.
I love laughing at other people's idiocy.
It's a bamboon.
Notkin calling on the button. Miller calls in the small blind. Jacques checks his option. 3-way to the flop, which is 8-6 deuce. Miller flops best.
Jack on the turn. After action checks around. Come on, dealer. Let's give these guys some real hands. What's happening? What is happening out there? Notkins decided to bet this with not much. Miller correctly calls with a 6. This is a limp pot, eh? 4 on the river. So Miller's got 2 pair. Not a good time for Notkin to bluff. Miller's not going to give him the chance. He's going to bet now, thinking Notkin maybe picked up that jack on the turn. Unfortunately for him, it was just a rando bluff.
So Miller leads for 350,000. Notkin folds. No Fracture says, what a troll James is. Shrimp eating flamingos. What makes flamingos pink? Flamingos are pink because they eat shrimp, brine shrimp to be exact. Rich swarms of tiny brine shrimp inhabit salty lakes in both of the world's hemispheres. It's a nutritious natural chemical or organic compound called beta-carotene in the brine shrimp that turns the flamingo's feathers pink. It's the same chemical that makes carrots orange, and it's very important because it's a building block that the bodies of humans, birds, and animals use to manufacture vitamin A. Would you like me to continue the science lesson?
Shama all in under the gun, and he is gonna get snapped off here.
Oh. Shoves with King Jack into the ace queen of Notkin.
Now he does have live cards.
Notkin calls, everyone else folds. Ryan Shama, former tournament chip leader, at risk and behind.
Not the worst spot ever for Shama.
No kings or jacks folded.
Although not any king or jack, but there's kings and jacks and diamonds in there still. Safe flop for Notkin.
And Shama now needs a king on the river. 3 outs, doesn't hit. We're down to 4 players, with Robert Notkin reclaiming the chip lead and taking out Ryan Shama, who cashes for $91,760, and crucially, Ryan Rivers ladders another spot.
Shamalama ding dong, out of here.
Rivers still short, but now guaranteed a 6-figure score. He's playing 9 big blinds, but he's locked up 122 grand.
This guy ladders better than Mario and Donkey Kong.
And Notkin leads with a 73 big blind stack.
James, I know you like movie news. Our old pal Quentin Martin from The Office, the PokerStars office. Do not, I repeat, do not go and see Maleficent. I have not seen such unbelievable, god-awful dog drivel in quite some time. I'm disgusted and want the last 90 minutes of my life back.
Wow. It's not a movie I plan to see. And I understand it's not really a kids' movie. I think they're pitched it at more of a tween market.
Yeah.
I mean, not being funny, the original Maleficent in Sleeping Beauty in the Disney movie was scary enough. I can only imagine what a live action...
Oh, is it a spin-off of the the witch from Sleeping Beauty?
Yes, that was Maleficent.
Got it.
So this is the story of what makes her evil and why she decides to get a little bit narked about not being invited to Aurora's christening, and then obviously putting that curse on her and wandering around with a crow and loads of little pig creatures.
I've never seen Sleeping Beauty.
It's actually one of the better classic Disney movies.
Raise and take it for Jacques. Four-handed at the Canada Cup. You know what grinds my gears, James? When people in the poker world create separate Twitter accounts so they don't flood your timeline with other things that they're doing, but then they retweet that other Twitter account constantly, therefore making you read the stuff for an account you're not following anyway. That really grinds my gears.
Joe's gears have been ground.
Donnie wants to know, would you say Shama is Sha-No-Ma? Yes, Donnie, that's what we would say. Sam says, go, 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 Uncle Notkin.
What's this? Miami? Or no?
How about that Ryan Rivers, huh? Wasn't he the shortest stack heading into 10-handed play?
No, that was Goulet. Oh, no, it was Rivers. You're right.
It was Rivers.
It was Rivers.
Now he's at least going to be 4th in this tournament.
Yes. Rivers still looking for a spot with 30 minutes left on this level, by the way.
Notkin limps, huh? 5-10 suited. Miller's going to get a cheap look at the flop. Jacques checking. Miller's got everyone dominated. 10-7. 3 10s out there. Miller flops best too. Pair of 7s. Domination, nation, nation.
Check, check, check on the flop. Board pairs on the turn.
Miller's going to bet this 7. And look at that diamond draw for Notkin.
And he calls, hoping to hit on the river, which he doesn't.
Well, it's a chop now, though.
Oh, hang on. Now remember, if it is a chop, it gets checked. We've got to run next door in a moment. Hold on a second.
Sing our song first.
Yeah,
Check, check.
It's kings and queens with a 10 kicker. They're both playing the same hand. It's a chop pot, and you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot. We'll be back in about 30 seconds.
Shown up.
Now they're screaming, everybody loves a chop pot.
Got shown up.
In the booth.
Now, we tried. We attempted to fulfill our promise to sing the Chop Pot song on the French language stream. We didn't know there was going to be a 6-person film crew in there shooting Marc-Andre Ladouceur.
Sorry, we're not Marc-Andre Ladouceur, everyone. Jeez. Can't wait till my film crew gets here.
Sorry if we just ruined Marc-Andre Ladouceur, the movie, by the way.
It's got to be better than Maleficent. James Ant wants to know, do they ever call you Jim?
Not if they want to live.
This is the guy no one's afraid of.
Folded to Vincent Jacques in the small blind. Bets enough to put Rivers all in. And Rivers is a sweat again. And what's he got?
It looks like he's playing bridge.
6-3. Oh, man, I was so looking forward to making my debut.
We look like jerks now. We look like absolute idiots running in there all excited and then like being like, oh, sorry. I'm embarrassed. I was made a fool of right then, and not by my own accord, which is typically, if I'm going to make a fool of myself, it's on my terms.
To be fair, though, we had no way of knowing there was a documentary crew in there.
Well, the French people could have told us.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, it's off.
Yeah, French people.
This is the most public of my many embarrassments.
Emphasis on the word many. Commando. Till the next time, John. No chance. The raising and the taking. So Vincent Jacques playing 6.4 million, just behind Notkin, who's the chip leader with 7 million. Miller, 2.8 million. Rivers the shorty, 840,000. 8 big blinds. And there we see the names of the fallen. We started the day with 9. We're down to the final 4. And we know for sure there will be a Canadian winner of the Canada Cup this year.
That's neat. The top 4 finishers, the top 5 finishers will all be Canadian. How about that, eh? Sorry, how about that, eh? Rob the Hippiekin says, damn it, Jim, I'm a poker player, not a magician.
We're feeling your pain, Ryan Rivers. He's just looking for a spot to shove. I mean, obviously, rather be the first man in rather than having to cover the top of an opening raise because his fold equity is therefore diminished.
Always better to be first man in.
Robert Notkin waves to the Notkin clan. The Notkin kin, rather.
The Notkin yes-kins. By the way, me and the French stream, we're done. That's it. They are OTL.
To quote Robert De Niro in the 1997 movie Copland,
you blew it!
You had your chance and you blew it!
Sorry, I didn't know you were going for the full version.
I was going full De Niro.
I didn't mean to step on you.
Phil Cooper says, congratulations, Joe. You're now embarrassing in 2 languages.
I beg to differ. It's way more than that. Notkin, nice little hand here on the button. Queen 10 suited. 7 million in chips for this mofo. What is that, 700 big blinds? 70 big blinds. That felt like a lot. It felt like a lot for this stage of the tournament.
Oh my God. I had a heart attack. I'm thinking, no, they're not 700 big blinds deep.
Jacques makes the call, dominated. Ace, Jack, Trey, 1 diamond.
Notkin with a gut shot now picks up the diamond draw on the turn as well. 93% favorite.
This goes check, check again, right? Yep.
Gets there.
Gets there again.
Not that he needed to. He was ahead on every street.
He was ahead on every street. Jacques does not take his opportunity to bluff at this. Notkin bets. Jacques, I'm sure, insta-folds. Notkin can't wait to show this. He doesn't show. All right.
25 minutes left on the level. Now the blinds go to 6120, but the big change is the ante. The ante doubles from 10,000 to 20,000. And this is not exactly going out on a limb to say that Ryan Rivers is not going to make it to the end of this level unless he finds a double up. Notkin raising under the gun, or rather limping. Once again, we see the Gibbons executed by Notkin at this final table.
Oh, hell yeah. You know, he reminds me a lot of old Joe Gibbons.
Well, this is actually an interesting spot for Rivers. An under the gun limp, a small blind limp, wakes up in the big blind with ace-9.
I think this is Jamsville. Why is anyone limping with a better hand than this? Really? Okay.
Yeah, all my chips are going in pre-flop if I'm in Rivers' spot. I know I'm saying that with the benefit of knowing that the other hands are Jack 3 and Queen 7, but look at this. Trip 9s, loving life.
Yeah, but what can pay him? A runner, diamond. 7 on the turn for Notkin. Okay, so Notkin's got a pair now at least. He might, Rivers I mean, might catch some more chips here. Yep, he's going to get a little bit. I think that went back call.
Notkin improves to queens and 9s on the river. Rivers shoves the river. And did Notkin call?
No, he folded. He folded top pair.
Wow.
How am I gonna shit? Oh, no, you tell me.
Solid laydown by Notkin on
Yeah,
the river.
Yeah, really. Absolutely.
I think I asked him before I heard mine. How do you?
How do I fold 2 pairs?
Stefan says, if Hardigan hates to be called Jim, I just imagine how he's going to react to someone calling him Jimbo. I call him Jimbo fairly regularly, but he just doesn't respond to it. And not that he's purposely ignoring it. His brain just isn't trained to hear that as his name.
Sorry, you're talking to me?
See, when I call him Jimbo, I have to say it 6 or 7 times. I'd rather just say James. When he's not around, I refer to him as Lady Hardigan, though.
Oh, lady boys. Under the gun race from Miller. So Rivers has chipped up to 11 big blinds now. Please don't disturb my friend. He's dead tired.
Yeah, wake up over there, Jacques. Who's jumping up and down on the stage? Oh, boy. A little bit of a cooler here, four-handed. Big ace, little ace. Is that a 3-bizzle? Looked like a stack of whites going in there.
625,000.
Let's go jam fold, right?
Or is it 645,000? Either way.
Justin the Killer Miller with a big suited ace. I guess I'm saying jam fold with the benefit of seeing the whole cards. Guess it's not that easy because you are going to get 3-bet by bigger aces whenever Jacques got one. Not a jam. Just a call.
I'll be honest with you. I'm not sure I want to be playing out of
Post-flop.
position, post-flop, in a 3-bet pot when there's a guy sitting there on the verge of elimination.
Maybe that's why he doesn't move all in.
So he bricks it. Checks to Jacques, who, if he continues, is likely to take this down.
Everything is kind of looking like a commando Notkin heads up here.
There's the C-bet from Jacques. And the fold from Miller, who gave up about 400,000 chips on that hand. He's down to 2 million. So he's now playing 20 bigs. Rivers still the short stack with 11 bigs. Jacques don't need no 3 outs. He won the pot.
We don't need your stinking 3 outs.
Rivers on the button. 11 big blinds. Pocket sixes. You know what you got to do. Request Death Tangle Noir. And stick your chips in for the lads. Notkin with ace-9.
Oh boy. I mean, this is such a small shove. You got to call the ace-9, don't you?
It's
11.
It's easier when you're in the big blind and last to act and closing
Oh,
the
right.
action.
Yeah.
but
Thank you, James. Thanks for pointing that out. Notkin doesn't seem that concerned about the action behind him and only the action in front of him.
I can't tell you.
He folds. Rivers breathes a sigh of relief, I think. I mean, I'm sure he'd love to have doubled up, but to not have to see a flop there and win the pot, I think you're just fine with that.
I can easily see a situation, by the way, where Miller goes out before Rivers. This guy is the master of laddering. Free roll password on your screen right now. Ladouceur, Marc-Andre Ladouceur, as we know, is next door with his film crew, and he'll be joining us shortly on the English language stream. 16 minutes left on the level.
There's not going to be a break in between, is there?
No.
Man, I wanted to hit him up for a cool story, bro, but we won't have the time. Maybe Ted can do it before he comes in here. Post-op Ted, are you listening?
Yeah, I had a pair, man. Sick.
Folded to Notkin on the button. 8-10.
James, you need to start thinking about one in case we get one from Mark.
Okay. So Notkin limps the button. Miller calls in the small blind. Jacques checks his option. And Notkin flops best.
130,000.
Check, check, check on the flop. Miller leads the turn for 130,000. Miller with a pair of 10s. Jacques has now hit a pair of 8s. Notkin, of course, has improved to 2 pair and now has 93% equity. The other two players are drawing to a chop.
Raise. 600,000.
So 130K from Miller, called by Jacques, raised by Notkin to 600,000. Miller out, Jacques out. Notkin wins another one.
Actually, like the raise there, it looks super strong, but there's plenty to protect against. Those two pairs susceptible, flush draw, straight draws. I think I like the raise in that spot.
7.5 million for Notkin, 6.7 million for Jacques. Miller has dropped down below 2 million now. He's playing 17.5 big blinds, 1.76 million. The short stack still Rivers with around 13 big blinds. Mike says, hi guys, am I right to assume your next live broadcast will be from EPT Barcelona? Keep up the good work. Thank you, Mike. You are correct to assume that our next live broadcast will indeed be from EPT 100, the 100th European Poker Tour event in Barcelona. Dan Burns says, how do you spell Ladouceur? Dan, keep an eye on the graphics. Keep an eye at the bottom of your screen. We put the free roll password up every now and then.
Couldn't he also Google it just as easily as he tweeted at us?
Yes, he could.
Okay, just checking.
Good point, well made.
Joe gave up on logic and reason.
So once again, we see a situation where Jacques jams small to big. And I would argue, Joe, that with that stack, you kind of got a call here with King 10.
Yeah.
And I'm saying this without the benefit of knowing that King 10 is ahead.
Yes. Because even if your opponent has an ace, you're like not that far behind as long as you're not dominated.
Well, Rivers folds.
Whatever, dude. The guy's laddered up from 10th to 4th playing this way, so.
Well, this has been a good level for Vincent Jacques. In fact, it's been a good level for everyone but Justin Miller, who's lost close to $1 million.
Ryan Rivers is up almost 2 big blinds.
Miller's under the gun raise, gets through. On to hand 126 of this final table. This thing really is going to go the distance. There you go. Just in case you can't use Google, Dan. Ladouceur, Ladouceur, with a capital L, crucially. That will get you in the free roll, which starts in 2 hours' time in the private section of the PokerStars lobby. $1,000 guaranteed in the prize pool.
Raise and take it. Robert Notkin.
God, no. 161 plus.
Like 20 anchors.
Yeah.
Action fold around to the killer Miller. Raises small to big. Queen 8 of diamonds. Shock checking out the stack. Ace Queen suited. Domination Nation.
Miller attempting to see a cheap flop, just calls in the small. Suffice to say, Shark raises, and Miller calls. Well, a queen high flop will spell disaster for Justin Miller. Well, it's King 4-3 with 2 spades. It's all Jacques. And Miller can safely check fold this. Miller does fold, leaving himself 15 big blinds.
He's happy with the fold.
I'm telling you, I can easily see a situation where Justin Miller goes out in 4th, allowing Ryan Rivers to ladder up into 3rd place.
Well, they're getting closer and closer in chips at this point, right? Like Miller's got 2.1 million, Rivers got 1 million.
Hang on, Miller had...
Did we award that pot to the wrong person?
Yes.
I hate it when we do that. That one's my bad, guys. I'm going to take the hit for that one.
Miller has about 1.5 million behind.
Knocking under the gun, suited connectors.
There's a whole lot of beeping going on in this room. Miller, who starts the hand with around 1.5 million, around 15 big blinds. You can see that because each stack of red is worth 500,000. He folds under the gun. 8-9 on the button for Vincent Jacques. And min raise. Rivers, the short stack in the small blind.
I love the way he sweats his cards.
Ace tray.
This guy is tight. He is tight as a drum. He is not ready. He is waiting for aces. Aces are bust. Or not bust.
So Notkin defends with queen 7.
Well, this is an interesting flop. Jacques flops a pair and an open-ended straight flush draw. One of his straight flush outs blocked by Notkin.
Check, check on the flop. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. And these guys should not be playing a big pot against each other with two shorties.
Yeah, they're not. Check, 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 check. Notkin pairs a 7. But that makes a straight for Jacques. Jacques was already in front, by the way.
Jacques bets 200,000 on the river, gets a call from Notkin.
Notkin called. Called with the 7.
A little bit optimistic. Luckily only cost him a couple of white chips.
James, it was only 4th pair. I mean, it was 4th pair.
Rivers determined to cling on. Ace 3 of clubs. Jacques min raises under the gun. Rivers on the button. Ugh.
Was that French? It sounds like a French word. Ugh.
Paul asks, where is the rail? Well, there's quite a lot of spectators sitting on the chairs at the bottom of the stage watching this, but obviously all our cameras are fixed and trained on the table, so you can't see the rail. There's a decent number of people, including many of Robert Notkin's relatives, sat by the table. You'll see Robert wave at them from time to time.
Oh, Dan Byrne wrote back to say that he's embarrassed that he didn't Google Marc-Andre. I didn't mean to embarrass you, Dan. Tony says Rivers is tighter than James's wallet at a strip club.
I wish that were true.
It's not his wallet that's tight. It's his trousers. Booyah! Got him! I don't think I've ever seen James at a strip club. Today.
Thanks to the defense.
Just kidding, Mrs. Hardigan. Just kidding. Did I hear the words all in? Miller just limped 2 7s. Yeah, something happened here.
Yeah. Miller limped small to big with 7s. Jacques shoved on him with king queen. Miller snap called. He was trying to induce a raise. And we have a race on our hands with Miller at risk.
Like Michael Scott versus David Brent, one of these two hands has the slight mathematical advantage.
Miller with the big advantage now, especially with 3 spades out there. A non-spade king or queen needed. It's the queen of spades.
Miller doubles up.
And that's bad news for Rivers, who was set to ladder up again.
I can't believe That Ryan Rivers almost just laddered up again. He just almost guaranteed himself third place. Where's your math now? That's what I would say.
So I guess Miller's going to be playing around 3 million right now. And it looks like the blinds are going up. We're now playing 60-120 with a 20K ante. Free roll password on your screen right now.
I'm excited for Marc-Andre French Dog to get in here.
So this is level 31 of the tournament.
Over and there's 6 seconds. I know. So I don't understand.
If anyone's going to argue when the blinds go up, it's going to be Ryan Rivers. Guy's tighter than a pair of jeggings.
Vadenator points out that is the second time Miller doubled on a scary river card that looked bad at first, but was actually good. I think this time he spotted it quicker. That hand raise and take it for knocking.
James, can you take a look at the cool story bros I have right now and tell me if it's too easy or if it's decent?
What's the fourth one?
Well, we're waiting on Marc-Andre.
Oh. Without seeing the fourth one, I can't say.
Okay. Maybe Ted's coming in with it now. Maybe not.
I think Rivers has to realize now that with Miller doubling up, he's just got to go for it.
I don't know, James. He should have already thought that a few times.
I mean, he's playing, what, 5 big blinds now?
It reminds me of this thing that I came up with a few years back, James. All it takes is a chip and a chair, and what that means is that as long as you're still in the tournament, anything can happen. You know what I mean? You can double up. It's, you know, he's still in. Your last chips are worth more. All it takes is a chip and a chair. 2009, I came up with that.
Probably your biggest and best contribution to the game of poker.
Yeah, my biggest hit, I'd say. That and calling aces pocket rockets are probably the two things that have stuck.
It's been fun, guys. I don't know how much fun. 6.
So action fold to Rivers, king 6 of diamonds. This would be the type of hand you'd shove with, but now you don't want to shove with it because you're going to get called. And yeah, oh, he's all in, thank God. I thought he was limping or something. Hey, look at that, he's got Miller dominated too.
Unbelievable. And chances are he's really going to get called because Miller thinks, I kind of have to call with pretty much anything, and a king might be ahead.
Yeah, no, a king is a call. The only thing that is giving him pause, I think, is just how tight Rivers has been.
Did he say call or fold? Fold. Okay.
He folded. Wow. Gets away from the domination.
I mean, look, there is a big money jump between fourth and third. A money jump of more than $40,000. And I can easily understand how Rivers is sticking with his strategy. Just try and ladder up, let the other guys play pots, let the other guys go for it. And Miller is equally like, why do I want to double this guy up? I've just doubled up. I'm now set to make at least third. Let him go broke and let someone else take him out.
Certainly one of the guys that has, you know, more chips that can withstand 5 big blinds more than he can. It's only 5 big blinds, but it's still a big chunk of Miller's stack.
Well, don't forget that Miller does have more chips than we think he's got. By my calculations, Miller does have just shy of 3 million right now.
The French commentary booth going nuts right now over this walk. Now people are starting to get ridiculous. Vader Nader saying that I came up with calling the best hand, the nuts. Ian saying cowboys, ladies, and snowmen. No, none of those. I was joking about the pocket rockets. I did, in fact, invent all it takes is a chip and a chair. 2009. Look it up.
Zuli says, hey guys, my girlfriend Tanisha is letting me watch this final table during our vacation. Could you give her a shout out?
Only if you let us watch your vacation. What do you think? Sounds like a no. She wants me to shout out who?
Tanisha.
She wants me to be like, what's up, Tanisha? Thanks for letting Zuli watch the stream.
That's kind of where she's going.
Nah. Sorry, Zuli, you're a good kid, but nah, I don't do that. We don't do show. I won't do like, hey, Tanisha, you're the best. Not my thing.
Notkins raised under the gun with 7-4. Jacques with ace-queen in the small blind. Calls. Rivers looks down at pocket fours.
Hey-oh, Rivers. Hey-oh, Rivers. Look at that. One of his outs. Not even in great shape here. Not even a true race. Rivers me timbers.
2 words. 3 letters, 2 letters.
5 letters total.
Sounds like wall min.
Ball shin. What?
Did he just call?
What is that? What is that? What just happened?
He just called.
He did what?
I think he just called.
He flatted.
Yeah, he flatted.
So we're going 3 ways to this flop?
Yeah.
Was the 2 words you were thinking of just call, James?
No.
It wasn't? Uh-oh.
No.
Top pair for Jacques. Middle pair for Notkin.
But of course, the great thing about just calling the fours there is you can get away from it.
He can fold now.
Yeah.
Ryan Rivers. Ryan Rivers. I mean, he would have lost, James. He'd be out now. And now he's still in.
It's a fair point.
If there's one thing I realize you can't argue with in poker, it's results.
Why is he not just folding? Jacques has bet 400,000 and Rivers is thinking about it? This is the weirdest variation on the stop and go I think I've ever seen. Get to the river and then contemplate calling it off when there's a ton of overcards on the board.
Bye, Ryan.
Alright, show this one.
Do you know that he's seen so few rivers that I haven't even been able to be like, Ryan Rivers, whatever? Because he hasn't rivered anything? Because he so rarely even gets to the river?
The Wookiee Way said it would have been epic if Rivers had rivered a 4 there.
See? I was waiting for it.
Craig says that Rivers call was mad. Instant shove should have been.
The Rivers call or the river call?
I mean, everyone's an armchair analyst. Paul P says, what flops do you want to see? I know he's laddering, but terrible play.
He wants to see 4-4. Duh. Duh.
I mean, this rate Rivers is going to get blinded out. I didn't think he'd make it to the end of the last level without blinding out. He somehow has.
Here's some weird outside news. Stephen Hawking unveils formula that can help England win the World Cup. Oh, wait, it's the Daily Mail. I hate that those articles show up in my news feed. I don't get the weekly world news in my news feed. Why would I get the Daily Mail? It says world to end tonight at midnight. And then the next day it says world saved at the 0 hour by a koala fish mutant bird. James, all these people are making fun of me now and irritating me. Weren't you the first person to use deuce and tray back in 2000? No, I wasn't.
Ryan Rivers now playing 4 big blinds. Now, Justin Miller does have about $1 million on top of that. We think he's got about 2.8 million.
Hey, that's 3 more Biebers than the country of Canada. Well, there's probably more Biebers, but, you know, only one Justin Bieber.
I'm gonna call off the big one. Don't even look. I'm not looking at it.
Folded around to the blinds, not Kim with deuces in the small.
Can you hear me, Notkin? Deuces are good. They're good on this board.
Yeah, but Miller's going to try and steal it on the river. And Notkin folds.
Shows the ducks. Quack. Quack.
Well, Rivers will be under the gun here, and then, of course, the blinds are going to go through him again.
Like McDonald's breakfast. Right through him.
Okay, Ryan. He's looking down at...
Come on, Rye guy.
King 7. Easy decision.
Yep.
And he does. Now, does he have any fold equity at all? Is there any hand that Jacques can legitimately fold in the big blind?
For 5.5 big blinds, I think he can fold 7 tray and 7 deuce. 10-4, that's close. I think he has to call, though. He folds. He folds the 10-4.
And Rivers survives.
Sean Peppercorn says, didn't you invent the double Gibbons? Now, we made the double Gibbons a thing, but Joe Gibbons invented the double Gibbons. The Gibbons is, of course, when you limp under the gun, and the double Gibbons is if you limp under the gun and then call a raise. It was a move popularized by Joe Gibbons in the NAPT a few years back. NAPT Mohegan Sun. Notkin with an ace. Ace tray ball.
Oh, yeah. No, 300.
So we've had an increase in blinds, by the way. 60,000, 120,000. What's Notkin doing here? Is that a... Oh, that's a min raise, 240,000. Ryan, what do you got? Ace 8. Notkin dominated. He's all in. He exposed his hand before moving all in. I don't know what that's going to mean.
Right.
He moves all in.
I said all in. You said all in.
He said, can I do this? And then he said all in.
I guess the issue is that he said all in first, but Notkin hadn't made the call yet. Looks like we're going to have a ruling from the tournament director. Well, hopefully we don't see a penalty for this, because even though I think he did break a rule there, you hate to see a guy have to sit out hands when he's got like 6 big blinds, even if he doubles up here. So Rivers did in fact move all in. I assume Notkin is going to make the call, but now Notkin can actually fold because Rivers showed an ace, and Notkin knows that his ace isn't very good. There's only one ace he's ahead of. I think this might be a fold now. Notkin made it 240,000. Rivers moved all in, but showed, like, tabled his hand knowing he was going to get called and showed an ace by accident. He may face a penalty now.
Well, maybe not a penalty, but certainly a warning, I'd imagine.
And if it's just a warning, then he got it already, because he did talk to someone off camera for a second. Kind of shot himself in the foot there.
I looked at the ace.
But whatever. He's still in this thing. That seems to be the name of his game. See as few rivers as possible.
We could have chalked the flop.
As I'm showing, I'm like, I don't think I can do this.
Jason, regarding the 10-4 shove, says, to be fair, do you want to call the Nits 5 big blind shove with 10 high? No, I don't, but I've been there before. Felt like I had to do it. And I usually lose.
Acey-deucey for Miller under the gun. He raises. Jacques folds. Rivers. Queen Jack of clubs, easy decision.
Seems like an easy shove ski to me. I forgot he doesn't shove though when he wants to play hands.
He has to shove. He can't call in the small blind with Queen Jack.
In the words of Kent, of course he can. He's still got like 8 big blinds. He's fine. Oh no, he just folds.
Wow.
Just folds. In the words of Vicky Corin, I just don't know anything anymore.
I mean, I've seen some weird stuff, but the flat calling with 4s and then considering calling off on the river, as Vadernader puts it, accidentally costing himself a double up by showing his hand and allowing Notkin to get away from it, folding Queen Jack there. I mean, this is just strange, and it makes me think this is going to go on for some time. And again, I totally appreciate there are big jumps in the prize money. I get that. And he's done a great job laddering so far, but sooner or later...
There's not a lot more laddering to be done. There's really there's only one more spot he can quote-unquote ladder into. You can't really ladder into second. I mean, you can, but it starts becoming a real feat.
You got to gamble. When he's found a hand he's willing to push with, that hand is pocket eights. Does not get any action. Was it an accidental showing?
Yeah. It was totally accidental. He was just like, he just assumed he was getting called, and he's like, I'm all in, table to hand. You know, it was for all intents and purposes an insta call situation for Notkin.
Well, Elron makes a good point. Whatever the math says, Rivers is leveling up in cash. Tight pays off, and he makes an extra $40,000 if Miller busts before he blinds out. And by picking up the blinds and antes, he's put himself in a situation now where he's not going to get blinded out per se. He's now got more than 10 big blinds.
What's happening? Players are leaving the table.
Well, they noticed that one of the cards was damaged, so we're actually going to get a new RFID deck brought to the feature table, to the final table of the Canada Cup. There's the hashtag you should be using if you want to get in touch. I mean, many people saying worst short stack play I've seen in my life. That one from Danny. Jesse says Rivers flew under the radar the whole final table, didn't realize how bad he was. I'm just going to go back to the fact, as Elron mentioned, he is playing a strategy to ladder up. And he sees that Miller's been involved in a lot of hands and has been on the verge of elimination a couple of times, and feels that he might just be able to ladder up into third. I don't think he's playing optimally, but that's how he's choosing to play this final table.
It's not optimal, but it's working. What else can we say? Look, he's up 380,000 on the level.
Nathan says Rivers needs a break, and he needs to talk to someone on his rail. I'm not sure if Rivers has anyone on his rail. What do we know about Ryan Rivers, Joe?
Ryan Rivers, what do we know about him? We know that he's got 37,000 live tourney cashes and that he's from Niagara Falls, Ontario, and not much more than that.
So probably a few cashes and some small tournaments. This could well be the biggest event he's ever played. This is certainly set to be the biggest cash he's ever had.
Ryan Rivers has played only 23 hands. He's won 19 of them. And I think that's a lot of that is due to the fact that he's been playing so tight, and so he gets a lot of respect when he is in pots now. Getting a lot of folds that he probably shouldn't be.
This is after 143 hands at the final table. Interesting that Jacques and Notkin are very similar VPIPs.
James, I'm starting to think it's us. These final tables, these marathon final tables, what do we have to do to get out of here in less than 15 hours? Fewer than 15 hours.
And Vader Nader responds to people saying this is awful short stack play. He can't be the worst short stack player because he is still in the tournament.
So he thinks maybe he doesn't want to double up because he only knows how to play short stack poker. Don't worry, even if he doubles up, he will still be short stacked. No bleeping danger.
11 big blinds right now. And we think Miller has more than 17 bigs. I think his stack is closer to 3 million than 2 million. And Jacques is not as big a stack as the graphics would suggest.
Hader says, I can't find the tournament for tonight to play the Canada Cup live, and I'm watching the final table. Halder, that is. Halder, go to the PokerStars client, click on tourney, then click on private, and if you scroll on down to 8 p.m., whether you're set for 24-hour clock, that'll be 20:00, or maybe it's set for 12-hour clock. but look for 8 p.m. and it's called the PokerStars Canada Cup Free Roll, and the password is scrolling on the bottom of your screen now.
So we've got a new deck of cards. We continue with the blinds at 60, 120,000. The 20,000 ante. Still four-handed at the final table of the PokerStars Canada Cup. And Rivers is first to speak. His hand, Ace-10. Death Tangle Noir, s'il vous plaît. Everyone else has Bubkiss.
Oot.
Aiden Spark says 10 hours to go. Not funny. Look at Rivers' leg going, by the way. A man after my own heart. I'm a leg jiggler.
You have RLS?
Restless leg syndrome?
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
It afflicts millions. I had it pretty bad when I was a teenager. My dad used to yell at me for shaking the house.
What was your house built of? Straw?
It's just hardwood floors, buddy. Not like England where it's all stone. All those castles. Scott says Rivers play is fine. The next ladder for him is over a year's wage for some people, including the unemployed me. Saw Scott. Ollie says Rivers is so tight that surely you can only call now with pairs and ace 8+ with 10 bigs. I don't think that's true. Johnny Wu just now picking his jaw up off the floor from the time that Rivers folded Queen Jack suited.
Liam says, please stop defending this Rivers dude. He's butchering literally every single hand he's involved in, even cost himself a double. I'll defend any player who competes in one of our events on our live stream. It's the classic, he paid his entry fee, he can play any way he wants.
Agreed.
And I'll happily read tweets criticizing him, I'll happily read tweets defending him. We'll try and balance the argument here. But I'm not just going to let this turn into a complete character assassination of the guy.
It's his tournament to play. Joe, please say my name, Elodia. I'm a big fan watching you guys live. No way will I say that.
Rob King says, why don't you guess on how many hands until the next elimination? Might be a while, methinks. Rob, I'm with you.
Mark says Rivers is a Canadian hero, like watching God himself front flip on stilts. I don't know what that means. Lou White chimes in with a quote from my past. Not my quote, but a quote from my past. Math is idiotic.
Raise it up.
One thing that everyone needs to give Rivers some credit for is that he is entertaining. This has given us plenty to talk about, plenty to comment on. Optimal poker is boring. He would be out by now, probably.
Vader Nader puts it perfectly. It's really easy for armchair poker superstars to criticize others' play when they aren't actually there playing for huge dollars.
Agreed. I don't always agree with Vader Nader, but I agree with that.
Now, obviously, many people perceive us, Joe, as an old married couple. Alex says, have you met the other's parents? And did James's parents shout at you, Stapes? I met Joe's parents when they came here to Montreal. And Joe has met my dad because my dad played in a poker tournament at the Hippodrome a few months ago.
James's dad was like too cool. He wanted no part of me. He was like, oh, yeah, nice to meet you. Okay, I gotta go. My parents talked James's ear off the entire night, and I was just groaning and rolling my eyes, and he was a really good sport. Ace on ace developing here.
Miller raising small to big. Jacques with the better ace in the big blind.
Yes, Stephanie Scherf, who says, go Ryan Rivers. You know what? You know what would be awesome? Would shut everybody up is if he won this thing.
Go Ryan Rivers.
We're all rooting for Ryan Rivers. Miller pairs a 7.
Making lots of money, Ryan Rivers. Folding his way into third, Ryan Rivers. He's a winner, Ryan Rivers.
Laddering like a boss, Ryan Rivers.
So Miller outflops Jacques, bets the flop, takes it down.
Why is Elodia thanking me? I didn't say his name. I said no. Holder wants to know, how's the crowd? Should I come down and watch because my phone battery will no longer take the abuse? This is a fun venue. I would, you know what I would do? I would come down here and get a massage. $1 a minute. Can't beat that.
Now this is funny. Johnny Wu says, Rivers getting rail advice from Leo McLean. Is this true? There's a guy who knew how to ladder. Frankie says, I think it's boring to watch the stream when players are trying to ladder, but hey, it's their tournament. And that's a fair comment.
Love Chinese Frankie. He's a good kid. Do you think Chinese Frankie is the guy in his avatar? Because that looks like a Chinese Frankie to me. Or did someone just go on Twitter and take a picture of a guy that looks like Chinese Frankie?
I've actually played against Chinese Frankie.
All right.
Played against him at DTD in an event a few years ago, and OMG, he does not stop talking.
Well, he's big fans of ours, so I like him. Ship it to Notkin with the under the gun raise. Let's do a quick reset of chip stacks here. Are these close to accurate at this point?
Miller's a bit out. Miller basically take about 800, 900K off Jacques and give it to Miller.
All right, so we've got... so Jacques and Notkin are really close, right around between 6.1, 6.3. It's questionable who's in front right now. Miller's got around 3 million. Rivers just over 1 million.
I actually think we're seriously facing the prospect of making it to level 32 of this tournament with all 4 players.
Dan writes in with a hot tip. He says, ask for Elizabeth. She's the best one there, massage therapist. Okay, I will absolutely do that. The monitor here in this room is up in the air, so we have to look up at it, and it actually has me kind of knotted up.
The 2 big stacks going heads up to this flop. Jacques v. Notkin.
So top pair for Notkin. Gut shot? No. Up and down draw for Jacques. Notkin's got a blocker.
It is a gut shot. You were right the first time.
Was it? Yeah, okay. I knew somebody had a gut shot.
Luke, trust your instincts.
Marc Andre must be having a blast over there in the French stream, huh? He was supposed to come in here like an hour ago.
So check on the flop. Delayed c-bet from Jacques on the turn, gets a call from Notkin, and Jacques hits trip nines on the river.
Top pair versus trips. Notkin could pay off a little bit here. He tends to pay off when he's got anything decent. Bet and a call.
725,000.
Oh, a decent bet.
Jacques gets good value.
3/4 pot bet, and Jacques jumps way out in front after that hand. Now, again, that 8.5 million isn't exactly accurate, right? We got to take some of that away from Jacques and put it on Miller. But Notkin, we think, is down to 5 million right now.
Jacques, the chip leader, Notkin behind him on the leaderboard. Miller with around 3 million, and Rivers playing fewer than 10 big blinds. Standard.
Standard for him.
So a little bit of a discrepancy in the stacks between Jacques and Miller, but the order is right if the exact numbers are not.
James, you changed Chinese Frankie's life. He's going to start quieting down now. Are you happy with yourself?
No, I mean, as Ollie says, he is a legend of DTD. He has the gift of the gab. Frankie, they never change.
Don't ever change, ever. That says Notkin gets Notkined. The old runner. The old runner get there. River shoves, ace-8 of diamonds. No call from either of the blinds. He lives to fight another day.
Ian B says Jacques getting more value every time versus Notkin, playing him like a fiddle. And I think it's interesting if you compare, and I know he's not at the table anymore, but how Vincent Jacques has been playing against Robert Notkin as compared to how Rayon Chamat was playing against Notkin.
Yeah, exactly. Just play straightforward, bet your value hands, play cautiously when you're not so sure about it. You know, Notkin doesn't charge a lot to draw, so there's no reason that you should have to pump up pots, play these crazy bloated pots. You don't have to bloat them yourself.
Max says playing the monster 2-cent hyper turbo to pass the time while watching what is starting to become a tedious final four. I am surprised, Max, that we are still four-handed. I really thought we'd be three-handed by now, but I'm done making predictions today. Michigan says, can you give details for the 8 p.m. free roll again? I can't find it in the private section of the tournament lobby. Don't go into free roll, go into private and use the password La Douceur.
It's like this guy over here on the left side of the screen. What's his name? Ryan Rivers. We're going to have to change his name to Marc-Andre Ladder-User. Am I right? Jeez. I don't know if you heard me, James. Ladder-User. Because he's been laddering up so much.
No, I got it.
Did you?
Yeah, I just chose not to acknowledge it.
I don't know if you got it. Ladder-User. Ladder.
Action folded around to the small blind. And the standard play here for Vincent Jacques is to just shove on his opponent. And he's got aces here, so he might play it differently. Yeah, Rivers has got 10 big blinds at the start of the hand.
I don't know, with the way Rivers has been playing, now these guys don't have the benefit of seeing all the hold cards, but from this seat, from my seat, I maybe just limp there and take a shot at letting him have a free flop and catching something. See? I mean, he folds king high. He should, like many of his other hands, he should be shoving that. I mean, you hope that I'd let him take a free look at a flop. First of all, I'd limp, so maybe he shoves. Then if he gets a free flop, maybe he catches something that he can't get away from. And if he has me beat, he has me beat. Who cares? It's for 8 big blinds. But that's from this seat. That's me knowing all the hole cards, you know, having all the information from the whole day. I don't know if I'm in that seat, if I'm able to do it the same way.
Well, Ryan Rivers is earning some fans on Twitter. AJ says, Ryan Rivers has got this. He thinks he's going to go from short stack to champion. Eddie Spencer Small says, while Rivers plays for life-changing money with his, quote, terrible play, angry poker experts are waiting for the free roll. Go Ryan. Patrick Winterbottom says, is that a prediction that you won't make any more predictions? I predict that that tweet is correct. Button raised from Jacques with queen deuce suited. And is Notkin going to defend with 10-6?
He's tired, man. He wants to play. He's the anti-Rivers. He came here to see flops and push pots. Or pull them, as it were.
Queen high still good. And a continuation bet gets the job done. Adam concurs that the 2-cent hyper turbos are big fun. Big tournament helps spin up from free roll winnings, even though it's a shovelment. Super fun.
More support for Ryan. I am Slayer says, Ryan Rivers, the poker genius. Well done, bro. See you grinding the MTT tight like the cash game. Keep up the good work. Still in there with 9 beavers. 9 big blinds. Justin Miller now with a sub 20 big blind stack, but we do think that's a little off. He's got more than that, right? So he's probably around 30 big blinds at this point.
Craig says, you saw enough cat pics today. Now for some dog selfies.
These dogs are cute.
Oh, sweet. And I say that as someone who's not even a dog person. Jacques raises under the gun. Notkin's going to call in the small blind. Miller in the big blind has 10-3 of diamonds. And he calls as well.
I love Jameson's tweet here. That gets a fave. Rivers is actually from the future and implementing GTO, Game Theory Optimal, from the year 2500. You never know. It's a trendy game. Flush draw for Jacques and top pair.
Look at him. He loves it.
Not much for anyone else here, though, huh?
Yeah. Well, no C-bet from Jacques. He checks behind and improves to a flush on the turn.
Both Mark and Sydney think Ryan Rivers is going to win this tournament.
Danny says Jacques is the best player at the table. Notkin isn't even close. I swear Rivers is playing to win a last longer more than he's playing to win the Canada Cup. Robert Ross says, I have to root for people with duplicate initials. In other words, Ryan Rivers gets the Robert Ross stamp of approval.
Ah, R squared, hearts, I guess it would be R squared less than 3 R squared.
Ooh, bad timing by Miller. Reverse floats the turn with the intention. Oh no, he did bluff the turn. I thought he called Jacques' bet, but it was Miller who led for 305,000. Now he bets 500,000.
Trying to rep Jacques' hand. I think it's exactly what you said, James. Bad timing.
And this is what Rivers is counting on. He's counting on Miller getting involved in some big pot, losing a chunk of his chips and going broke in fourth, allowing Rivers to ladder into third.
James, you think this is a just call, though, or a raise? Because, I mean, obviously you're going to have the best hand here so much. Are there a lot of worse hands that can call you? I guess maybe. Like a two-pair hand, some sets. I think you're going to get mostly folds, though, from anything that's not the ace-high flush. I guess a smaller flush could call you. There's value in a raise here, I think. Just how to work it out, how to talk it out. Oh, he shoves.
And understandably gets a fold.
Well, we're missing two of the players at this table. Not really sure what that means.
Well, it means they're going to have their hands folded on the next hand if they're not careful.
His first card off the deck rule here, and everyone's back. Everyone's back.
There's about 20 minutes left on the level, by the way.
Some folks out there think Notkin should start 3-betting some hands. Probably better to 3-bet than to defend something like 10-6 off.
Now I'm assuming, possibly naively, that Marc-Andre Ladouceur is going to stay with our French-Canadian colleagues for another 20 minutes, chill out during the break, and then join us on the other side of the break.
All right, fair enough.
This is an assumption, Joe. No one has shared this plan with me. I'm just guessing that's what's happening. Ace-Jack for Jacques in the big blind. He gets a walk.
I'm walking here. So R squared in the big blind. Dr. No. Can you hear me knocking under the gun? 4-6 off. Folds. Miller with queen 9 suited on the button. I think this is going to go raise, fold, fold. There goes the fold from Jacques. Rivers has Jack 4. Later. Raise and take it from Miller. GT Dub says these cards are made for walking.
And that is just what they'll do. One of these days, these cards are going to walk all over you. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Is it really 7 p.m.? Where has this day gone?
Jacques on the button. Ace 10 of clubs. That'll be a race. Ryan Rivers. That's ace king.
All right, buddy. Let's do this.
Did you? You thought he was going to fold that, didn't you?
It looked like he was going to fold. This time he waits till he's called the table his hand. It's Domination Nation. Rivers in a great spot to double up.
Jacques obviously snap calling with ace-10 suited. But Rivers is going to double up unless we see a 10 or some clubs on this board.
Like Armageddon versus Deep Impact, this is in fact a domination. Oh boy.
Only one club and a king. So looking good for Rivers, but a club on the turn would give us a sweat.
A 10 gives us a sweat.
There's also some opportunities. It's a 7. Ace-king holds.
Rivers, double up. Oh, double up.
Aiden says just played and won a 400-plus player MTT. Should have time to win another before this final table is over.
He's the guy that won't let up about how long his final table is going to take, right?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm on his side. This is ridiculous. And this is, I think, partially to do with not having super experienced players at the table, and that the experienced guys are the ones that know the push-fold ranges. They know they're supposed to get it in with this hand and this amount of big blinds and this amount of M and blah-blah-blah-blah-blah. And I think that they would be gone by now. If there was a more experienced player than Ryan Rivers in his seat, they'd probably be out of the tournament.
The average
or winning it.
The average stack, by the way, is like 35 bigs.
That's only for another few minutes.
About 15 minutes, and then, of course, we're going to go up to 75-150. Interesting. Not 81-60, but 75-150 with a 25k ante. Okay, that's how they roll here.
Did Rivers just fold ace-6 on the button?
Yes.
Four-handed?
Yes.
Okay.
So
well, he would have been up against a monster. Oh, he would have been up against a monster. God, I love this guy's instincts. That's what I meant to say.
So Notkin limps with the 8-3. Miller shoves with the ace-king, gets a snap fold. Stephanie says, way to double up Ryan. Wingnut says, double R, doubles up. Good times. And if we talk about this being a game of patience, Elron says, if Rivers shoves any of the hands he should have shoved, he doesn't get his double up.
Fair enough. Anthony says, Stapes, pick me a guy to root for. I'm currently sat on the fence here in England. First of all, sounds painful. Second of all, why not go with Ryan Rivers? He's the underdog. He's the guy that seems to be tilting half the audience on his side.
He's the man of the moment. Meanwhile, Tim Allen points out that in the UK, it is not 7 p.m., it's 5 past midnight, but this final table is somehow fascinating. It's beguiling. That's the word I would use. A beguiling Final Four.
What does a character from Street Fighter have to do with this Final Four? Heads up to the flop.
Goes check, check. Notkin now with the nut flush draw. And is already ahead with ace high.
Yeah, Notkin's got draws for days here. Gets the fold from the worst hand. Shows the ace of diamonds.
Oh, yeah. Mark says, the rivers are flowing. Go on, you legend. And as far as the showing of hands is concerned, Ant says, I've seen more cards shown with these four than at most final tables. Seems a lot more friendly than most final tables.
Other than the fact that, you know, it's not the biggest stage in the world and it's not for the most amount of money, I think of any of the final tables we called, this is the one I would most like to be at. Just seems like the most fun, friendly. There's no, what's that guy's name? The Scottish guy on the rail who messes up all the deals?
Fraser McIntyre.
There's no Fraser McIntyre.
I was thinking about Martin Finger, then I realized he's not Scottish.
You know what I mean? There's no, like, a bunch of, like, seedy, vulture backers hanging off in the distance. Grigor would like you to reset the stakes if you can, James. What's left to play for here?
Well, everyone has locked up at least $122,000. Remember, this tournament had a $3,000 buy-in. But in Robert Notkin's case, he satellited in for 30 bucks. So he's already made ridiculous money considering his investment. So fourth place, 122 grand, 165,000 for third, 257,000 for the runner-up, and the winner will get more than 366K.
So remember that, guys, when you talk about he should be shoving with ace-4 or pocket fours or whatever it is. Huge, huge amounts of money at stake here. And from the way these guys are dressed, it's probably a lot of money to them.
Elron says, I expect Rivers to continue folding a lot, and it's working for him so far. Well, Notkin not folding. Sharp raises from the button with ace-king, gets a call from Notkin in the big blind with 8-9.
Ain't the door.
Notkin flops best.
Wonder how his family's doing out there. You think any of them are conscious?
Considering they set off at 5 a.m., probably not.
5 on the turn doesn't change too much. Pair 8 still good. Notkin decides to start betting. Do we think ace-king high is going to be good here against Robert Notkin very often? Probably not. But against some players, it'll be good fairly often. Of course, you could always hit an ace or a king, but when you don't, it sucks. Here comes Notkin again. Wow, gets a call.
Yeah, I'm not sure I make that call against Robert Notkin with just ace high.
Notkin's a guy who can play a little funny and a little tricky, but I'd say this, the longer this final table's been going, the more straightforward he's been playing. And unless you've got someone with access to, to who's watching the stream for you and telling you all the hole cards, maybe Jacques isn't aware of that, but I think that he's just playing some really straight up poker right now. When he's got something. Ace King's a little light against him. Holder wants to know, when can we register for the tourney after this final table? You can register for it right now, and the tourney isn't after the final table. It's in 45 minutes, so get on PokerStars right now. Turn off your tourney filters, because if you can't find it, maybe that's what's messing it up for you.
And by the way, even though I'm done making predictions, I guarantee this final table is still going to be going by the time that free roll starts.
That is correct. So anyway, go on the PokerStars client, turn off your tourney filters, pair 8s for Notkin, click on tournaments, or tourney I believe is what it says, and then all the way on the right there's a tab that says private, and at 8 p.m. it actually says in 44 minutes now. It's one of the top ones. It says in 44 minutes. It's the PokerStars Canada Cup free roll. 5,800 currently registered, $1,000 added. The password is La Ducere, case sensitive, capital L, as in Marc-Andre La Ducere, who will be joining us after the break here in the booth.
We hope.
We hope. And I'm going to play the free roll. And I think maybe what I'll do is, since things are a little slow here, a little painful, I'll put a cash bounty on myself in the free roll. You made a face, James. Cash bounty on myself. $5 only, I think. Michigan wants to know how many of these 4 are Canadian. Michigan, all 4 of them are Canadian. The 5th place finisher was Canadian. So the top 5 finishers in the Canada Cup, all Canadian. That's pretty cool. Jonathan's got to be happy about that. He says it's friendly here because it's Montreal.
Notkins raised the button. Miller calls.
We got a hand developing here. Nine-8 deuce. 3 ways to this flop. Somehow Ryan Rivers is the only player not involved in this hand. I don't know why. Pair of 8s flops best, and no shock. It belongs to Notkin. And Jacques fires. Excuse me, calls the bet from Notkin again. Likes his ace high. Now it goes check, check. Queen on the river. Does it go check, check again?
It does.
It does. Notkin's going to pick up another pot from Jacques.
So many people seem to be struggling to find this free roll, Joe. I mean, you gave very explicit instructions just now.
Yeah, again, make sure your tourney filter is turned off. There's a little green button next to your tourney filter. And I think also if you, where it says find a tournament, if you start typing in CAN, yeah, Canada Cup, it's the only thing that pops up.
So filter off, search Canada Cup.
Or just can. Jameson thinks we should move the final table to the Tim Hortons down the street. I'm down for that. I could use a coffee.
I'm getting hungry. With the food these guys are eating at the table, that's making me even hungrier.
James, Liam wants to know why is the way Rivers is playing not optimal. Liam, because when you get down to a certain point, you should be shoving a pretty wide range of your hands. Hands where you think you might have a slight edge. Hands where you might be in a live card situation. You need to gamble a little bit more to try to double up. That's the optimal theory.
So Miller has raised the button with ace-7 suited. Less than 5 minutes on this level now.
Michigan, don't be daft, as James would say. I didn't put a $5K cash bounty on myself. $5. Whoever knocks me out of the free roll, I'll ship them $5 to the PokerStars account, whether they're listening to the stream or not.
Very generous. Jacques shoves from the small blind. Rivers is too busy sorting out his silverware. Folds the queen 3. It's back on Miller. And Miller gives up the ace-7.
And there's just no reason. You know, Miller might have the best hand there sometimes, but you want to wait out the short stack. Rivers is back down to around 10 big blinds. Miller not doing much better.
Aiden makes a very good point, Joe, when you were giving instructions to people on how to find the tournament. He says you forgot to say turn on your computer/laptop first. Second hand in a row we've seen Miller raise, this time from under the gun. This time he's got the goods, ace-queen. Queen-jack for Jacques, and a disciplined fold from the button. Rivers is out. And Notkin's hand was automatically folded because he was considered to be not at the table while he was eating his food.
All right, fair enough.
So that's the last hand of the level. Can you believe it? We're still four-handed.
Unreal.
Blinds up to 75-150 when we come back from the break and continue to play down to a champion. It could take a while here at the Playground Poker Club and the PokerStars Canada Cup.
We deliver the richest live poker experience on the planet. Win a free seat to the PokerStars Montreal Festival with a prize pool of $1 million. Qualify now only on PokerStars.net. We are poker.
Adrian Talonchick Rousum learned to play poker in the card rooms and casinos of Edmonton, Alberta. Despite being a formidable force at the Omaha 8 or better tables on PokerStars, Adrian only plays poker as a hobby, holding a full-time job as an occupational therapist. Her impressive results on the felt, including several final tables in the PokerStars Women's Sunday Tournament and Supernova VIP status since 2006, have awarded her the extras in life, including jewelry, designer purses, and her dream car.
Maybe I'll make a straight flush. What do you guys think? I'm Adrian Rousum, also known as Talonchick on PokerStars, new member of Team Online. I've always loved playing cards. Going back to Ireland to visit family, we always go to play whist, which is a card game, kinda, I guess, like bridge. You would go and you would spend your £5 at the time, or €5 now, and all the scores would get tallied, and you could win money at the end of the night for being the best lady or the best gent. It was always a riot. No, I did not make a straight flush. The game I mainly play online or live is Omaha 8 or better. It's a variation of Omaha that I learned kind of a few years into my poker career. When I first started playing, I was grinding the low limit to the mid-stakes limit hold'em tables, whether it was 10, 20, 15, 30, that sort of limit. And this was around the same time that no-limit games were taking over the casino, which I didn't find as enjoyable, and I found there was way more venom in the games. Like, you were there to absolutely stack your opponents. Like, you weren't there to have a good time. It was all about the money. I mean, I would play poker for nothing. I would play and just sit and play. I definitely prefer the limit games because you can, you know, splash around in pots a little bit more easily or without getting too hurt. My grinding station is all about comforts. You know, I have my lazy boy and my Mac set up on a TV tray. It's very functional. It serves as my dinner table sometimes and my computer desk. I can move it to the left side or to the right side. I can recline my lazy boy, sometimes fall asleep at the computer. You know, it's not because I'm facing all these tough decisions. It's because I'm waiting for those PokerStars alerts to kind of waken me. It definitely is a grinding station that isn't about work, 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 work. It's about comfort and fun, with some positive results at the end. Oh, I have quads. Are you filming this? That's a really good hand. Outside poker, I try to stay pretty active. Independently, I like doing yoga. But in the wintertime, I participate on a basketball team, and we won our division this year, so that was really exciting. And in the summertime, then we play slow pitch, which is a bit of a alcohol-fueled slow pitch, but we just have an absolute riot on our team.
Oh, I got that. I got it.
Oh! You missed that one, bud. It's game's out, wait.
It's a little bit subpar at the moment, but we need to have a few more beers and we'll be on. Come on!
1, 2, 3!
911! My team is called 911. We're started as an emergency department team, so there's people who used to be security guards, there's nurses, there's doctors. It's kind of expanded. We have some teachers, cops, all sorts of people.
I've known Adrian since about grade 7, so what's that, 12, 13 years old? Apparently she thought we were friends, but I didn't know that till about grade 9 or 10.
I had a better read on the situation. Michelle used to be a dealer at the casino, and so she dealt blackjack, and she started dealing poker shortly thereafter, and she said, you need to get into these games, you need to start playing poker.
I remember the first time I started playing, I was nervous as hell because you hear players complain all the time about how other people's play, and I was always self-conscious about, you know, playing the right way and not pissing people off. So when I told her that she should start playing because she'd be really good at it, she kind of had the same anxieties that I remembered having when I started.
I was freaking out and shaking, and I wouldn't go at first, and I actually sat behind her and watched her play a few sessions, which blows her mind because she thinks that poker is the most boring thing to watch.
She's really smart, so I knew that she would pick it up really quickly and do well as well.
I watched her play and then finally took my hand at it and, you know, bought in for $60 at a 3-6 table and crossed my fingers and been playing ever since. When I first meet people, I don't introduce myself as a poker player. If they're asking what I do for a living, it definitely is that I'm an occupational therapist. The definition that I use to describe occupational therapy is that we help people overcome whatever illness or disability they're facing so they can be independent in whatever matters most to them. What I want you to do is first trace the numbers and letters for me in this pattern from 1A, 2, and follow that pattern and so on, but start at the 1. Currently, I work 5 days a week. I put in 37.5 hours a week as an occupational therapist. I work in one of our acute care hospitals on the trauma unit and the general surgical unit. So because I'm working in acute care, generally I'm helping patients leave the hospital. What I want you to do is I'm going to time you, and I want you to work across the rows and flip all the pegs to red. You can use both hands, okay? And you can start whenever you're ready. I have been at the hospital for just over 9 years, and I've been in my specific job right now for the last 5. I love my job. It gives me meaning, and it's important to me in my life that I'm able to help people. And I think trauma in particular really meshes well with what I want to do. I want to help people through some of the toughest and maybe most unexpected parts of their lives. The good news is I think this is the last time you'll have to see me. It sounds like you're doing a lot better. I wish you all the best and stay out of trouble, okay? In my mind, I'm a therapist first, a poker player second. It's a close second, but definitely second. There you go! Here. I think more people should, work a real job and play poker. It definitely keeps the fun in the game, and it definitely lets you make some extra money so that you can spend without worrying. Your poker winnings don't have to be towards your mortgage or towards your bills. Your poker winnings can be used for the frivolous things. PokerStars has made my cat fat. He gets to eat well. Poker has, let me buy a fancy car, help me buy my house. It's, let me buy designer purses or earrings or, whatever I feel like on any given day. It's given me kind of the extras.
Poker School Online is the place to get your poker career going. It's free to join and free to play. If you dream of being a poker pro but don't have a bankroll or don't know how to improve, Poker School Online is the place for you. PSO Leagues offer prizes every month, along with a host of Premier League promotions where you can challenge yourself against the best people in the PSO community. Improve your game in minutes with Poker Bites, short videos that break down advanced poker concepts. Or watch full-length PSO session videos with pros like Nanonoko and Lex Veldhaus. Get your poker career started today at Poker School Online.
We deliver the richest live poker experience on the planet. Win a free seat to the PokerStars Montreal Festival with a prize pool of $1 million. Qualify now only on PokerStars.net. We are poker.
Well, Raymond, yeah, I've been with PokerStars for quite a while. As far as my role changing, I think there are times where, we've been doing some, television production, and they've asked me for my advice on some of the stuff, like the big game and things like that. So I played a role there. And they asked for my feedback in a lot of ways. I've been around long enough. I do have a good sort of ear for the players' voice and what they want. So they've definitely gone to me there. As far as like the newcomers to the team, yeah, I feel like I've really made some good friendships with guys like Jason Mercier and Eugene Kachaloff and the like. They're really great players, and we travel together. We do a lot of media stuff together. We don't really talk a lot of poker, to be honest with you. Mostly just, we really just kind of have fun talking about life. Well, Raymond, yeah, I did win the APAC, and I've had a decent year so far. But the year's not over. I've got Player of the Year titles that I'm, looking forward to winning. So I'll be working my best at it. I'm going to be in Europe playing, the EPTs and also the World Series Poker Europe. So I'm going to give it my best. Well, Raymond, one of the things that you have to be conscious of is you always want to be introspective. Check in with yourself, like every 6 months to a year, and how you're playing, and are you in line with the way that you think you should be playing? Because often when we're losing or not doing as well, we blame it on bad luck, and it's very likely true. But what bad luck can do is also make you play worse. So you need to really be honest with yourself and take a look at how you're thinking about the game. Carly, yeah, I'm a vegan, which I feel just is a healthy lifestyle for me. It works for me. I'm not saying that everyone needs to be, but it's certainly what works for me. As far as energy, when I became a vegan, I felt like I had way more energy. I don't do caffeine, I don't do drugs, except for drinking sometimes. But I've just always had a lot of energy and spirit and spunk, and I think that likely my diet and the way that I live my life contributes to that, yeah. Well, Carly, if somebody put meat in my burger during the tournament, I would not be happy about it. I don't know that I would get sick. It depends how much of it I consume, but if you haven't eaten meat for as long as I have, and then you just had a big old steak or something, there's a very good chance that your stomach's not going to like it. Well, to be honest, Panos, I think there's like several ways to learn how to play the game. Getting a coach is one idea, but you can also, do training sites. I have one called Poker VT. There's books. But I didn't learn that way. I did it the old-fashioned way, just kind of talking with friends and, just sort of learning through experience. Well, Alistair P., yeah, I think that what generally happens at the highest stakes is you have, a player or two that sort of make the game. And what ends up happening is there's like a network of people who help set up the game, and they sort of get on the in list. It's a little bit political, and I don't like it, especially when they do it in Las Vegas, because there's actually a rule in Las Vegas where you're not allowed to private game in a casino. What they'll often do is they'll set up the game where they have it full, and then they make the list their people, which is fine. But then if the seats open up, they don't let people play, which I'm not okay with. I've never been a schmoozer or an ass kisser, so I don't put myself in those situations. To each his own, I guess. People got to get their hustle on. It's just not for me.
People need it.
Welcome back to the Playground Poker Club in Montreal and the 2014 PokerStars Canada Cup. And can you believe it? We are still four-handed in the main event. We come back from the break with the blinds now at 75 and 150,000 with a 25,000 ante and 4 players remaining. It's Vincent Jacques as the chip lead, 6.9 million. Just behind him, Robert Notkin with 6.7 million. Ryan Rivers has about 1.7 million. And Justin Miller is the short stack with around 1.4 million. It's James Hartigan, Joe Stapleton, and as promised, we're joined by Marc-Andre Ladouceur from Team PokerStars Online. Marc-Andre making your English language debut on EP on one of our live streams.
Yeah, first time ever making one in English like these.
Well, you shouldn't be nervous because you're fine. You're going to be all right. You've got us with you. We're going to get you through this. Hey, Mark, I want Marc-Andre. Settle this for me. Do you prefer to be called Marc-Andre or Mark? Because that's your first name is Marc-Andre, right?
Yeah, first name is Marc-Andre, but to make it easy on everybody, Mark's been just fine.
You're my favorite hyphenated poker player. I just want you to know that.
Quite the compliment, thank you.
Mark, are you as surprised as we are that they are still four-handed?
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. Last, about a level or two ago, we thought they've been four-handed for over 2 hours now. And we thought this could be over by now. But Rivers can nurse a short stack like no one else.
Yeah, you've had some injury. We were talking to you during the break, and you said that. What do you think of the way Rivers is playing?
I mean, it's definitely in a very conservative end of the spectrum, but at the same time, like he was so short for a while that all he could really hope for was to gain third place, and he's doing everything that he can to outlast. Look more or less of a last lunker between him and Miller, which he seems to be close to be. Miller's now under 1 million in chips.
And there might be a slight discrepancy there, and I think it might adjust after this hand. Point being that this hand concludes with Jacques getting paid off on the river. Bets 375,000. Notkin calls with just an 8. 2 pair good for Jacques.
Not a good river card there for Notkin.
He's been having a hard time making those folds, huh?
Yeah, he's
with bottom pair.
Yeah, he just seems to be sort of in a little bit of autopilot mode. Just if he has a pair, he's calling or he's betting, and pretty straightforward.
But yeah, as things stand, Rivers is ahead of Miller at the moment.
For that spot is the
And you also mentioned, Marc-Andre, that you kind of feel like Jacques is sort of controlling the table a little bit here.
Yeah, I think from what I've seen, he's been playing really well. I watched a little bit of the coverage earlier today, too. I mean, he's been catching cards, but pretty much know at all time where he's at, and can dictate the play with sizings, and know when using bigger sizings to get paid, particularly out of knock-ins. And it would... it's going to be a shocker to me if he's not closing this one.
Now, earlier on, Marc-Andre, we had an agreement with our French-Canadian colleagues next door, that if there was a chop pot, that we would rush next door and sing the chop pot song in French. We rushed in only to find you accompanied by a 3-man film crew, which prevented us from getting in there, so we came back in and didn't deliver on our promise. This is a crew making one of those Team Online videos about you?
Yeah, it just happened. It's something that was planned out for the last month or so, where they're here in Montreal for 2 days, following me around, and getting some footage and got some interviews with them tomorrow to create one of those short films for Team Online.
Yeah, those are really good.
And it just happened that I'm here today during Canada Cup. This is pretty cool. Would have loved to be at this final table, but doing commentary with you guys and Dominique Fugère and Laurence Grondin is not so bad either.
Yeah, but of course you came into the penultimate day at the same table as Jonathan Duhamel. Both of you pretty short stack, tried to make something happen, but hey, to make it into the top 27, to make it to the penultimate day of the tournament, still solid.
Yeah, it's a decent run. I mean, it's would have been great to get a big one at home. I mean, after after a big EPT or maybe the main event, getting something here in Montreal is about as good as it gets.
So what's it been like having the film crew follow you around for a couple days? Have you liked it? Has it been intrusive?
We just now started. We actually they came to my place earlier today, and we talked for a while about getting a game plan together for the next 2 days. And no, so far.
Is it fun? Do you like the fact that you're going to have like a mini biography of you that you can show your family and your friends?
I'm sure I'll enjoy watching it. All this is very new to me. It's not something that I ever thought I
Do you want to be
doing.
famous?
I cannot say I'm craving to be famous. It doesn't matter much.
Thing is, these guys are going to do a good job because obviously there's now a catalogue of these films, and certainly, during the breaks we'll often show the Ike Haxton story or the film about Mickey Peterson. I think they're awesome, and they show in a very short space of time. They give a very good portrait of the player, but also they're just so beautifully shot and really well cut together.
Well, we're trying to get a lot of different things together. We're in the playoffs right now, hockey playoffs, and I'm going to be having...
We've got hockey fever, Marc-Andre.
You do?
Yeah,
that's awesome. Welcome to Montreal.
We went to the bar to watch the first game not the first game, but the first game while we were here. Last night, we stayed here at the rail just so we wouldn't miss it.
Right.
And I was... The table play didn't finish soon enough yesterday, but I was going to go scalp a ticket yesterday if we got out in time. We didn't finish till about halfway through to the end of the first period.
Pretty special game last night, right?
Yeah, it was. It's definitely something special. I was out there and have season tickets, and Ankush Mandavia, who ended up making the final table, was supposed to come with us. And then the play lasted a little longer than we thought, and so we ended up having to forfeit his ticket. But last night's game was hopefully we're getting some momentum back and can piece it together tomorrow in Game 7.
It's going to be tough in New York, huh?
Yeah, well, it's never easy, but we...
made it look easy last night. It was just bang, goal, 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 goal. Then they come back, goal, goal, goal.
Yeah, that felt pretty good to score, to show we can score 7, too.
So Notkin won that one. Queens and deuces, a rivered 2 pair. Hand 171 of the final table now, and still 4 players remaining. I actually calculated during the break that we're playing a 28 big blind average at the moment, which is pretty shallow for the final table of a major event.
I like the fact that they brought the structure back to 1 hour blind level for the final table.
You think that's a good thing?
I think it's a good thing because as it was 90 minutes for day 3 and day 4.
Yeah.
When you get back to the final table and as people get eliminated, play can just drag along.
Yeah, tell us
forever.
about it. We've been there. We've seen it many, many times.
So as desperate as you guys are right now, with still 4 players left, there's still a chance that it could be over with within a few hours.
If play finishes before midnight, I consider that a win.
All right. And how do you celebrate a win? Going to the bars?
Oh, that's how I'll be celebrating the win for sure. This is Montreal, so as long as they finish by like 1 a.m., we're still good because I can make last call is 3 a.m. most places, right?
Got plenty of time.
Now, Marc-Andre, while you're here, we have a competition for our audience. We played this game earlier on with your friend Jonathan Duhamel. We call the game Cool Story, Bro, and you enter using that Twitter hashtag on your screen right now, Canada Cup. So, Joe, you've got 4 stories. And by the way, did you know you're the free roll password today?
Yeah, just heard about that. Very honored.
Take a picture, send it to your mom.
Yeah, well, that free roll starts in 15 minutes' time, by the way.
I bet she got a picture of that already.
She sent it to you already.
So, Joe, just explain how your competition works, how people can enter this Cool Story Bro contest.
All right, Cool Story Bro. I have a series of 4 stories, 3 of which have happened to each of the guys here in the booth. One of them is my story, one of them is Marc-Andre's story, one of them is James's story, and one of the stories is made up. We all got together, wrote down the stories ahead of time. You, the audience, have to assign the correct story with the correct guy in the booth here and correctly identify the fake story. The first person who does that, tags a Canada Cup, will win a Canada Cup card protector. Now, the one caveat here is don't list story 1, Marc-Andre, story 2. There's a professional poker player, another poker player involved in each of the stories. So what I need you guys to do is tag the right player with the right story. So if Duhamel was in one of the stories, you would say Duhamel, Stapes, Negreanu, Marc-Andre. We'll get to the stories right after this hand.
Yeah, Notkin opens to 300,000 with King 6 of diamonds. Ace, King of spades for Vincent Jacques, and he will 3-bet from the small blind to 850,000. Rivers folds the big. It's back on Notkin. And he passes wisely. Okay, Joe, give us the 4 stories that people have to match. One of them belongs to Joe, one of them belongs to me, one of them belongs to Marc-Andre, and one of them is fake. We need to identify the ownership of all 4.
And tag them Canada Cup. Here we go. Once got stiffed on a cab ride by Matt Salzberg. Once gave Tobias Reinkemeyer a hard time for jumping the line of an EasyJet flight. Once got destroyed by Phil Ivey in a game of Pac-Man. Once got pranked by Timothy Adams pretending to be Victor Ramden.
These are 4 good stories. One of them's not even true.
That's right. One of them is completely fake. You need to assign each of those stories to one of the guys here in the booth. One of them is fake. Tag your tweets. Canada Cup. Winner gets a Canada Cup card protector. Go.
Money can't buy prizes available for you. 9-10 suited for Vincent Jacques on the 173rd hand of this final table.
Speaking of stories, Mark, really quick. Now, you may have been asked this before, but since it's your first time in the booth with us, can you give us like a quick rundown, like a quick little bio for you, where you came from, what your sort of life story was leading up to your path to poker?
Just very quickly, observe that, guys. 2 guys now with fewer than 10 big blinds. Miller playing 9 bigs, Rivers playing 7 bigs.
Yeah, well, I'm from here, Montreal, Quebec. I live here my whole life. I played a bunch of sports growing up, including tennis. And when I was 19, I got a scholarship to go play tennis at University of North Carolina at Greensboro. And I was there for...
Must have been a good tennis player.
I was among the top ranked in Quebec and in Canada. Didn't quite have what it took to make it all the way to the pro circuit, but definitely I was able to get the school, college out of it, and I got my last year. Meanwhile, I worked in bars from the time I was 18. I work in nightclubs here in Montreal, and when I was going back over the summer and over winter break, I was bartending. And my senior year, I got involved with a few bars, nightclubs in Greensboro, North Carolina.
You said North Carolina with a southern accent. North Carolina?
Yeah, I learned. I didn't know much English before I went down there, so I picked up on some southern slang, southern draw, and that makes for quite a interesting mix between a old French Canadian and some southern.
You brought some sweet tea back with you here too.
I love sweet tea. Yeah. And so got into nightclubs. I operated and I was partner and operated one for 3 years. And at the same time, I fell into poker, where I didn't know much about poker outside of the fact that my friends liked to play it. And I started to run games at my place for them.
So this is bar poker?
No, that was actually at my in my apartment. We got
action happening here.
Yeah, well, Notkin open on the button. Miller wisely shoves with ace-king from the small blind. Gets a fold.
So you're running a home game?
Yeah, I was running home games at first. I didn't know much about the game, but I sure liked to play it. And I ran games for 3 years down there. And then I met someone through all that was playing full-time on PokerStars. Playing 24 tables of 1-2 cash game.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. And when he showed me what he was doing, his name is Mike Brooks, and he might be listening to us.
Hi, Mike.
And when he showed me what he was doing, I just immediately just wanted to try it, and just made the model that he was following made so much sense to me at the time, and so I wanted to get out of North Carolina, come back to Montreal as a good French Canadian that I am, and I got into poker in late 2009, early 2010.
And when you got into poker, it was online poker specifically,
Yep.
following sort of the tutelage of your friend?
Right, yeah, I started playing straight 24 tables of 1-2.
Wait, you immediately jumped into 1-2, 24 tabling?
Yeah.
Well, Jacques is just bet enough to put Rivers all in. And Rivers is in the big blind with a small ace, ace-3. And most people are calling this, and Rivers does call it.
Finally makes the move you'd expect him to.
Jacques doesn't have much of a hand. 9-5 of clubs. But he does have 2 live cards, and if he hits a 9 or a 5, or we see a clubby board, we're going to say goodbye to Ryan Rivers. Instead, it's all diamonds, ace high.
It's going to take runner, eh? Well,
that's one of them.
And there's opportunities now.
Any diamond will see this hand resulting in a chop. The river is the king of hearts, so Ryan Rivers doubles up through Vincent Jacques.
And even though Rivers was a short stack, you know, everyone is sort of short stacked at this point. No one's got an enormous stack, so that is, you know, Jacques is going to feel that.
Joe, I think we need to turn our attention to some of the answers coming through on Twitter to the Cool Story Bro competition. I think some people a little bit confused about which pros are involved.
Yeah, let me recap the stories real quick. Again, one of us once got stiffed on a cab ride by Matt Salzberg. One of us once gave Tobias Reinkemeyer a hard time for jumping the line of an EasyJet flight. One of us once got destroyed by Phil Ivey in a game of Pac-Man. One of us once got pranked by Timothy Adams pretending to be Victor Ramden.
So basically, when Will tags a Helmuth story to someone, he hasn't been listening.
Yes.
And when Vince involves Jonathan Duhamel, he clearly hasn't been listening.
Correct. So, Will, incorrect. Vince, incorrect. Jeff, incorrect. Halder, still can't find the Canada Cup free roll. I do not know what to do for you, my friend. Brad, incorrect. Jimmy, incorrect. Gilad, not answering the quiz.
Instead, he observes, it's funny, whenever Notkin folds a hand, he shoots a puppy-eyes look at his opponent. Maybe he'll flip his cards over as well.
He does flip them over a lot. Andrew, incorrect. Paul, incorrect. Zach, incorrect. Matt, incorrect. Anthony Charter, Anthony WTF, incorrect. Dominic wants to welcome you to the booth. Jessica just answered Helmuth. Jessica, there was no Helmuth. Paul, incorrect. Chris Lockwood, Skippy, incorrect.
Oh, you slow rolled him as well.
I know. He's my boy. I get the slow roll. Nick, incorrect. Zach, incorrect. Vader Nader, incorrect. I love it. I love it when they can't get it. Marc-Andre.
Not the easiest way to get a car protector, huh?
This is a money can't buy prize. This is something that you'll treasure for a lifetime.
Daz, you are not correct. Will, who answered twice, incorrect. Let's pick up the action on this hand while some more answers come in.
I always get confused when I hear shouting from the other side of the room, because I always think, well, they're seeing something we're not, so something big must have happened. And then I'm looking at the screen thinking, no.
Not right now, but soon. So what was it that happened here? It was Jacques, the original raiser, called by Notkin and Miller.
Jacques continues the flop with king high, gets 2 folds. He's playing around 8.2 million right now. He's got a big lead over Robert Notkin, who's playing 4.7 million. And then you've got the 2 shorties. Ryan Rivers on 2 million, Justin Miller on 1.7 million.
Vince thinks your name is Mark Anthony, by the way. Marc-Andre. Will you be my hero, baby?
Definitely been called worse.
Bart, you blew it. Josh, you blew it.
Where does the F-dog come from, by the way?
Yeah, where does F-dog come from?
First year in North Carolina when, once again, I didn't speak much English. And so I was called... I guess most Americans didn't really... They just saw I spoke French and didn't really make a difference between coming from Canada and coming from France. at
Right,
this
you're
point.
just French,
Yeah,
straight
I'm
up.
French. I was Frenchy. And the word dog was...
It was big. What was it, the 90s? Like the early 2000s, probably?
Yeah, early 2000s.
Yeah, dog was huge then. Heads up to this flop. Notkin flops best.
Notkin's still good.
Still waiting for the right answer on Cool Story, bro. Aiden, incorrect. Michelle says I'm sounding Canadian. Incorrect. Sean, incorrect. Bubonic Craig, incorrect. Scott from Scotland, incorrect.
His name's Scott and he's from Scotland.
So what just happened here? Notkin floats the flop with king high, and he's right. Well, that's the turn, and he's got a pair of kings. Never mind. He did float the flop with king high, though.
I thought there was a king on the flop. I'm utterly confused.
I think things jumped around.
I think the RFID scanner may have gone a little bit fritzy there. Yeah, there was definitely a king on the flop. It was not a float. He paired his king.
We can answer. We can ask Mark to answer. Marc-Andre, excuse me, to answer a question while we check out these other answers. Will wants to know if you're going to be playing EPT this season. If so, which ones do you know you're going for? He also wants to know if you get a beer with him in Barcelona.
I'll gladly get a beer in Barcelona.
Snap call.
I should be at all of them. There's a slight chance I skip Deauville and go to Aussie Million instead. But otherwise, I'll.
Everybody goes to Barcelona, though.
Yeah, you can't miss that one. You can't miss the beach and.
Stewart, incorrect.
You've been called out by Nathan, who points out that Hero is by Enrique Iglesias, not Mark Antony.
Yeah, sorry.
See, I think Mark Antony, I think of Cleopatra.
Oh, right, yeah.
Before my time.
Yeah, that one's definitely before all of our time. Let's see. Brian. Gary, incorrect. Gregor, incorrect. All right, one more time with the stories. Here we go. You got me, you got James, you got Marc-Andre Ladouceur. One of us once got stiffed on a cab ride by Matt Salzberg. One of us once gave Tobias Marenkemeyer a hard time for jumping the line of an EasyJet flight. One of us once got destroyed by Phil Ivey in a game of Pac-Man. One of us once got pranked by Timothy Adams pretending to be Victor Ramden. One of those stories is false. The other three, all true and happened to one of us. Free roll starting, by the way. Get in the free roll. $5 bounty on my head. My name on there, people have been asking. Joe Stapleton.
I'm assuming there are still spaces available in that free roll, and late registration is open right now.
There's 7,200 players.
7,200 players, wow.
And I think there's, I don't know how many players it's allowed to take. It's usually like 30,000, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, 30,000 players maximum. So
so plenty of room.
Plenty
Come on
of room.
in.
Another 15 minutes to register.
Will's excited. He says it's free roll time. And to whoever asked earlier on if it's okay to play the free roll from the UK, the answer is yes.
Eddie, incorrect. Zach, incorrect. Let's pick up the action here.
Yeah, Rivers raises small to big. Makes it 400,000. Gets a call by Notkin with A7. And Notkin pairs his ace. Rivers with a gut shot. Continues. What do you think about the way Rivers is playing this hand, Marc-Andre? Starting the hand, obviously, with fewer than 10 big blinds. Raises, continues, obviously now shuts down, trying to get there.
I'm just amazed Notkin didn't go all in pre-flop.
He does get there.
Nice.
No, it's a diamond. It's a diamond.
To be fair, I wasn't looking when I said nice. I was just listening to James.
Don't know how he's going to get away from that.
He does, though.
Oh, he just called.
He just calls.
Gets away pretty easy. And that's been his whole game. I mean, he really hasn't taken many risks. He hasn't put a lot of chips in the middle.
Wow, Notkin just gives him a chance to hang in there.
So what? He's left with 545,000.
That's still what? 3 big blinds? Come on.
Notkin, you left money on the table. I mean, I guess he's a little bit nervous of the paired board.
You're right.
Even so, what's the worst that can happen? It's only an additional 500K.
You miss a good shot at taking a player out here. And
Nathan incorrect. One-hit wonder. Got it.
We have a winner.
One-hit wonder got it. One-hit wonder correctly identified that Marc-Andre was the one who was pranked by Timothy Adams, pretending to be Victor Ramden. I got smoked by Phil Ivey in a game of Pac-Man. It was actually at Barry Greenstein's house. Hardigan gave Tobias Rankenmeyer the what for jumping the line of an EasyJet flight.
Whoa.
And the cab story was fake. Matt Salzberg never stiffed anyone on a cab ride.
Look at
this.
this.
Room.
Rivers shoves the button. Notkin reshoves. Ace-King against Queen-Jack. So Rivers does have 2 live cards.
Remember when he folded Queen-Jack suited before?
There's some dead money in there as well because Jacques opened from under the gun with King-Queen. Folded to the reshove from Notkin.
Well, he was drawn live. He's still drawn live, but he's got 2 chances only to hit. That 9 helps him out a little. That adds some outs.
Looking for an 8, Jack, Queen, or King.
Got
it's
there.
An 8. Rivers are straight.
Finally got to say that. And he gets the fist bump from Notkin. Love this guy. I love all these guys. I wish they could all win. Anyway, one-hit wonder. You won yourself a Canada Cup card protector. Thanks for playing, everybody. Quick shout-out from Carter Swidler, by the way, who wants you to know he misses you. Oh, he just smiled. He smiled, Carter.
Makes me blush.
A lot of people still entering the competition, which is closed, by the way, but also a lot of people questioning that previous hand, saying, how in the hell does Notkin not raise that river when he makes the flush? Instead, he waits till the next hand to double up his opponent. And we are still 4-handed at this final table.
Yep.
30 minutes left on the level. So what do you reckon, guys? What are the odds that we roll into level 33, 100K, 200K blinds with 4 players?
Over. Under. Wait, what? What's the question?
Well, it's a very simple yes or no. Do you think we will be 4-handed when we roll into the next level?
I don't. Judging from the shouting I heard outside.
Now,
it's going to be close. It's going to be really close.
Bart Verbank says, wait, Marvin Rettenmeyer flies EasyJet? It was Tobias Reinkemeyer. I know they've got similar sounding names. And to be fair, it was when we had to go from Berlin to Nice between EPTs, and it was literally the only flight that day that went from Berlin to Nice. So Tobias did not have a choice of airlines. I suppose he could have been bored and got a private jet.
Weren't you also in the wrong, by the way, when you scolded him for jumping the line? Hadn't he paid for like priority boarding or something?
He had paid for speedy boarding. However, we were not yet in the gate. The queue for the gate, you don't get to skip the line. You get to get on the plane first. I put Reinkemeyer right, call me Toby, and sent him to the back of the line.
Back of the line, Reinkemeyer.
Speedy boarding.
It's making me nervous having the F dog watch my free roll. If you see something in French in there that you want to answer, go for it.
You want me to answer?
I don't know. I mean, I assume they're talking to the French commentators right now, but if you see a good question and you want to share it with the English audience, fine with us. Makes me nervous when the guests read the Twitter feed, though, because sometimes people say rude stuff, and I like to protect them. I like to protect the guests from the rude stuff.
I can take it.
I think you can take it.
Doing great in the free roll, though.
I'm a little below where I started, but
Notkin with Jack 5 suited. Raises it. It's a fold from Miller. Gets a fold from Jacques in the small blind. Rivers, with his newfound wealth in the big blind, passes. And it's still this kind of like last longer between Rivers and Miller. It's a case of who's going to go broke first, and will I be able to ladder into third spot and make an additional 42 grand? And I said this earlier on, when Rivers had like 9 big blinds and Miller had about 20. I do think that Rivers is going to outlast Miller. I've got a feeling that it's Miller who's going to go out in fourth.
Notkin might end up regretting a lot not raising that river there.
Yeah, because he'd have been out already.
On top of not taking a player out, it just polarizes his value range on the river when he raises, which means that it's going to make it a lot easier for opponents to read into it.
Miller raises under the gun. Gets a call from Notkin in the big blind, who's also got a 10, a worse 10, but it is suited.
And when Notkin makes second best hands, though, he does tend to pay.
Oh, he's flopped nothing here.
I guess technically it is a second best hand, but
he checks. Miller with top pair continues, and Notkin folds.
Dynamics really interesting with those two guys under 10 big blinds.
Absolutely.
When they choose to raise and play hands post flop instead of jamming it in pre-flop.
Is that a mistake? Or if they're trying to outlast the other, is caution the way to go?
Well, if Notkin keeps playing this passively, it seems like it could actually work, because he's just not putting enough pressure on him.
Now,
with so much at stakes, I'm curious to see if Miller was getting raised there, if he was actually jamming it in or folding.
Now, when you were over the other side, Marc-Andre, when you were calling the action in French, that's when we really got to see how tight Rivers was playing and some of the questionable laydowns that he made when he had a 10 big blind stack. And obviously, everyone takes to Twitter to say, oh my God, this guy's terrible, and he has to shove there. How did he get to this final table? I don't know whether you saw any of those comments or whether anyone in French said the same thing.
Yeah, I think consensus was pretty much consensus that at this point, I mean, he's made it all the way up to fourth place. He's battling for third, and I guess he's kind of already forgot the dream of winning this. I'm trying to squeeze in one more spot. I mean, it's still $44,000.
Absolutely, it's a huge amount of money.
With it.
I mean, as Nick said, he says, ask Mark what he thinks about people scolding Rivers for his play. I mean, crucially, he's there, they're not. And that's all that needs to be said, really.
Played with him on day 3, and he played well.
I'm not saying that people aren't entitled to their opinions, but well, Rivers is shoved under the gun.
Mark, do you still consider yourself that you know, since you started multi-tabling cash, more of a cash player than a tournament player, or are you equally skilled in both now?
No, I'm definitely more of a cash player. That's pretty much all I play online. Play some sit and goes here now too to get the VPPs going.
Is it better for Super? What are you right now? Supernova Elite?
Supernova Elite, yeah. I did it every year since I started.
How do you do it, man? You're tan, you're in good shape, and you're Supernova Elite. Don't you have to be at a computer like 24/7 to make Supernova Elite?
I get to, well, that's why I started to play sit and go, so I get the VPPs faster.
You got to play big sit and goes, right? What are you talking, like 5K heads up sit and goes?
Nah, I don't go this. I don't go that high. I'll play up to the 1Ks.
1K? And when you say
a bunch of 6 max, 500s and 1Ks.
Okay, and are they? So it's 6 max mostly that you're playing,
right?
And what do they pay? The top 2 places in those, or 3?
No, yeah, they play 2.
2. You find yourself playing against the same people in those, or is there a good enough variety?
There's a lot of the same guys. Yeah,
a lot of regs?
Yeah, you already know, depending on what time of the day you're playing, you already know
who is there
about who you're going to be playing against.
Notkin with 7s.
Fatigue setting in for everyone. Commando. I think it's worthy of another. Don't wake my friend. He's dead tired. That was not good. That was not good.
Is that a French-Canadian impression?
No, that was supposed to be Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's why it wasn't good. It was terrible. That was really bad. I didn't really go for it. That's the problem.
We've got a Gibbons from Notkin. He limps under the gun with the 7s. Miller calls on the button with 9-10. Here comes the limpers tax.
I love that one.
Jacques raises to 475,000. Rivers is out of here.
And he's once again leaving the table. A little antsy in the pantsy, that one. And Notkin was limping with the intent of calling. Okay, I was wondering if he was going to get weird and limp shove or something.
No, it's a limp call, which means we see a double Gibbons.
Perfectly executed double Gibbons.
And how much is he going to be hating that flop?
At least it's not 3 overcards.
Check, check.
I mean, at least it's not 4 overcards. He's still ahead. Seven still good. And he's gonna bet.
Wow. Is this a value bluff?
Not sure what this is. Looks like Jacques is thinking about calling with king high. Maybe he's just thinking about raising. So that's the only way he can win this hand.
Finds it pretty funny either way. Notkin's
right, to just all of a sudden come to life on the river.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a situation where you expect someone to have an ace or to be bluffing, and that's incorrect rationale here.
Yeah, he's not going to like that if he calls.
I guess when you call and the guy tables the ace, you're like, okay, nice hand, sir. But when you call and he tables 2 7s, you kind of want to turn the table over, huh?
I guess Notkin's hope he's going to fold.
I'm going to once again just give Notkin credit for just an unbelievable read, knowing his opponent has king high, knowing he can get thin value here. Going for value thinner than Kate Moss during Fashion Week.
Paul Vincent was pained.
Finally lets it go. And obviously we know that's the correct fold, but just a guy like Notkin, he hasn't made a lot of river bets with air. So I think it's a pretty safe fold most of the time. Notkin's play just plays very straightforward. And against a trickier player, against like a very experienced player, I think that tanking there with king high is probably a little bit more, should be part of your repertoire, but folding with only king high, probably a safe bet against Robert Notkin.
I like that Vince still takes the time to think it through and not just immediately fold or call there. You guys might be hoping for some quicker action, but
I actually don't mind when things go this way, believe it or not, because I just don't want it to be a long heads up. That's the worst part. I'd rather than play four-handed and three-handed for a while. Heads up can be kind of brutal sometimes on us, on the audience, so.
Raise and take it for Jacques.
EPT Grand Final this year, Marc-Andre had a 9-hour heads-up battle.
Right.
As part of an 18-hour final table.
I watched some of it. Couldn't make it all the way till the end, though.
You watched some of it, went to bed, got up, and watched the rest of it. That's what most people did.
You guys missed the party then?
Yeah, we missed the entire party. It was so funny.
Thanks for reminding us.
We might miss the party tonight.
I think it was it Mohsen Shirani who managed to fly back to Toronto between them going heads up and it concluding?
Yep.
And then we're still heads up.
No heads-up battle should ever last the duration of a cross-Atlantic flight. So Jacques under the gun raise, called by Miller. Miller's still with the best hand. But how often is this going to go check bet fold?
Quick reminder, guys, we're only going to be with Marc-Andre for the remainder of this level, about 15 more minutes. So if you have questions for him, get them in now. Hashtag him Canada Cup.
Jacques elects to check behind. And it's a king on the turn.
Check, check.
6 on the river.
Jacques gonna bet that king.
Miller with just ace high. It's going to cost him 425,000. It's a decent percentage of his stack, but he does call.
There's been some fairly loose play from really short stacks. Manram has a question for you, Marc-Andre. Do you use apps for tracking players' notes and historial, or do you just use PokerStars notes, or do you not take notes at all?
I write a bunch of notes on the PokerStars software directly, and then I use Hold'em Manager to track hands of.
That's your HUD.
All the opponents. Yep.
So Justin Miller and Ryan Rivers clinging on with 6 and 8 big blinds respectively. And the blinds aren't going up in 16 minutes time.
Rivers with a hand, and he's all in.
Shoves with king queen. I'm curious, Marc-Andre, ace deuce, is that a call? Well, Miller doesn't think it is. He folds.
Another question on the Twitter from Marc-Andre.
Miller had ace deuce.
From the shoving range that we've seen Rivers with, makes it really difficult for Miller to call there.
Nathan wants to know, Marc-Andre, when you grind online, do you try to keep a particular schedule day after day?
My schedule changes all the time, and I wish I could be a little steadier with when I'm playing and being able to play several days in a row. But between traveling and then just life in general, I try to play 3 days a week, including a full Sunday, playing tournaments, and trying to get 2 4-hour sessions a week outside of that.
But you're mostly just squeezing in when you can. You're not like
Right.
a wake up and grind 4 hours, go to the gym type of deal. You're just whenever you can.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to fit that in a regular schedule. I used to though. I used to be a lot. Yes, maybe a little more disciplined. Maybe.
It was probably easier to play more poker when you were a less successful poker player, I would guess.
Well, you have less options.
Yeah.
You probably have to play more. I focus on getting Supernova Elite, even if it asked me to cram a third of the year in the last few weeks.
Yeah, didn't you do that last year to make it? You had to like have some wild December or something?
Yeah, this past year I had 300,000 VPPs to make in December.
Oh, man.
And that included a 10-day trip to Prague.
I want to see how many VPPs I have total. Where do I find that out? I want to give you guys some perspective on how long.
Last year, VIP status.
VIP status, okay.
You're a Chrome now.
Yeah, I'm a Chrome.
And you got 2,000 lifetime.
2,000 lifetime VPP. So Marc-Andre only needed 150. No, what is that?
Yeah,
10,000 times that? 1,000 times that?
No,
more than that.
150 times that.
150 times my lifetime in a month.
Which included a 10-day trip to Prague.
Yeah. And the internet wasn't great in the hotel in Prague, if I remember correctly.
No, I didn't get to play a whole lot out there.
This guy in the chat in the free roll just nominated me for Muppet of the Year. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. Love the Muppets.
Well, if there's one thing we know, I hope you appreciate this, Marc-Andre, it's the Stapes is a Muppet.
Yeah, that is.
He just wanted a shout out in the chat.
Any challenge here while you were in Montreal? No princess.
No challenge here. Luckily,
costume?
luckily there was no camera crew here to film it, so I got let off the
Gotcha.
hook. I didn't have to do anything, but I'm sure they're cooking up something real mean for me to do in Barcelona.
Shark raises under the gun. Rivers folds. Notkin has got ace-3 of clubs in the small blind. He announces call. Miller's got 4s in the big blind. He shoves. Jacques folds. And Notkin folds as well.
Loves to show the ace when he folds too. I mean, Notkin, is it a matter of that just being too short to ever fold to? Because I think ace-tray is obviously going to be dominated there a decent amount of the time.
It doesn't matter at this point. There's enough money in there to make the call.
Gotta make the call.
Take a shot at taking someone out.
Once you've called in the small blind, for sure. And I think, and this is an observation, it's not a criticism, but I do think there's a lack of stack size awareness for probably 3 out of the 4 players at this final table.
Marc-Andre, Chris wants to know, how long did it take you to recover after losing that ace-king hand in the World Series of Poker main event?
That one was really hard. I don't usually get down on myself after any beat, but
for people, by the way, who don't know what he's talking about, what is that?
Yeah, make him relive it. Why don't we?
I start day 7 of World Series of Poker main event, chip leader. When we're 13 players left, I'm about 3rd or 4th out of 13th, and I lose ace king off to ace king off, with both suits being covered.
Ugh.
We have an all in here though.
Not called.
Not called.
That did just make me kind of sick to my stomach.
So I lost 70-80% of my chips with ace king to ace king off to ace king off with both suits covered. For I guess I just needed to hold there to make the November 9, and I ended up actually coming out in 13th position. So that one was really tough.
That is horrific.
Especially I have a lot of friends that are not in the poker community, and then everybody was aware that I was 1 out of 27 going to day 7. So people are already making plans to come to November 9 and looking at plane tickets and looking at hotels.
So it's disappointing on so many levels.
Yeah, it was very disappointing to really for all my friends that we all lived it. When Duhamel won in 2010, everybody was there. I mean, there was over 100 people that made the trip and to go on a support, and that experience alone was the experience for everybody was amazing. So I was hoping to be able to get everyone to relive it.
So how many of your group of friends have made it super deep in the main event?
Well, that same year, 2010, Pascal Lefrançois finished 11th.
Yeah.
With 18 left, him and Duhamel were number 1 and 2 in chips, and he ended up taking 11. And Pascal and I ended up living together, or were living together at the time of when in 2012 when I finished 13th. And Marquette and McLaughlin finished 5th or 6th this year.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty incredible for one group of friends.
Just picking up the action here. Notkin raised to 300,000. Miller calls. Jacques 3 bets to 850,000. Notkin calls. Miller gets out of the way. Heads up to the flop. Notkins is up and down. Right now, ace high is the best hand.
These two about a coin flip.
No continuation bet from Jacques. Now does Notkin take the free card? No, he bets. 400,000. By the way, guys, with 8 minutes left on this level, there is every chance that we roll into the next level with 4 players.
But that is it. After that, we are definitely losing someone.
I would like to point out, we did see in this situation Notkin raise under the gun and Miller flat with ace-8 on the button, just calling out of a 10 big blind stack and then folding to the re-raise. And it's play like that, what we might consider unconventional, what we might consider less than optimal, that's going to ensure that they continue playing four-handed for some time.
That's very unique of this Montreal tournament and the players that are here. There's once again, we got a really big feel for this one, and poker became so popular here that a lot of people that may not be as experienced than in other stops on the circuit get to play in this one.
Yeah, and this has been great. I mean, that certainly makes it a lot more fun.
Jacques lets it go. Notkin takes the chip lead, 7.3 million. Jacques with 6.6 million. I mean, this chip lead's been swinging at the moment between Notkin and Jacques, while Miller and Rivers just try to survive into third place. And right now, it looks like it's Rivers who'll be able to ladder up. Miller on life support.
Just over 5 minutes left, still four-handed. Unbelievable.
And we are going to roll straight into that level with the blinds at 100, 200. The ante will stay at 25,000.
5 more minutes to get your questions in from Marc-Andre Ladouceur. Today's free roll password.
Has Miller shoved, or has he just made a standard raise?
Just raised again.
And Notkin calls.
Not only does it seem like some of these guys are unaware of the other stacks of the table, but they're unaware of their own stacks. It's like the little dog that thinks it's a big dog.
Miller has his 7.
And the shorter stacks are going to be, the funnier it's going to get too.
What on earth is going on here?
A bet and a call.
Wow. Notkin now has a straight. And it goes check, check. Ah, what on earth is happening?
He knew he had a straight. He knew. The queen was beating him by the river. Well, even on the turn, can't bet that. Losing to a queen. James says he just YouTubed your ace king versus ace king hand. The look on your face when the 8 turns up says it all. Have you gone back and watched that ever?
Yeah, I get to watch it every once in a while. I got a bunch of friends that bring it back from time
oh,
to
really?
time.
They just hold you down and force you to watch it?
Now, to be fair to Miller, he did actually have a few more chips. He wasn't as short as we thought he was, but he's still pretty short and probably still shouldn't be trying to play post-flop poker.
Once again, we just don't know if he was going in with it or just folding. Just likely that he would end up folding somewhere at ace-7.
Never mind about being four-handed in the next level. Are we still going to be four-handed at midnight?
Well, Marc-Andre, if you guys are still going out tonight, we hope to be able to join you eventually.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Whether it's midnight or 1 a.m., we'll still be out there.
All right, cool. Good to know.
There may not be much left of us, either mentally or physically.
I'll be fine. I can power through. I always have the energy to go out.
He says that now. Wait until it's still four-handed at 1 in the morning.
The only time I don't go out is when we finish at 8 in the morning, and we have a flight at 11. Even though I'm not a huge fan of the phrase YOLO, you do only live once. And who knows, after the job we've done this week, we would never be invited back here to Montreal. This might be the last business trip here for a while.
What's next for you guys?
Our next official trip is Barcelona, but we got lots of voiceover to do in London. And, you know, sometimes things just come up that you don't, like little trips. Maybe there'll be something in Macau they decide they want to webcast over the summer, something like that.
I'd say I'm 90% sure that the next live stream for us will be Barcelona, though. Looking forward to actually spending a couple of months at home after a long time on the road. And you must feel that as someone who plays a lot of the live events, that, you know, when you've been out on tour, living out of a suitcase, it's really nice just to spend a few weeks, a few months back at home.
As much as I like traveling, I'm always looking forward to come back home now. I was away from Montreal for a lot of years and for school, and always happy to get back here.
Even if only for like 4 or 5 days, right? Isn't it just to be able to unwind for a few seconds, spend a couple days? What do you do when you come home on the couch? What do you watch? You watch any television?
The only television I watch is hockey games.
Well, you're in the right place for it.
Yeah.
If you weren't scheduled to be here while this was going on, would you have made it a point to be here? Like to be able to go to the games? Is that like something that you would prioritize your schedule for? To use your season tickets, go to the hockey playoffs?
Yeah, I don't. When there's a game in Montreal, I try not to miss too many, especially in the playoffs right now. I don't really intend to leave until we're still in there.
Raise and take it. Vincent Jacques. Well, at this point, Marc-Andre, we will release you from your duties in the booth. Thank you so much for spending an hour with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Best of luck. Hopefully we'll see you guys tonight.
All right, thanks, Marc-Andre.
Good luck in the free roll, Joe.
Thanks, buddy.
He'll need it. Yeah, look forward to catching up with you later, and really look forward to seeing that film when it's finished, the Marc-Andre Ladouceur story. So we play on. Blimey. Still four-handed. Patrick Winterbottom says it's 1:30 a.m. in the UK, and I've been waiting for a player to bust before going to sleep. Hashtag how much longer?
He just has to at this point, right? I've been there before. You're like, no, I'm determined. I decided I'm doing this, and I'm not going to bed until it happens.
He's invested so much time. So we are now playing 25,000 ante with 100, 200,000 blinds. This is the 33rd level of the tournament.
And so we've got 4 big blinds for one of these guys, 5 or 6 for the other.
We're playing a 20 big blind average. Yeah, 4 big blinds, 6 big blinds, 36 big blinds, 40 big blinds.
40 for the chip leader. And it's Robert Notkin again, huh? James, I was too busy getting, I was all giddy excited getting Marc-Andre's phone number as he was leaving so we could hang out later, and I got timed out in the free roll of a really huge hand.
You dunce.
Because I'm a little girl.
Ooh, a handsome boy gave me his phone number.
That's exactly what I felt like.
Oh, Rob King says, remember when I said I was in this until the bitter end? Hashtag coffee.
How about to quote Commando? I lied.
If Matrix was here, he'd laugh too.
Ben Yu says, watching Notkin play the past day makes me want the recreational players to win everything. Go, go, Notkin.
Go, go, Notkin, let's go. Oh. Kings for Notkin under the gun.
Cowboys.
Hang on a second.
Here we go.
So Notkin raises. Miller moves all in. What's Miller's hand? King, Queen. Jacques with a decision in the small blind. He's got ace-10.
Hi-ya.
And he reshoves.
Oh, boy. What is happening? What does Rivers have? How is he even thinking about this? He's got 2 8s.
OMG. Notkin's got more chips than anyone else. Notkin's got them all covered, and he's got the best hand.
This would be absolutely rishnefulous.
You're waiting for one player to go broke. You might see 3 players go broke here. That said, I think this is a fold.
I mean, Rivers is definitely folded in less marginal spots than this.
He's looking to ladder. That's what he's been doing all along. Why suddenly get carried away here with 8s? I think this is a perfectly legitimate fold. A raise, a shove, a reshove by the guy who's second in chips.
Honestly, James, I kind of just want him to call so we could maybe... This would be the weirdest end of a tournament ever.
It would somehow feel appropriate.
I mean, it would feel... The ending of the tournament was just dragged out so long, and then just an abrupt end all at once. Boom, done.
4-1 in one hand. Is it possible? I'm pretty sure that Rivers is folding. It's not a simple case of just Miller shoving. It's the fact that Jacques has shoved over the top of him. And Notkin is sitting there knowing that he's going to snap when the action comes back to him.
Oh, boy. How do you even stay in your chair? And you better, because they might kill your hand. He's in!
He's all in!
Holy shnikes!
And Notkin calls, putting the other 3 players at risk. I have never seen a four-way all-in at a final table where the guy with the other three players has got them covered.
This is crazy town.
If kings hold here, we go from 4 players to a champion. And Robert Notkin, the online qualifier, who got his seat for just $30, has won the Canada Cup.
Notkin could be knocking all 3 players out in one hand.
What a ridiculous hand. So just to clarify, Notkin ahead with kings, Miller all in with king queen, Jacques all in with ace 10, Rivers all in with 8. 5 cards to come.
He's got half the equity 4 ways.
Good luck to the dealer trying to work out side pots.
Did anyone fold an ace?
Jack 7-3, kings holding.
Kings way holding.
Notkin now a 75% favorite to eliminate the other 3 players and win the Canada Cup.
Way bigger favorite now.
88% favorite, the river card. As a man once said, it's a brick, and Robert Notkin has won the Canada Cup.
Notkin knocks out everyone.
What a way to win the tournament!
Can you hear me knocking?
His friends and family came all the way from Toronto to see this tournament, and what a hand for them to witness. As Rob King says, the strangest hand ever streamed online. A 4-way all-in, which sees Robert Notkin claim the title, the trophy, and $366,000.
It's just unbelievably appropriate that he won it this way. He's been running hot the whole tournament. Kind of ran over everybody. His whole family is here. I really don't think there could be a better ending to the Canada Cup.
Okay, guys, let's just clarify who finished where, because, of course, it's all decided by stack size.
Please explain it to me.
Finishing in 4th, because he had the fewest chips going into that hand, is Justin Miller. He collects $122,410. In 3rd, Ryan Rivers. He laddered into 3rd. He got his way, $165,280. The runner-up, he played a great game. Vincent Jacques, he collects $257,280. Our qualifier, Dr. No, Robert Notkin, won his seat on PokerStars for $30, and he cashes out for $366,660.
He is knocking on heaven's door. He is at the top.
Danny says, OMG, WTF just happened. 4-way all-in. Chris says, the Canada Cup is insane. Maxime says, this is as sick as you know what. Federico describes it as the sickest hand ever. Ben Yu says, wow, sick hand, but why was the second in chips shoving so bad?
Let's keep it positive.
Robert Ross says, these cards were made for Notkin. Mike Sully saw it coming. Notkin was going to win the Canada Cup. Robert Ross says, Notkin sends them walking. Scott says, I'm moving to Montreal. Neil Notkin, brother of Dr. No, watching from Pittsburgh, says congratulations to Dr. No, winner of the 2014 Canada Cup. Brett says, wow, sickest ending. Dom Patmat, he of the patented Dom Patmat facts, says that was crazy. I've been watching a lot of poker. I've never seen this kind of ending. Well done, Notkin. And, of course, the Notkin clan.
The doctor is in. Dr. Notkin.
Carl McCarthy says, I suppose every dog has his day. Good win, Notkin. Michelle King says, wow, what an ending. Unbelievable stuff.
And for all you people who are staying up till the next elimination, you're welcome. We got you there. You got to see the very end of the tournament.
4-handed for an eternity. And those are not the chips. No one has any chips anymore other than Robert Notkin, the champion. Jason says, holy beep. That was one of the craziest hands to end a tournament ever. Never seen something like that. That one's going on YouTube, Joe.
I called this yesterday. Notkin, napkin. Cleaned up everyone.
But Ethan says that was just unreal. Federico, most epic final hand. I want a movie out of this. If they put that in a movie, you wouldn't believe it.
I wouldn't believe it. I'd walk out, I'd tear my ticket up.
Robert Ross comes back to us. Guys, you get to party. And don't we know it. DJ McKinnon, I have never seen anything like that in my life. Jack Daly describes it as the best hand ever. Sam can't believe it just happened. A four-way all-in to decide the winner.
We are seeing Vicky Corin-like response here on the Twitter. Thanks for being with us, everybody. We appreciate it. Couldn't have done it this week without you.
James Cole, relatively new to poker, says, what did I just see? Wow. Weirdest end to a tournament ever is how Stay Dench describes it. Elron Steele says an epic win by Dr. No. Four-way all-in to end the 2014 Canada Cup. Jamie Robinson says it's the most ridiculous ending to a poker tournament anyone has ever seen. Lou White reckons he's watched just about everything on TV and streamed in poker, but that was the craziest thing ever. Scott R is loving it. He says, wow, that was nuts. And not even a chance to talk of a chip shot. Fair play, Dr. No. No deal.
Absolutely. Dr. No deal.
Patrick Winterbottom says, well, guys, I'm glad I waited for the next bust out. I bet you are.
The next bust out was the last bust out. 1, 2, 3.
Tim Allen says, guys, I told you. It was a fascinating last four and well worth staying up for. So many messages coming in on Twitter. Cannot read them all, but suffice to say, this is the moment when we thank you for all of your support over the last 4 days. Thank you for all of your tweets, all of your contributions. Thanks to everyone who entered one of our silly competitions. Congratulations to everyone who won a prize. I'm afraid if you didn't come to the venue to claim your banana, you're too late. They've gone bad. But to those of you who won Canada Cup card protectors, they will be in the post soon. And a reminder that if you do like watching poker, there are EPT TV shows uploaded to PokerStars.tv every Wednesday. Plus, of course, the next season of the European Poker Tour kicks off in Barcelona in August. Joe Stapleton and I will be there.
And don't forget, if you want to come be part of the action here in Montreal at the Playground Poker Club, lots more poker happening here in August. Come on down here. Satellite's running online. 1K event should be just as much fun.
If there's one thing Joe and I love, it's when our viewers turn into winners. And that's what's happened today. Robert Notkin, the first day we got here, came up to say, guys, love watching the TV shows. My wife gives me a hard time because the DVR is stacked with episodes of the EPT. I watch the live streams. I satellited him for $30 and I'm loving it. He's just won the Canada Cup. He's just won 366 grand. So why don't you try and satellite to EPT Barcelona or satellite to the PokerStars Montreal Festival?
If I could just have your attention, first of all, my name is Jeff Hardy. I'm the country manager for PokerStars. I was just saying to this young man that I've watched quite a few hours of poker. In fact, tens of thousands of hours of poker. And what just took place is the story you only hear about in someone's basement. You never really get to see it on camera. We want to congratulate the finalists. It was a great tournament. You were playing a pretty interesting game to a $30 online qualifier. What are you going to be doing with your money? Let me answer for your daughter thinks she's going out shopping. Fair answer? So on behalf of PokerStars, congratulations on being the winner of the Canada Cup Poker.
Congratulations indeed. Remember, it could be you. Try and qualify for Shark Cage. Try and qualify for one of your local tours. Satellite's running all the time on PokerStars.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's going to happen in exactly the same way with a four-way all-in, but
it could. And it does happen.
We didn't even get a chance to discuss it. You realize that?
Wow, the money's just been brought to the table.
Better for you. So why don't you move in, Rob, and you can...
Mounties are standing by.
Trophy here, and you can kind of what everybody tends to...
And if for this to really be the Canada Cup, let's get the Labatt's in there, huh? Let's fill that bad boy up.
You can kind of hug everything.
It's too bad this happened 45 minutes ago, James. It's not real time right now. Otherwise, I'd be out there giving that guy a big fat hug from me myself.
Chances are when we get out there, he's still going to be here with his family. The winner of the 2014 PokerStars Canada Cup, Dr. No online qualifier, Robert Notkin. And that concludes our coverage of this event here in Montreal. PokerStars coming back to this venue in August, as Joe mentioned. Mr. Stapleton and I heading to Barcelona in August for the next live stream on PokerStars.tv. Keep watching the TV shows. That's what we're going to be voicing during the summer months. Thank you once again for being with us. Thank you to the entire production team for putting this together. Thank you to all the players and all the people of Montreal who've made this an awesome trip. I have loved this venue. I have loved this gig.
Always a blast. Love it here, Canada. One of the good ones.
Joe Stapleton, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, James Hardigan.
Thank you to all our guests who've joined us. We'll see you for EPT 100 in Barcelona. But for now, from Joe Stapleton and me, James Hartigan, it is good night from Montreal.